A very good morning, honourable members. It is now exactly 9:30. I would just like to establish, Mr. Dumizweni, whether we've got a quorum to start our meeting.
Good morning,
Mr. Dumizweni.
Yes, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the members and colleagues. So far, Chair, I think we've got a quorum, Chair, because we've got about 6 members, including you, Chair, and Honorable Adams is joining, so we do have the quorum, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dumizweni. Good morning, honourable members and our guests. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of this portfolio committee. I would like to firstly welcome the Department of Basic Education, led by its DDG, Dr. Whittle, and its provincial delegations led by its MEC. A very warm welcome to the MEC of Basic Education of Limpopo, the Northwest, Free State and KwaZulu-Natal. We really want to thank you for honouring our invitation this morning. I would also like to welcome our own department, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, led by its 3 DDGs, DDG Shabalala, Dr. Sukra Eli and Mr. Machoba. Welcome to all our stakeholders, to all the activists, our guests, our support staff, and all South Africans that are following us on the various social media platforms. You're all welcome. I'm going to ask members to introduce themselves when they speak, and the various delegations to introduce themselves, please, when they start doing the presentations. But for now, Mr. Dumizweni, please, can you just take us through our agenda for this morning?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. With regards to our agenda, we've got welcoming and opening, the adoption of the agenda, apologies as well. But let me also start here, it's fine, Chair. Then we're going to be briefed by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability on this Sanitary Dignity Programme and the exclusion of learners with disabilities from the education system. Then following that would be the Department of Basic Education. After that is going to be the provinces. The first province will be Northwest on Sanitary Dignity Programme, followed by KZN, followed by Northern Cape, and also Limpopo and Free State, Chair. Then there will be deliberations, then we're going to close. Another thing, Chair, that I must indicate is that I've received a call from some of the officials from the department indicating that they are still facing some challenges of traffic. There's bad weather in Gauteng, to such an extent that they requested that we flight their presentation. So I said maybe I must do that. I'm not sure, Chair, if I can go and proceed to the apologies that we have received.
Just wait, Mr. Dumizweni. Let's first table our agenda and ask honourable members. We need a mover and someone to adopt our agenda, please. I'll take hands. And honourable members, please introduce yourselves. Can we take hands? Honourable Adams, please.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all on the platform. Chairperson, I wish to move for the adoption of the agenda. I thank you.
Thank you. And you are Honourable Adams, a member of this portfolio committee. We've got guests this morning, so that's why I would like members, please, to just introduce themselves. Thank you so much. Honourable Adams has moved for the adoption of our agenda. Honourable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to the colleagues, as well as the various members that are attending the portfolio, or stakeholders, rather. I second the move of the mover of the adoption number 1. Secondly, I am Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of Parliament in the National Assembly, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kanyile. Our agenda for this morning is then adopted. Mr. Dumizweni, can you just deal with the apologies? Honourable members, we've received quite a number of apologies this morning. There is a cabinet committee sitting this morning, which takes away the leadership of the Basic Education Department and also the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Although the delegations of the two departments were delegated by their various leadership, but we still need to table those apologies. Please, Mr. Dumizweni.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start by tabling the apologies we received from the members of the committee. We have received an apology from Honorable Gasa. She's attending another committee meeting, that is the Basic Education, and also Dr. Lihlape, who's also attending another parliamentary business, and Honorable Matri. We have received those apologies from within, from the committee chair. Then from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities received an apology from Honorable Minister Chigunga and the DM who are attending the cabinet meetings, and also the DG who's hosting the G20 Women Empowerment Working Group meeting today. So Chair, so far, including the Minister, we also received an apology from the Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Kwahube. So far, Chair, those are the apologies that we have received. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Dumizweni, are you still online or is it my connection?
I've done my part, Chair. I'm not sure if I've been audible enough to other members.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Dumizweni. Thank you for.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Honorable.
Yes, Honorable.
I'm
Is it Honorable?
Yes, I'm present. I'm in a meeting. I'm present now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I think all our permanent members of our committee is then present this morning. Honourable members, those are the apologies. If there, we will move unless there are any rejections of these apologies. Okay. I don't see
Chairperson, I
any
move
hands.
for the adoption.
Thank you so much, Honourable Adams. Honourable Adams moves for the adoption of the apologies. Honourable members, I assume those apologies are then accepted. Honourable members, thank you so much, Honourable Shabango, and good morning as well to yourself. Honourable members, we have resolved as a committee to expand our oversight focus, not only to include our own department, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, but also other departments and other stakeholders. And it's this expanded focus then that shifts our attention this morning to the Department of Basic Education. And some of the key questions we want to probe this morning is, for example, how inclusive is the inclusive education system, or is it excluding learners with disabilities? Members will recall that some of you were participating in the Back to School program, and you had highlighted some challenges that you observed during this oversight period. Then the second question we want to ask is we want to focus on the Sanitary Dignity Programme. And again, we want to ask the question, how successful is this programme? Are all intended beneficiaries of the Sanitary Dignity Programme receiving support? Again, honourable members have pointed out before during some of our meetings that in your own constituencies, where you expected some schools to benefit from this programme, these sanitary products were not available. And then lastly, honourable members, we want to focus on our learner pregnancy crisis. Now, during the December period, a lot of focus, media focus, was placed on this matter. However, it cannot be that we wait until Christmas babies arrive for us as a portfolio committee to really interrogate this crisis, because we do need to find a holistic solution to this national crisis. And these are some of the issues then this morning that we would like to probe and interrogate with our various stakeholders, the various departments, entities that are appearing before us this morning. So, honourable members, with that having been said, I want to then hand over to our own department, led by DDG Chabalala, to introduce a delegation. After your presentation, we will hand over to DDG Dr. Whittle. And can I also just ask that we be mindful of the time that has been allocated to us on the agenda? There's quite a lot of presentations that we have to work through. Over to you, DDG. Is our department online, or should we go to the Department of Basic Education first? Can we get an indication, please?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Ms.
Yes, it's Tandi, the
Mondo.
PLO. I see that our department is here. Ms. Pavina.
Good morning, Chair. It's Dr. Pravina Sukraj Eli from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, from the Disability Rights Branch.
Good morning, Doc. Will you take us through the presentation, or are you waiting for DDG Chabalala?
I would be able to take you through the presentation on exclusion of children with disabilities, and DDG Chabalala will be taking you through the presentation on the sanitary dignity and teenage pregnancies.
Okay, please proceed. Thank
Sure.
you, Doctor.
All right. I need to share my screen, Chair. I'm not sure the host has disabled screen sharing, so I'm not sure if they will share, or can they enable screen share for me?
Mr. Dumizweni, please can you assist?
Yes, sorry, I've given Doc the sharing rights. She's a co-host now.
No, it should be the second Doc. He's given you the
Sorry, can you give me the second one on the device, the second device to share? I'm using my aide to assist me because I'm visually impaired, so he is sharing for me. So I'm using two devices. Sorry about that, Sunny.
What's the name of the device, Doc?
Also Pravina Sukraj Eli.
Okay.
screen in.
Are you winning, Mr. Dumizweni? Or can we flight it on her behalf?
I'm still trying to find the second device, Chair. Unfortunately, I can't see it here.
It's called Pravina Sukraj.
Okay, alternatively, if we
Okay, I got it. Sorry, Chair, I
need
got
to
it.
resolve this IT issue, we should...
Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to our Honorable Chair, honorable members. As indicated, I am Pravina Sukraj Eli, and I am responsible in our branch. I'm the Chief Director for Governance and Regulations in terms of disability rights in the country. Our main focus is monitoring, evaluations, research, coordination, and putting together the national and international monitoring reports for the country. So in light of the fact that we are the custodians of persons with disabilities, and including for the area of education, we received various complaints from parents of children with disabilities, including various disabled people's organization, etc., regarding the dire conditions of education received by children with disabilities, and including the fact that many children with disabilities were not receiving any sort of education at all. We also then had to decide as a department what to do, bearing in mind that children with disabilities were a very diverse group, in that we had persons with neurodiverse disabilities, those with various invisible disabilities, deaf blindness, etc., and also the fact that there were various levels of intersectionality in terms of socioeconomic conditions, cultural conditions, girls with disabilities who were experiencing certain different challenges compared to boys with disabilities, etc. And so when we decided how we were going to approach what we could do in accordance with our mandate, we had to be very cognizant of these factors. We can move to the next slide. So what the department decided to do was we conducted a scoping and rapid evaluation to understand what was the situation on the ground and to develop recommendations based on the scoping that we did and the rapid evaluation. We did this during the 2022-2023 financial year. Unfortunately, we were able to do a lot of desktop research, but when it came to our interviews with our provincial education departments, etc., we had about 3 or 4 provinces that did participate, and that is how we actually based our scoping and rapid evaluation report findings and our results. So following this, in the 2023-2024 financial year, we decided to do a research so that we had evidence in terms of the exact challenges of what parents of children and children with disabilities themselves were facing on the ground, and also what NGOs, organizations for and of persons with disabilities, were also experiencing in terms of challenges experienced across the board in terms of the holistic education of children with disabilities. And it is based on this research that we then tried to look to how we were going to be able to use these findings to remedy the situation. So what we found when we started in terms of the desktop research was that Education White Paper 6 was to be implemented over a 20-year period from 2001 to 2021. However, the time frame for implementing the short, the medium, and the long-term implementation plan of the white paper had lapsed, and much of which was articulated in the policy had not materialized in the way the policy intended it to be. What we found that was after more than 20 years, there still was a systemic challenge in that we still have 2 separate education systems, one with special schools on the one hand, and one with mainstream schools on the other hand. And this was different to what was required in terms of inclusive education that was proposed by White Paper 6, where we're supposed to have a single inclusive education system. When we speak of a single inclusive education system, somehow people seem to not understand the term, but it does not just mean mainstreaming and placing children with various types of disabilities into mainstream schools, but rather what it means is create an inclusive system where there's no room for segregation, but rather that children who require different types of education, support, etc., are provided with same in different education settings, but within one system. So what we found was that over the 20 years, there were various strides made by the Department of Basic Education towards trying to increase the education access for children with disabilities. And what we can safely say is that from 2001 as compared to 2021, there was an increase in the number of children with disabilities who were receiving education in 2001 compared to 2021. So what we found is there's about approximately 120,000 children who were in special schools and 120,000 children who were in special schools as of the data that we currently had. We also found that over the 20-year period that there were more special schools that were built, and there were also full service schools that were actually mainstream schools that were given the title of full service schools so that they could start actually accepting children with mild or moderate disabilities, or can we say who required mild to moderate degrees of support, that those full service schools would be able to accommodate. We also found that they had established district-based support teams who would take on the role of being the links between the special schools and the district and the departments, etc., in terms of supports that need to be provided. There was also the screening, identification, assessment support policy that was developed and which was supposed to be in line with helping to implement the policies. So what we actually then found was that in terms of the special schools that were actually developed, the 400 special schools that we have across the country, it was going against what was intended in the white paper. However, we also understand, because what the white paper said, we need to actually put money into neighborhood schools so that children could be supported right where they lived with their families in their neighborhoods. However, we also understand that there are children who do require education in certain specialized settings. So in a way that also did provide some help. What we also found was during the 2023-2024 financial year, the Auditor General of South Africa also conducted a study in terms of the implementation of the SDG 4.5, promoting inclusive, equitable, quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. And we found that the findings and the recommendations of the Auditor General were very similar to the findings and recommendations made by the DWYPD in our two reports, the Scoping and Rapid Evaluation Report and the research report that we did put together. I want to move now to the findings in the special and rapid evaluation and the research report. And when we say these are the findings that we have, it is based on the evidence and all the data that we were able to collect. So it's an evidential based report. It's just not based on media reports, etc. So what we found was that clearly there were great difficulties that were experienced in terms of implementing Education White Paper 6. There was a lack of coordination between implementing government departments who needed to take a holistic responsibility, with DBE as leading, but with clearly that they needed some background. So,
Dr. Mhlongo, please mute yourself.
Sorry, Shay. Maybe I can
Can you
carry
please ask
on.
that Dr. Mhlongo?
Thank you so much. So there was clearly a lack of coordination between and collaboration between the various government departments themselves, who all have a role to play in the holistic support and services for education of children with disabilities, NGOs and the schools themselves, parents, etc. The other challenge was there was a very fragmented approach in terms of implementation by the various provinces. And the other challenge was that there was no clear monitoring and evaluation mechanism on how this policy was being implemented over the 20 years. And further, there were no accountability mechanisms in place. What we also found was that DBSTs, district-based support teams, and school-based support teams were established, but unfortunately, they were not properly capacitated or resourced to be able to provide the services and the links that they needed to provide. Further, we had children with disabilities being turned away from their mainstream schools and sent rather to special schools. And what was the case was that they were actually, these special schools were so full themselves that they had no space for them, which led to many children not being accepted within the mainstream school system or the special education systems within special schools. Then also to say that the Department of, there was an interministerial task team established by the DBE, but the challenge was that certain vital stakeholders were not included within these structures to help with the review of Education White Paper 6 and how we move forward, like ourselves, the DWYPD, who were not included in this task team. What we currently also found was, now with the 400 special schools spreading across the country, we had more children that had to move far away from their homes. We had a situation where you had children that were highly institutionalized away from neighborhoods, hidden away, where it was prone to a lot of abuse reports, as also in terms of rape, sexual assault, also where there's actually court cases that have been instituted against the DBE and against these schools in certain areas. And what the other bigger challenge was that special schools cater for either certain types of disabilities, so they don't cater to all disabilities, which means a child with a neurodiverse condition will not be accepted by a school that is catering for visually impaired children. So as much as there might be various special schools that have been created in terms of the 400, it's unfortunately not providing for the educational needs of all children with disabilities in their diversity. The other findings was that textbooks and learner support material were not made available in alternative accessible formats, whether it be easy read, braille, large print, adaptive material, etc. This was creating a huge problem, and even by the time these materials were received, it was too late. That in many instances, children were receiving the supports, etc., that they required after they had past the age of that particular grade. We also had situations that came across from the experiences of the parents and children that ECD for children with disabilities was a huge problem. They were not receiving early childhood development, and we all know how important early childhood is for all children, and even more so for children with disabilities who are at that disadvantage. There were various high dropout rates because of various reasons, including the lack of supports. And one of the key challenges that we saw was the screening, identification, and assessment support policy. It was a great innovation, and which could help with implementation, was not being properly administered in terms of the training that was provided to implementers, etc., which could have probably assisted with helping screening and placement of learners within the right facilities. The other problem was that children with invisible disabilities, like intellectual disabilities, children with ADHD, neurodiverse conditions, etc., they were children who were not receiving any education at all. And it was only those children who were probably in a bit of a better socioeconomic position that could actually afford those sort of facilitators, etc. So in a nutshell, those were the broad findings that came out. In terms of the recommendations, what the findings dictated in terms of the recommendations that were proposed was that we clearly need to move towards an inclusive education system, but a system where we clearly have a twin track approach, where we have mainstream schools and full service schools that cater to all children, including children with disabilities who require mild or moderate levels of support. And we have those special schools, special care centers, special schools as resource centers who are within that system, who are there, even community-based supports, etc., who are there to provide children with more education support in terms, who have more severe support needs in terms of the disability. Also, it was proposed that an Inclusive Education Act needs to be passed, or regulations in terms of the Schools Act or the Bella Act need to be developed and implemented, so that we can actually have an enforcement measure in place, so that this right to education in terms of the Constitution is taken seriously for children with disabilities. It was also proposed that we have in higher education, that there are compulsory training courses for teachers pre-service and in service, so that teachers know how to respond and educate and to children with different types of disabilities. Further, in terms of sensitizing them, so that they're able to identify and support such learners. Further, that we needed to have internal and external audits that need to be conducted in schools with regular monitoring and reporting, so that we have strengthened accountability. What was also recommended was that the SIAS policy should be incorporated as a core practice and be utilized to get the results that it was intended to have. It was also recommended that we need technology, assistive devices, etc., to be provided to learners with disabilities. Partnerships and coordination between various stakeholders, including government departments like Department of Transport, Social Development, Health, Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities. All of us need to come together in terms of how we need to provide holistic support for children with disabilities and their families, their parents, etc., including the NGO sector, who play a very critical role with providing these supports. We needed an effective complaints mechanism developed, because what was found is that parents do not know where to go once they have been turned away from special schools or from mainstream schools, and have no idea, once they lodge a complaint, who is attending to that complaint and whether the matter will be resolved, many of whom are sitting with children who are 14 years old who have not yet passed grade 3 because of the supports that they are lacking when they have been to school, and unfortunately not able to get the support they require, and then stagnate and remain out of school. We can then move to the AGSA, which we quickly want to highlight in terms of the Auditor General of South Africa's report, where they highlighted, when they looked at the implementation of SDG 4.5, that children from 0 to 5 years were not counted in the census, which clearly impacts the planning, budgeting, responsiveness, etc., in terms of children with disabilities as well. They've also indicated that since ECD has moved in 2022 from DSD to the DBE, it has exacerbated the problems experienced by children with disabilities in terms of ECD that they require. What they have also indicated is that the focus of DBE is more on children above the age of 5 years old. And as much as they can see that the DBE have put in place plans for children with disabilities under the age of 5, from 0 to 5, these plans are not concrete in terms of children with disabilities in respect of early childhood development that they require. And this is a real concern. And what the critical part that was in the report of the Auditor General South Africa was that 459,000 children with disabilities were not accounted for in terms of the education database in basic education. So I want to move to the next slide in terms of the cabinet process. So the DWYPD had commenced with the process of taking, because it was, once we do these reports, we would like for these recommendations to then be implemented. It's because the reason for the research was that we get recommendations and a way forward in terms of suggesting interventions to work together on how we can overcome challenges that we're currently experiencing. So we did take it through the SPCHD TWG cluster, and it then moved on to the DGs cluster of the SPCHD during December last year. And it has been agreed at that meeting that prior to us taking it through to cabinet, these two reports, that we will sit together, a meeting coordinated by DBE and DOH with all other relevant supporting departments, to come together and discuss what needs to be done to overcome these challenges, and how we can try and implement some of these recommendations that were proposed. Unfortunately, this meeting has not occurred since December, but we are going to try and work together with DBE to make sure that this date for this meeting does occur, so that this coordination can start and collaboration can start in earnest. And then in terms of concluding, Honorable Chair and members, we want to say that we want to work very closely with the DBE. We understand it is the mandate of the DBE in terms of providing education. However, we all have a supportive and a collaborative role to play within the entire system. We thank the department for including us in their committee that they have started to place children who are out of school in school. However, we also requesting the department to include us in their ministerial task team, which is reviewing Education White Paper 6, so we can be involved to help and provide guidance where at all possible, and so that we also kept up to date with the progress being made by this ministerial task team, because at the moment we have no clear idea of the department's intention on how we are going to operationalize and make sure that we are able to also legally enforce in some way the constitutional right to education of children with disabilities. And our main aim in all of this would be to coordinate better, collaborate, including private sector, civil society, all our government departments, so that we have an inclusive education system that is developed as it was intended by Education White Paper 6, where we support all children despite the type, nature, intersectionality of their particular disabilities to reach their full potential and be included and supported in terms of a quality, equitable education. Thank you, Chair. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukraeli, for that presentation. We will then ask DDG Shabalala to proceed with her presentation, please.
Good morning, Chairperson, and my apologies for not being there at the time when you opened. I called earlier on and I was informed that the first session is a closed session. We should be joining at 10, and I do apologize for miscommunication and any inconvenience caused. I am with a colleague of mine, Mr. Sipiwe Machobo, and I'm going to request, Chairperson, that we talk to the Sanitary Dignity Programme. A part of it makes reference to the teenage pregnancy issue, but shortly after his presentation, I will amplify the teenage pregnancy matter, and then we will take questions and answers after Mr. Machoba has presented. He is the director that is squarely responsible for the program in the 9 provinces. Mr. Machoba, over to you.
Thank you very much, DDG. Before you continue, we will take all the presentations and only take questions at the end.
Chairperson, I can't hear you. There's an echo.
Okay, no problem. Let's just proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I could proceed, but there seems to be some disturbance.
Yes, it looks like somebody's device is interfering with yours, so I'm not sure who's with you in the room. Honorable Kanile, you had your hand up.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I'm audible. I wanted to raise the same issue. It is the same reason why I'm not turning off my video. It sounds like there is an echo, so we cannot hear the presenter clearly, and we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you are able to hear me though. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible now?
Much better, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think also the echo is gone now, so let's just proceed. Thank you very much. Over to you, Department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope the presentation is beamed on the screen for all of you. Honorable Chairperson, members, good morning. I'll do a presentation on the Sanitary Dignity Programme. Firstly, just by way of introduction, Chairperson, to indicate that the purpose of the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework is to ensure that girls and women are assisted by government to address period poverty. And also the strategic objectives are to ensure that women and girls manage their menstruation in a knowledgeable, safe and dignified manner. For indigent girl learners in quintiles 1, 2, and 3, which are no-fee paying schools together with special and farm school, this is to ensure uninterrupted learning so that they can reach their fullest potential, just like boy learners, so that they are not inhibited by the natural process of menstruation. Another important aspect of the program is to ensure that in the public procurement processes, women, youth, and persons with disabilities owned and run enterprises benefit from opportunities arising at the level of manufacturing, distribution, storage, and safe collection, as well as disposal of used sanitary pads. This will lessen over-dependence on multinational companies that are currently making a lot of money from the menstrual health industry. Also to indicate, Chairperson and members, that an important development during 2019-20 financial year was that the Minister of Finance declared a zero VAT rate on sanitary pads, which means that it makes it convenient at the retail to access these menstrual products. It actually should make it more accessible, but obviously those are issues that will require some evaluation. And then the next slide will speak to implementation, or rather implementing departments. There are departments that there are 2 departments in provinces that are implementing the program. For instance, there are those that do so under the auspices of the Department of Education, which would be the Northwest, Northern Cape, Limpopo, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal. And then the others do so through the Department of Social Development, Western Cape, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. Why this exists, Chairperson and members, is that this was the choice of provinces that either of those departments would be best suited in terms of their own institutional arrangements, would be best suited to deliver the program. It's not something that was by the design of DWIPD, but rather that of the provinces. And then also to just indicate that in as far as the equitable allocation, which is earmark funding, and by the way, also to indicate that it is not a conditional grant, but it is referred to as earmark funding. If you look at the red figures there, Chairperson and colleagues, this is where we are going to be as from April of this year, which will mark the 25-26 financial year. In terms of the allocation, it is as follows. The Eastern Cape, which receives the second highest allocation, would be at 46,272,000, and that is an increase of 1,984,000. That is the increase. And then in the Free State, their allocation is 16,822,000. That is an increase of 721,000. And then we have Gauteng at 31,430,000 from the equitable share. But I must point out that Gauteng has its own provincial allocation as well, which in the previous financial year was about 130 million. So you add that 130 million with this allocation of 31 million, it makes quite a handsome amount, because with them, they roll out what they call dignity packs, which is a whole range of consignments beyond just the disposable sanitary pads. And then if you go to KwaZulu-Natal, this is the highest allocation to any province, which is 60,171,000, and the increase is 2,580,000. And then
Chair, there's no
Just no-
sound, or is it just me?
No, Honourable Speaker, you are quite correct. We've lost the sound. Can we just, DDG,
Okay.
we've lost his sound.
Let me step in and let me just check where Mr. Machoba was. I recall him making reference to Gauteng and Gauteng. Are you there, Mr. Machoba?
DDG, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may
Yes,
proceed.
but I barely touched anything, but I just got this shock that I was not heard. May I proceed?
Yes, please, Mr. Mashoba.
Thank you so much. I was on KZN, Chairperson, to indicate that the allocation there, which is the highest allocation, is 60,171,000, and that has increased by 2,580,000. And one thing about KZN as well is that recently they have added their own provincial allocation of 30 million into this 60 million, which means, give or take, they have about 90 million in their kitty, and then that is followed by Limpopo with 40 million, 287 million, an increase of 1,727,000, and then we have Mpumalanga at 23 million. 753,000, an increase by 994,000, and Northern Cape with 5,737,000 with an increase of 246,000. May I say that the original allocation in Northern Cape, when the program was incepted in 2019, it was 10 million. But because for a financial year, they did not use the allocation, therefore, it was reduced by National Treasury. So that is the tragedy that befell Northern Cape. And then with Northwest, the allocation is 20,208,000, an increase of 867,000. And then Western Cape is 12,437,000, an increase of 533,000. So all in all, the budget for 25-26 financial year is 257 million 117,000, which is an increase of 11 million. So that is basically how the budget stands at this particular point, Chairperson. You will notice that there has been quite an increment over the years, because in 2019-20 financial year, when the program was incepted, the allocation was 157 million. So there is quite an increase, modest as it is, but it doesn't really reach the kind of threshold that we would wish for. If I can then move smartly, also to talk to other departments in government, Chairperson, that are also contributors to the Sanitary Dignity Programme, because it is not only through this allocation that DWIPD negotiated with National Treasury, but also through the Department of Higher Education and Training. There is an amount also for all National Student Financial Aid Scheme bursary holders, apart from just the tuition fees, accommodation fees, and everything else. The female students receive a stipend of 300 rands per month to buy menstrual products and toiletries. And by the way, to just indicate that this had been extended to males as well, to buy things like deodorant, toothpaste, all those necessities. And in 2024, because we still have to revisit the number for 2025, the number of female students was 450,000, and then for the male students was 250,000. So this is quite a significant input into the post-education and training institution students. And then also to indicate that women in correctional services, whether remanded or serving, they receive free sanitary pads, and the figure then that we had was about 3,900 female inmates. And then further, the Department of Social Development also provides free sanitary pads to women and girls in places of safety, places of care, and related centers, as well as youth-headed households, because there's quite a significant number of youth-headed households. And then the last category from the Department of Health, free sanitary pads are afforded to girls and women in maternity and psychiatric wards, of course, in public hospitals. And then in terms of the benefits of the program, Chairperson and colleagues, of course, the obvious is that since 2019, learners in those identified quintiles have been beneficiaries of the program. However, I must indicate that although we will revisit the figure now, in terms of menstruating learners in public schools from the age of 10 up until the age of 18, the number or the figure would be about 4.5 million, for instance. But what we are able to, at this stage, reach in terms of our allocation has been 2,766,000 learners. However, this could have been far more higher than this figure that I'm actually talking to right now. But I'll explain why, because some provinces have not been doing well with the rollout or with the usage of the budget. And then also to indicate that one of the benefits is that the pads that are delivered to schools are SABS compliant for product safety. And also, apart from distributing products to learners, we have partnered with a lot of organizations inside and outside of government on advocacy and information sessions on menstrual health, sexual and reproductive health rights, and also assessment of wash facilities or water supply, sanitation and hygiene facilities in schools to check whether the schools are menstruator friendly or girl friendly in terms of safe and lockable toilet cubicles, availability of water, soap, towels, and also bins for disposal. And also to indicate that, of course, we cannot address menstruation without addressing teenage pregnancies, because we are all aware that once a girl reaches menarche or menstruation stage, there would be possibilities of unplanned or unwanted pregnancies. And also to indicate that one of the benefits is that there's been a growing awareness from male teachers, school governing bodies, and also boy learners and people within the school environment and outside in terms of being more understanding of the menstrual process, the menstrual cycle, and also the girls themselves understanding their own cycles and also management of period or menstrual pains. And also the last one to also indicate, last but not least, to say that women and youth-owned and run SMMEs have benefited in manufacturing and distribution in the program through public procurement processes, simply put, through tenders. But what we have noticed is that we'll have to do some interventions when it comes to disability-owned enterprises, because the procurement processes allows for women, youth, and disability-owned enterprises to be the primary beneficiaries. But so far, we have realized that no entrepreneurs with disabilities have actually benefited from this program, either as manufacturers or distributors. Whereas with youth, there's been quite a fair amount of that, but largely the current beneficiaries are women-owned and run enterprises. But I must indicate that there still has to be a lot done with giving manufacturing capacity and knowledge and know-how around manufacturing, because most of these women-run enterprises are distributors more than actual manufacturers. So that is something that we have noted. And also to speak to the challenges of the program, The program has been confronted over the years by chronic delayed procurement processes in some provinces. This, amongst other things, is caused by insufficient planning, inefficiency, SCM irregularities, and inability to learn from past mistakes. But it is good to indicate that, maybe before I say that, to indicate that this has been the case in Northwest, Eastern Cape, Free State, and Gauteng. But the recent development, because the situation is not static, Chairperson and colleagues, is that there has been improvement, and that gives us the hope that in this particular last quarter of 24-25 financial year, the recipients of these products are going to be increased. The situation as it stands right now is that the best performing provinces are Western Cape, KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. Northern Cape is on an average, is coming, but the ones that were seriously challenged is Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, and Free State. But the good news is that Eastern Cape and Northwest have resolved their procurement challenges, and that we know for a fact that they are distributing already in the fourth quarter. It's just that we are waiting for the quarterly national task team meeting in March, wherein they will report formally. And also with Free State, which was the most affected province, because since 2021 financial year up until now, they had not been distributing sanitary pads. They also have reached a stage where by December last year, they were at adjudication stage, which meant that they needed to just appoint service providers so that they'll be able to then distribute. But I'm sure they'll be able to give a status report on that. And one of the challenge provinces that I must indicate, Chairperson, also with such a humongous budget is Gauteng. Gauteng Department of Social Development has a deep crisis in as far as delayed procurement processes. And the issue about these procurement processes is that they are delayed, they are either delayed, or when they are in progress, something goes wrong, whether it is at evaluation stage or adjudication stage, such that the tender has to be re-advertised. And you can imagine that at that time, learners are busy menstruating, and they're not going to wait because provinces are doing this show again and again. And sometimes when service providers have been appointed, there's litigation, which speaks to some of the anomalies that are in procurement processes. But provinces themselves will talk to this chairperson. So the result of the above basically is that the budget would not be optimally spent, and that is to the detriment of the beneficiaries. And we are unable now to do a credible gap analysis to say, if, for instance, we were to seek more funding from National Treasury, for instance, how many learners would there be in that instance, and how much can we cost that? So what really hits us when procurement processes don't happen is that, one, learners don't get these justifiable products that they should get. And secondly, it creates bad planning throughout the value chain because we're unable to do a credible gap analysis. Also, another challenge is that obviously not all learners are reached through the equitable share allocation. However, this is a matter that can really be prevented if provinces are urged to use every rand and cent so that we can be able then to credibly see those gaps. Also, one of the issues on the third last slide is that some provinces do not provide credible evidence-based information, because we have quarterly task team meetings where we sit with all the provinces, where we get reports, we interrogate those reports, we are given a status situation, but when you go through it and you validate the information by going to those provinces, you find that there are incongruences in as far as the information provided. So that's part of the issue. that confront us. But that is why now we have developed a monitoring and evaluation framework, and we are also workshopping provinces in terms of how to use that for better planning and for better outcomes. And then the second last, Chairperson and colleagues, is that there are human resource challenges. For instance, some provinces don't have requisite human resources in order to run the program. For instance, in the Northern Cape, colleagues they will speak for themselves. They are here. We're indicating that because of the expansiveness geographically of the Northern Cape, sometimes they have challenges. But we have advised that as they might have challenges at the provincial level, each Department of Education has district offices, so they need to also utilize those district offices, and those district offices will link with the school-based support team at school level. So a little bit of creativity and stretching of the imagination will also be very important. Then the last challenge is that some provinces do not have functional provincial sanitary dignity committees. The importance of these committees are that they are managed from the offices of the Premier, and then you have all the departments that play a role here: social development, health, education, and those that deal with infrastructure-related matters like toilet situations. But if they do not meet, then you are not going to have an integrated approach to the program, because this is not a program just merely for the implementing department. And then way forward, Chairperson, which should be at my end stage, is that the department is undertaking a comprehensive provincial financial flows analysis of the Sanitary Dignity Programme since its inception from 2019 up until now, to determine the extent of government investment on the provision of sanitary dignity and further address gaps in terms of beneficiaries that are not being reached thus far. The exercise is a near completion stage, and we are confident that by the beginning of the first quarter of the new financial year, we'll be able to actually present this to the committee. And also, we will continue to monitor and ensure that there's an increased rollout of sanitary pads in 25-26 financial year. And of course, now it is obviously encouraged by the fact that some provinces now have actually completed their procurement processes, and it's a 3-cycle process, which means if they at least pass the threshold of procurement, there's a whole 3 years of rollout without any procurement delays. And also to indicate, Chair, most importantly, that right now, in collaboration with the United Nations Population Fund, we are developing a teenage pregnancy strategy, which will ensure that we have a national plan of action that is integrated, that involves all players within government, civil society, and UN organizations. At the government level, you have the Department of Health, DWIPD, Education, Social Development, South African Police Services, National Prosecuting Authority, and then from civil society, we'll have SANEC, Masimanyane Women's Group, the other organization of Advocate Brenda Madumisa, for Africa, something like that, and also quite an array of civil society organizations, and of course UN organizations, because this is a societal matter. We will all work within the umbrella of this strategy that is being developed, and already the terms of reference have been worked out, and the strategy will definitely be at a discussion stage within the first quarter of the new financial year. So we are hoping that therefore we'll really move away from fragmented approaches, because what we have realized, Chair and honorable members, is that there is a lot of investment on eradicating or lessening the scourge of teenage pregnancies. It's just that our efforts are fragmented, and as a result, we are not able to make meaningful impact. So now we're drawing everybody into the same room so that we're able to do this together have a monitoring mechanism where DWIPD and the National Department of Health will work together, will co-chair a structure that will seek reports on a quarterly basis from all the players within and without government institutions. Also to indicate that more advocacy and information sessions on menstrual health are going to still continue, as well as on reproductive and on sexual and reproductive health rights, because this is something that has to be done again and again and again. It's a human issue that will always be with us. Second, last, we'll continue to also do WASH assessments in schools, and also, of course, the monitoring and evaluation workshops will continuously have that in provinces. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matshoba, for that presentation. DDG Shabalala, can you just take 5 minutes to do the overarching or the roundup of the presentations, as you had indicated before? Because we do need to move over to the Department of Education and its provincial delegations, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've just noted that in the interest of time, we have to summarize, but suffice to say, Mr. Matshoba covered us very well. The strategy will provide a much clearer and a more coherent government response to teenage pregnancy, and will address a lot of intersectoral and inter-institutional accountability issues that we want to bring forth, but also ensuring that at the end of the day, we improve sector systems, issues around information management and data. Once it is approved, we have a youth-centric strategy, and we don't leave the young people behind when we craft it, and we improve appropriate enforcement of policies and laws, particularly with regard to statutory rape. And we have an M&E framework, and we will monitor and be in a position to respond. So allow us to go through that process of the development of the strategy, and we will take it through to cabinet so that it binds everybody from an accountability point of view in terms of implementation and accountability. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you to the department for all your presentations this morning. Please do stay with us, because we will engage on these presentations once we've taken the presentations from the Department of Education and the provincial delegations. Dr. Whittle, it is now your opportunity, DDG, to take us through your presentation.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the honourable members. Let me also acknowledge the MECs and HODs for the provincial education departments who've joined us this morning, and good morning also to all colleagues who have joined us. Chair, our presentations will be in 3 parts, which you've outlined at the start. It'll have a focus on inclusive education, on teenage pregnancy, and then the Sanitary Dignity Programme. We'll start with the Sanitary Dignity one, where Mr. Liko Bottoman will take us through. The pregnancy part will be done by Mr. Ndlovu, and the inclusive education part by Mr. Ngobo. And if I can ask colleagues to just come in that order, please. Over to you, Mr. Bottoman. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Whittle. And again, just to our presenters, to be mindful of the time, please, just to stick to your allocated slot. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, senior managers and colleagues. I'm going to run through my presentation very quickly, as the Chair has already requested that we must be mindful of time. Just on the menstrual health management and sanitary dignity program in basic education, we my slides are not moving. Are they moving on your side, Chair?
Yes, they're moving on our side.
Okay, wonderful. All right, this is just the presentation outline. I just have these 7 things that I just need to share within a couple of minutes. The purpose already is to just present you the PC about how we are implementing the menstrual health management and sanitary dignity program in basic education. And as part of background, to just indicate, Chair, that the basic education sector has chosen to locate menstrual health and sanitary dignity as a human rights matter. There has been some debates about it being a health matter, about it being a gender matter, and we have taken the decision that would locate it as a human rights matter because it does affect the realization of the inalienable right of children to access basic education. And we also acknowledge that it needs to be tackled at different levels of the sector. Therefore, the whole ecosystem needs to be hands on board in order for us to address this issue. And we also are understanding that our role as basic education is largely on the education around the myths and to dispel some myths that may be experienced by children through the curriculum, because the curriculum is our strongest point as the sector. So in the curriculum, we use comprehensive sexuality education, which is delivered in life orientation, which deals with many themes and topics within that, including gender, body image, reproductive choice, and others that are related to the matter at hand. We have also taken the time to map out these lessons in comprehensive sexuality education and in life orientation. And we start in grade 4. From grade 4 to grade 6, this is what we have, without wasting time, Honorable Chair, to just indicate that the ones that are shaded in red are the ones where you are likely to find information on menstrual health management and sanitary dignity and puberty and related matters. We also do understand, Chair, that especially in the modern days, children actually start menstruating even before they reach this age group, grade 4. And we are trying to come up with a graded curriculum on life orientation and life skills, which will begin to introduce the concepts of menstrual health and sanitary dignity even to slightly younger children, because these days that start as young as 8, sometimes as young as 9. And that age, they have not yet reached the age at which we start comprehensive sexuality education. Within the next phase, you could see that these are the ones that are highlighted in red. And within the higher grades in FET, these are the ones that are highlighted in red here as well. So we've mapped out those lessons in life orientation. Some of the actions that we've taken, we have got an operational framework called Care and Support for Teaching and Learning, which is about ensuring that children realize their right to education, and it ensures that we galvanize support from in an intersectoral and collaborative manner for us to implement interventions that are child-centered for all sectors to be organized around the support of the child. And so menstrual health and sanitary dignity has been identified as one of the priority key areas of intervention there. We've also developed guidelines for schools because we were aware of the uneven implementation of the menstrual health and sanitary dignity program in basic education. And so we've developed these guidelines. We've just concluded them towards the end of 2024, and we will be able to roll them out to schools. And we're going to be using May as the World Menstrual Hygiene Month, commemorative month, so that we could use that as an advocacy moment for these guidelines, so that then irrespective of where the child finds herself in South Africa, that they receive the same kind of dosage of support in as far as menstrual health and sanitary dignity is concerned. And we also understand that we need to come up with tailored solutions as well, because our schools are quite different. And so we also need to draw back to the WASH guidelines that we had developed in 2017, because we are unable to speak about menstrual health and sanitary dignity without talking about WASH and WASH facilities. The WASH facilities, the WASH guidelines are also cognizant of the different permutations of WASH facilities in our schools. For example, it takes into consideration some of the water scarce environments or schools that are located in water scarce environments. and comes up with ideas on what those schools could do in the event that water is not as freely and easily accessible. The integrated school health policy is probably the honing policy for the delivery of this work. And of course, as I've already indicated, that the curriculum is probably the mainstay of delivery or as a modality of delivery in basic education. We've also taken the time to partner with a multimedia partners like your SABC Education, to come up with some campaigns that would look at how we can mobilize support for menstruators, and how do we also locate men and boys as enablers for menstruators. And we've got this few-second advert that we did with SABC on menstrual health, and I hope that you can also get the sound, but I'll just play it for you just now.
Nurturing good boys, raising better men.
I don't know if you could get the sound of that one. If you can just confirm for me, please.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
We were able to see that.
Okay, I'm just going to show you one more before I conclude. So that video was developed, Chair, really to ensure that, because long ago in our schools, when they come to the issue of menstruation, they would ask boys to leave the room so that they only talk to girls. But in today's curriculum and what is happening in the school-based interventions, boys are also part of the conversation. Let's move to the next one.
I am Councillor Tahira Eridin. One of the many challenges women and girls are faced with is access to menstrual hygiene products. There are 3.7 million girls in South Africa that do not have access to feminine hygiene products. This is unacceptable. Most schools do not cater for girl learners who are menstruating. Poor menstrual hygiene practices can have a major impact on one's health if neglected. Your menstruation can say a lot about your health. And for those of you who are listening who don't have a vagina, I would like to say that comments such as, "Oh, she's just on a period, that's why she's upset," needs to come to an end. Learn to be more kind and understanding, because we girls and women go through a lot.
So some of the honorable members may have seen these adverts on television, because the minister at the time was indicating to us that if we want to tackle this issue and we want to tackle it well, we need to understand ourselves as a sector that we don't only do education in class, but our education should be for society, for the entire country, and that's why we did that. These are just some of the existing policy and strategic frameworks that make our work possible in basic education. We also did some research around menstrual health practices in South African schools, because we needed to have our own empirical evidence around menstrual health and sanitary dignity, Honorable Chair. And there were some recommendations that came out of that study, which can be shared with honorable members as well, so that they can go through the content for themselves. But here it is to simply just say that amongst the list of recommendations that arose out of that, the only one that we really seem to be struggling with in basic education is the one on menstrual waste management. And this is something that is currently in discussion between ourselves and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as Public Works, to look at how what kind of solutions can we bring to our schools, given the differences of how schools are organized or located. And in conclusion, is to just say that we know that there are civil society organizations that are pushing the state to come up with the legislation that specifically speaks to menstrual health and sanitary dignity. And we're saying that that can be achieved, but progressively. It's not something that you can do immediately. The Department of Women and Youth and Persons with Disabilities has been indicating to us that 5 years ago, when they were speaking about the Sanitary Dignity Programme, they had indicated to the state that at least 400 million 5 years ago was needed in order for us to even come close to providing universal access to sanitary dignity. But to date, we are learning that we only have 246 million rands. The third one is to just say that we have got now the responsibility to mobilize all sectors of society. In fact, interestingly, Honorable Chair, we appeared in front of a joint portfolio committee on basic education and higher education and training. One of the responsibilities that were given in November when we appeared there was that the Parliament was not convinced that the departments that are responsible have exhausted all avenues in order to provide universal access to sanitary dignity. And as a result, because basic education has got primary interest in ensuring that all girls in school at least do have access to sanitary dignity, they would then need to be the ones that coordinate all other sectors. And we don't need to go to only the traditional ones like women, health and social development. They were saying that we also need to go to Treasury, science and innovation. They also spoke about trade and industry, all these others, even small business, all these other departments that could come up with solutions that could help us get there. And so we are preparing for that kind of an engagement that will be led by the state, and it will be happening also within that month of May, again, to take advantage of the advocacy moment that is provided to us by the World Menstrual Hygiene Month in May. And of course, then we're hoping to see some improvements on efficiencies on an ongoing manner. Thank you so much, Chair. I think that I would end my input right there. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you, Mr. Botman. Can we now proceed to the next presentation, DDG?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Ndlovu, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, DDG.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, DDG and honorable members. I'm not sure. Okay. Can you see my presentation here?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be presenting on the overview of learner pregnancy prevention and management, including comprehensive sexuality education. Because of time, Chair, I won't go through the presentation outline, just to indicate that I'll focus on the situational analysis of where we are at, and also what we know in terms of research that has been done in terms of learner pregnancy. And I would also go through the overview of the policy and give an update on what we have implemented as a department. And honorable members, I think the major challenge that we're facing in South Africa is the prevalence of HIV and incidences of new HIV infections amongst adolescent girls and young women, especially from the ages of 15 to 24. However, what we are noticing in the age group 10 to 19 is that double of the HIV prevalence among young women is nearly 2 times greater than that of young men and boys, which is 5.6% versus 3%. And these incidences are caused mainly by, or the main driver of these incidences is the high prevalence or incidences of pregnancies amongst young people. In South Africa, we have more than 30% of teenage girls that fall pregnant. And we have more than 65% of these pregnancies are actually unplanned. And 46% of sexual abuse complaints are coming from children, and girls experience rape and sexual harassment, verbal abuse, and bullying in schools. And of late, we see a high incidence of attempts on suicide, and some of them are because of depression caused by unplanned pregnancies, because learners can't disclose to parents and they resort to taking their lives, which is a very serious challenge that we're facing. Studies that have been conducted, we have DST who conducted their social development. They conducted a study in 2014, and the Department of Basic Education conducted a study on learner pregnancies. And we have the findings that gender inequality, poverty, gender-based violence, and power inequalities are still identified as the major factors that are driving teen pregnancies. And last year, in 2021, we received a report from the Commission of Gender Equality on the impact of teen pregnancies on school dropout, and the same issues were picked from this finding. The latest study that was conducted by Oxford University tracking teen moms discovered that being age grade delayed, household poverty, and unplanned pregnancies also limited communication between on sexual reproductive health with caregivers or parents or guardians is putting young girls at a higher risk of dropping out of schools during pregnancy. But critical is that those who drop out early during pregnancy, where they don't have any formal child care after giving birth, and no formal child care in the family, or no one in the family who can support the child, are at risk of not coming back to school. The good news is that 49% probability of school enrollment or returning to school is there between girls who have no food security, living in informal housing, where there was poor caregiver relationship and greater distances to schools. However, if it is 49%, it means over 51% of girls who are experiencing this or are living in these conditions are most likely not going to come back to school. However, when we have food security and living in formal housing and having good care relationship and lower distance to schools, increase the chances of the probability of girls coming to school. In the 2013 General Household Survey, it reported that only a third of girls will come back to school after giving birth. But the good news is that in this study, it was discovered that 75% of girls stayed in school during the pregnancy, and 70% of these girls went back to school after giving birth. So critical is that receiving family child care support doubles the chance for girls to return to school. And effective management of learner pregnancy depend on collaboration, complementary approach between all department partners and stakeholders, and instituting strong referral mechanism, as alluded by the presentation from Mr. Machoba and Mr. Botman. The situation in terms of like the deliveries in terms of in 2024-2025 financial year, these are statistics that were received from the District Health Information System, is that from Q1, we saw a rise in deliveries in health facilities in Q2. However, in Q3, we see that it is almost half the deliveries. This is between the ages of 10 to 14. However, the same trends are noticed in the 15 to 19. However, the numbers is that we had over 20,000 deliveries in Q1, that is January to March, but we also had over 30,000 deliveries between April and June. And by September, we saw the number dropping to 16,820. When we analyze this trend, Chair and honorable members, we can see that there is something that happens during October and December when learners are not in school, because these deliveries, if we track back, these are most of the pregnancies that will have occurred during that period when we write exams and after that we close schools. So interventions need to also analyze and look at this data that we inform our intervention. An overview of the policies, that the goals of the policies to reduce the incidences of learner pregnancy through the provision of quality comprehensive sexuality education and access to adolescent youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health services. So it is critical for the Department of Basic Education to ensure that we make schools accessible to the provision of services, but also in terms of referring learners to youth-friendly facilities. And the other goal is to promote the constitutional right of girls to education by ensuring that they're not excluded from school as a result of pregnancy and birth. Because if pregnant learners are not returned to school, we perpetuate the poverty cycle, and chances are if a learner remains at home and not come to school, a second pregnancy is most prominent. So, Chair, honorable members, the policy provisions, there are 5 provisions in the policy. The first is an enabling environment where we ensure that schools are safe, free from stigma, and provide a non-discriminatory environment so that a pregnant learner can continue with the studies. And we also guarantee that the learner can continue with their education during pregnancy, but also facilitate the re-entry into education, because schools are known as a protective factor from a variety of social ills. And in terms of prevention is to make sure that they access accurate sexual reproductive health, knowledge and information, including delayed sexual debut, abstinence, and contraception, and role of gender power dynamics in relationship. Mr. Bottoman has indicated that this is covered through the curriculum. And then we also have care, counseling, and support, where we provide an environment where all pregnant learners can access professional information, advice, referral, treatment, care, counseling, and support. And lastly is the impact mitigation, where we make reasonable accommodation so that we can be able to sustain the system and ensure that the system is safe and empowering environment for pregnant learners. And lastly is the policy management and implementation, which is sustaining management structures and strategies in place at all levels at the system to plan and implement the provisions of the policy and monitor the report of its progress. And Mr. Machoba has also spoken our collaboration in terms of like the multi-sectoral and multi-departmental meetings that we are constantly having in this regard. And then in terms of like the implementation, the policy members was gazetted in December 2021. It was launched in February 22, and we have also developed an abridged version of the policy for easy read. And the policy was disseminated in all the province, in the district directors, councils of education ministers, HEDCOM, and all the departmental structures. And further, it was disseminated through all the levels. So we have orientated our provincials, our provinces, our districts, and also our partners who are implementing programs that are targeting learners in schools, so that they are well versed with the provisions of the policy. The policy was printed and distributed in all quintal 1 to 3 schools, and the provinces continued to print for quintal 4 and quintal 5. So DBE printed for quintal 1 to 3, but through the conditional grant, the provinces printed both the full policy and the abridged version and distributed to schools. And we have developed guides on the implementation of the policy to guide schools as to, in terms of managing pregnancy should it occur. However, we are currently undertaking a process of regulating the management of learner pregnancy in schools. So we're developing regulations instead of the guides, because we were, as we know, the Bella Act says the minister must develop regulations so that we can enforce the reporting of pregnancies, especially for the 10 to 15-year pregnancies, because that constitutes statutory rape. To say pregnancy must be reported not only to the police station, but also through the systems, because we need to track how many learners are pregnant in the system. One of the asks from the portfolio committee was to provide statistics on the annual school survey. Since 2017, the Department of Basic Education has ceased to conduct the annual school survey, as the learner unit tracking system, which is LURIS, was introduced in the system, which replaced the survey mode of data collection. So data is currently collected through the South African School Management Administration and Management Information System, which is SASAMS, and through EMIS, which is the Education Information Management System. We do experience some challenges in terms of collecting data on learner pregnancy, since the data that we have in our system is incomplete due to lack of reporting from schools, as some learners are not, and parents do not disclose pregnancies when they occur, and this will be captured as a reason for dropout in EMIS, but not necessarily as a learner pregnancy, because some of them drop out. So we are now working closely. We have worked with EMIS to develop a module in EMIS, where we're going to collect the data of all pregnancies in schools that are reported, and through the regulation, it will also assist us to enforce reporting by principals in schools. So that's why we are continuing to work closely with the Department of Health for provision of services and reporting on data on deliveries in health facilities. So we use this as a proxy, as it is more accurate compared to the data that we collect due to non-disclosure in schools. However, the data is there in EMIS. So we also collect data through the General Household Survey. We extract the data that focuses on schools, and we also look at the trends and also look at issues including pregnancy. So I will not over-elaborate on comprehensive sexuality education, Chair, as Mr. Bottoman has done that. All that we need to indicate is that comprehensive sexuality education is provided in all schools through life skills and life orientation. However, we have developed scripted lesson plans to support educators, especially in the high priority district as indicated in this map. These are the high priority district where we have the high incidences and prevalences of HIV, but also we have records of high pregnancies from this district and sub-district. So in this district, we have placed learner support agents in all the schools, which is 38 education district. It was 27 that were supported. Now we're supporting 38. However, honorable members, you will know that we are also having some of the support is coming from PEPFAR, and the PEPFAR project in 11 of this district has currently been suspended pending the executive order. However, we have also continued as a department to support the learner agents that were placed in this education district, so that we still continue to support learners to remain in schools and also track them when after delivery, so that we facilitate re-entry in school. So in terms of collaboration, we are part of the Integrated School Health Program, and we also provide sexual reproductive health services that is led by the Department of Health, and we have the Department of Social Development as another department that provides psychosocial support in schools. And we also have the National Program of Action on Teenage Pregnancy, the one that Mr. Machoba was talking to. So we work with the Department of Women and People Living with Disabilities in this collaboration. University of Cape Town, Oxford University, we work with the university we have developed a toolkit for school-based support team and educators on the management and dealing with pregnancies in schools. And we also have the DREAMS program, which is funded by PEPFAR through USAID and CDC. This is the one that I said is one that we continue to implement as DBE. However, we highlighted it in red, Chair, because we don't know what the executive order review is holding for us. And we also have the Adolescent and Young People's Program that is funded by the Global Fund, which is similar to the DREAMS, and it also places learner support agents to support learners, including those that are pregnant, so that we can make sure that they get the services that they require. And we also have the UN partners, UNESCO, UNFPA, who also support the Department of Basic Education in implementing their program. Yes, I think that is it. We recommend, Chair, that the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities knows the brief on the policy prevention, management of learner pregnancy and comprehensive sexuality education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndlovu, and thank you as well to Mr. Bottoman. I'm sorry that I mispronounced your surname. DDG, can we take the last presentation, please? Just
Yes, thank you very
summary
much,
of the
Chair.
last presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Ndlovu, over to you.
Thank you, DDG. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. I'm going to be taking my screen now. I hope you can see the presentation. Yeah.
I'm not yet, Mr. Ndlovu.
Okay. Okay, I've shared it. Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, we can't see it yet.
Let me unshare and share again.
Okay, there it's up now. If you could put it on slide mode.
Not sure why it's refusing to go to slide mode now. Let me unshare and then share it again. Share. Is that fine now?
It is not, but I think it's fine. I think just proceed.
Okay.
We can see the slides.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Doc. Yes. I'm going to be this presentation outline indicates what we had been requested to do. I think there were three issues that the portfolio committee wanted us to cover. The first one was around the policy on inclusive education, the frameworks that guide us, and the second one was around the waiting lists, and which I've indicated there, but we also share a bit of access to basic education. But we're also requested to share the budget allocation for public special schools. But you will see that we share a little bit more than that, but also the challenges and the mitigations that are there. This is a presentation to brief the portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities on the implementation of inclusive education, focusing on learners with disabilities. I'm saying focusing on learners with disability because inclusive education spans beyond learners with disabilities. So there are programs in that regard. The mandate of basic education is to provide an environment where everyone will have access to lifelong learning in terms of Section 29(1)(a) of the Constitution. Therefore, we believe that access to these opportunities is an institutional imperative that must be actualized for all the citizens, for the citizens to improve the quality of their lives, but also to contribute meaningfully to their families, communities, and society in general. We view inclusive education, therefore, as a mechanism to achieve this long-lasting, vastly better development prospects for all the children. And we acknowledge that we've made significant progress in ensuring that children with disabilities can enjoy uninhibited access to the right to a basic education. However, we also acknowledge that there are challenges that prevail, given our history and other factors that combine with that. But we are confident in terms of the progress that we have made and that we continue making. In terms of the policy framework, in terms of inclusive education, we are governed, our obligations in terms of inclusive education are governed at three levels. It's at an international level, at the regional level, and the domestic level. And at an international level, it started with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Then in 2000 was around the Education for All Declaration. And these were some of the foundations at national level. And in 2006, then the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, with South Africa signing in 2007. Then there is also the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, specifically with the SDGs, SDG 4.5. So that's the framework at the international level. But also at the regional level, we've got the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and Article 17 of which establishes the right to education, and it prohibits discrimination on various grounds, including disability. And it also aims to ensure equal access to education for all individuals, regardless of disability or any other status. But then there is also the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and this tallies with the Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1989. And Article 11 of that guarantees the right to education for every child. So there is protection in terms of the rights of the children. Then in 2014, that is about 13 years after South Africa has promulgated Education Paper 6, which you will see, the African Union, the African Union Policy Framework on Inclusive Education gets promulgated, and it guides AU member states in developing inclusive education policies and practices, and it emphasizes the importance of removing barriers and addressing discrimination, ensuring participation and achievement by all children, including those with disabilities. Then we have in 2017 the Incheon strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities, which provides a roadmap that states and promotes the rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities, including in education. But it also emphasizes the implementation of inclusive education policies and practices across the region. Then, in terms of our own, we have the Constitution our Constitution, and we highlight the Section 29(1)(a), which provides for everyone access for everyone to a basic education. Then we have the South African Schools Act, which provides for the accommodation of learners with special education needs, including those with disabilities. Then, when the issues of disabilities were sitting in the Office of the President in 1997, there was the Integrated National Development Strategy, which continues to be useful, and it aimed to emphasize the rights and inclusion of all persons with disabilities in all aspects of life. You will see that tallies with the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. So, in other words, the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities strengthen this strategy as a policy framework. Then in 2001 we had Education White Paper 6 outline and establish an inclusive education system. And then in 2014, we had the policy on screening, identification, and assessment that was that was promulgated to overhaul the assessment regime that was based on segregation for it to involve parents, teachers as key players in the screening, assessment, and support of the children. So we have that policy, and it aligns with Education White Paper 6 in terms of. Okay. Then we have the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is the custodian department here. This one provides a comprehensive framework for promoting the rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities in South Africa, and it aims to address the barriers faced by persons with disabilities in various aspects of life, including education. Now I'm sharing with you the access in terms of learners with disabilities. We're sitting at 449 special schools, And it must be indicated that these special schools were 295 were already there in 2000, but the white paper says that the special schools must be repurposed into research centers. We're sitting at just 104 now of the special schools that have been repurposed into resource centers. This is a resource intensive project. So that's why we are at 104, because it requires resources. It requires reorientating of the special schools from serving as a special schools to serving as a resource center. But then if you look at the learner enrollment in special schools, because our history was largely around the enrollment in special schools, we are sitting at 64,000, and in 2024 we're sitting at 146,000. It must be remembered that but in those schools that are beginning to serve as resource centers, the numbers are going down as learners are integrated in other schools. And there was also, in terms of the white paper, the designation of food service schools. In 2024, we're sitting at 832, and in 2002, we're sitting at 30,000. You will see that there are learners with disabilities in public ordinary schools, and they have access to learning programs there and necessary support. In 2002, we're sitting at 77,000, but with the continuous cleaning of the data, we're now sitting at 67,104. So we're expecting this number to grow as we continue to empower public ordinary schools. But we're sitting at over 67,000 learners with disabilities already in public ordinary schools. We also have learners in community-based special care centers. For this group of learners, the DG established a task team which is facilitating the placement of these learners in schools, not in special schools, but in all schools. So we started a meeting with the task team yesterday, and it concludes on Wednesday. And part of it is to look at how provinces are doing in terms of circular S28. And I must indicate that these learners have a disability does not mean that we've not followed a rule that says that their default placement option is therefore a special school. So they are placed across all schools. And we are even utilizing the opportunity where certain districts do not have a special school. For instance, if you look at a district like Harib, there is no special school there. So the learners that have a disability and come from there are supported in their school, public ordinary schools there. So in terms of that work, that's what is happening. So this slide provides you with the breakdown provincially in terms of the number of learners with disabilities who are in special schools, and that's the number per province, and it's giving you for 2023, and it also give you for quarter 1, 24, quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3. And for quarter 3, we're sitting at 146,298. That shows that there is access to learning programs. But I think then what needs to happen is that we're beginning to move to the next phase now of saying, now that they are in schools, now let's see how we then, in terms of the convention, begin to increase the number of, I'm saying increase because we already have learners with disabilities in public ordinary school. How do we then make sure that the special school is not a default placement option for a learner with a disability? I think you heard that I was saying that the placement of learners in community-based special care centers is not to special schools, but is to all the schools that are are there and in which we can develop capacity to make sure that these learners have access to learning programs. This is a breakdown for learners with disabilities in public ordinary schools. You will see that the province that has the highest number is KwaZulu-Natal at 19,924, followed by Eastern Cape. You'll see those are rural provinces that are heavy, that have learners with disabilities. But if you look at the number of schools where these learners are, it's quite also interesting that you have a large proportion of the number of schools have learners have learners with disabilities. In other words, we've got just over 25,000 schools, but 22,881 schools already have learners with disabilities in them. So there is some work going on there. Now, in terms of the waiting list, we had to deal with the waiting list in terms of what the law provides. Yes. Yes, Chairperson.
I'm very sorry. We've got 5 more minutes left for your presentation. If you can just summarize some of the slides, if you don't mind, Mr.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank
I'll
you.
just slide through them. Yeah. Honorable Chair, I want to indicate that the waiting lists are one. At some point we monitored waiting list, but what we found was that learners were said to be waiting, but they were actually not waiting. They were in schools. But secondly, where they were waiting lists and learners were waiting, we found that those numbers were increasing. So instead of focusing on the monitoring of waiting lists, what we did was to strengthen our systems to ensure that learners that are out of school are in schools. So we worked with various organizations, including disability organizations. We're working with them even now. And we're aligning that with the Act, because the law doesn't provide for, there's no provision for a waiting list, because there is a constitutional court order that basic education can't wait. So in terms of that, then we aligned ourselves with the fact that access to basic education is compulsory for learners aged 7 to 15. And that also in terms of subsection 3 of the South African Schools Act, every member of the Executive Council must ensure that there are enough spaces so that every child who lives in his or her province can then attend. So what we are focusing on is therefore making sure that the learners are placed. In other words, even if there is one learner, we don't want any instance where a learner is waiting. So, but as I've indicated, working with civil society to do that. Now, Honorable Chairperson, let me jump to the slides around the resourcing. We have got a conditional grant for. I indicated earlier on that there are learners who are in community-based special care centers. National Treasury provided us with a conditional grant, and those are the allocations. And for 2024-25, we're sitting at 278 million, sorry, about 279 million. And these were approximately 223 million was transferred to provinces as at the 31st of December 2024. If you look at expenditure, they were sitting at I think the concerning provinces were Northwest, which was a bit behind, Western Cape, but usually what happens is that these provinces then shoot up. So we're expecting that has already changed as we speak. So that's part of the resourcing, the conditional grant. Then there is allocations that are provincial that goes directly to special schools. In terms of program 4, they were sitting at 13 billion for just over 13 billion for the current financial year. And in terms of expenditure, we're sitting at 75.9%, which is on par. But there were provinces that were a little bit behind. If you look at Western Cape and Limpopo, but also that Gauteng was a little bit over what we expected them to be spending at that particular time. But usually these they stabilize as the financial year draws to an end. So Honorable Chairperson, those are the resources that in terms of the funding that goes to these schools, but also we've included, as I've indicated, the resourcing in terms of the conditional grant. Honorable Chairperson, I'm not going to go through the provincial through the analysis there. These are some of the challenges, the inadequacies that persist in the implementation of inclusive education. But the minister has established a ministerial task team to review education white paper 6, and most of the issues are going to be dealt with there. But I have indicated that there are still children of compulsory school going age that are out of school, and I indicated that the DG has set up a task team in this regard, and we're seeing very good progress there. And also the implementation of early identification and intervention programs. What we've decided is that as a sector, we are focusing on the foundation phase, given the research that supports the view that we must identify and intervene early. So in terms of that, we are beginning to see some of the results, because learners are more and more supported in their schools and referred to other schools. Then there's around access to ordinary schools, where as I have indicated, the placement of out of school learners is focusing on that. Focusing on ensuring that we develop capacity in public ordinary schools. In other words, instead of sending a learner hundreds of kilometers away, what we are doing is that we're building capacity in their local communities. But also we're facing the shrinking fiscus which is affecting some of our strategic programs. But we are positive on our work with the National Treasury to review how budget cuts are executed to continue to protect basic education. Honorable Chair, let me stop there, and we are recommending as DPE that the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities notes and discusses the progress on the implementation of inclusive education, focusing on learners with disabilities. Chair, as I indicated, we didn't cover everything that we're doing, but we only covered those areas that the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee requested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mapoloba. I really appreciate the presentation, and thank you to Dr. Witt and your entire team. Now it gives me great pleasure then to call the MECs to get themselves ready to present to us. Again, a warm welcome to all MECs who are on the platform. I would first then hand over to the MEC of Basic Education in the Northwest to give us a 10-minute presentation. Over to you, MEC.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to honorable members present in this particular platform. Let me just indicate, Chair, without wasting any time, that I am accompanied by the acting HOD of the department, which is Ramasilo, and also the DDG responsible for district coordination, who will be presenting on behalf of the department. But before the presentation, Chair, mine is just a clarity-seeking question based on your invite. Your invite was very clear and straightforward to say what is expected from us as the Department of Education. So we are having actually all in all three presentations in one. And we are worried about the time allocated. That is why I'm seeking advice and guidance from the chair, as our presentation consists of your Sanitary Dignity Programme. It also includes your inclusive education, which talks to learners with special needs, special schools, and lastly, the learner pregnancy. So I just need guidance, Chair, because according to the agenda here, it is specific to say that SDP. So we just need clarity and guidance so that when the DDG presents, knows where to start and where to end.
MEC, in fact, yes, it's correct. We only wanted the information around the Sanitary Dignity Programme, but you really went the extra mile to provide us with the additional information on learner pregnancies and the exclusion of children with disabilities from the education system. And the fact that you've made the time to be with us this morning is appreciated. So if you are able to give us highlights of your summary of your presentation, I would like you to proceed with all three presentations, please.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. By the way, my name is Viola Mutsumi, the MEC of the Department of Education. Without wasting any time, Remvola, let's stick to 10 minutes. If we can just make highlights based on our presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, Honorable DBE and my colleagues. Thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to lead the presentation. As the Honorable MEC has already indicated, I will just do a highway speed kind of presentation. I don't know now, it looks like it's not moving here, but sorry, Chair, I'm not sure what's happening here. It has frozen. Yo.
It seems that your arrow is moving.
The arrow is moving. Hiba. This is funny. I don't know what to do now. I want to stop sharing first.
HOD, I think.
And then I'm sharing again. Let me just see. Okay. I can't move the slides. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, unshare. Yeah. Okay. Right, it doesn't matter. Share. Right now, it doesn't move.
Doc, I think in the meantime, you are free just to speak to your presentations because members did receive presentations.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair. Let me then speak to the presentation. Okay, now it has frozen from the main screen. Here. Chair, now I think the problem was not what should I do? I'm going to request that I switch off the laptop and then restart it. I think the problem is, as I thought it was the Zoom presentation, it's not.
Chair.
It's here.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Tsotsetsi, please come in.
Yeah, Chair, I think it will be better if we move to the next province that is ready.
Yeah.
Because whereas members have the report, you would have a problem that this is a session that also the public would have to get access to. So I think if there still this frustrations, probably you can get the province the next one and get the one that is ready to move. But if they're fine, then we can proceed.
No, I agree with you.
Yes, it's moving.
Okay, no, I agree with you. I was going to go to KwaZulu-Natal, but I see the presentation is now being flighted. So let's proceed. Thank you.
What do I do now?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes. Then I move.
Do you want some time and we move to KwaZulu-Natal?
Yes, I think so, Chair. Yeah, I'll come back after. I'm so sorry, MEC and Chairperson. I don't know what's happening here.
Okay, no problem. We will come back to you. May I then ask the MEC for Basic Education to come in?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. This is Weziwe Hadebe Diriji from Department of Education. Let me, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, start by apologizing for MEC for Education, Honorable Somuga, as well as the HOD for Education. They are attending a Cabinet Lihodla that is currently underway. And let me greet the Honorable Members, greet the DPE team led by Dr. Wiggle and the provincial team. Honorable Chair, with me, I have the Chief Director responsible for inclusive education, Ms. Koza. I also have Chief Director responsible for psychosocial programs, Ms. Madlala. And I have Dr. Tongo with me, also responsible for HIV and AIDS program, and Ms. Pusani, Director for inclusive education. Ms. Nelim Songo, who will be assisting us with the projection director from the Office of the HOD. And I have Nombuso Mabaso, public participation. And lastly, we have our parliamentary liaison officer, Ms. Amanda Makalela. Chairperson, as you have guided earlier, that we need to cover all the three areas that were communicated previously by the committee. Let me then go to the purpose of the report. Is for us as Cadet and Department of Education to brief the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disability on the update on the implementation of the Sanitary Dignity Programme, the status of prevention of teenage pregnancy, as well as the inclusive education. Will then, Chairperson, be indicating the programs that we have put in place as the department and strategies as well, especially on the prevention of learner transport, on learner pregnancy, and as well as the number of schools that are benefiting from the Sanitary Dignity Programme. Starting with the Sanitary Dignity Programme, Chair, this program ensures that girl learners manage menstruation in a safe, knowledgeable and dignified manner, and to ensure that injured female learners attend schools uninterrupted by normal processes of menstruation. I'm not going to spend time on that because DPE has covered that very well. And to through the program, we also facilitate education on life skills and HIV and AIDS. And as KZN Department of Education, we implement the program under the oversight and monitoring of the Office of the Premier. And we've got 966,171 learners, Honorable Chair, that are benefiting from the program. And those learners are coming from 5,171 schools across the province. And within that 5,171 schools, we've got 1,158 schools, which are farm schools, and we've got 76, all our 76 special schools in the province are benefiting from the program. And within that, we have 12,000 learners benefiting, and we've got schools coming from quintals 1, 2, 3, and some of the learners coming from quintal 4, especially learners that have been identified as coming from disadvantaged communities. And we've got 3,938 schools coming from quintals 1, 2, 3, and some in 4. And then with that, through the procurement is done through the service provider, who is the manufacturer. But what we did as a province, we've appointed the subcontractors or the sub-service providers who are distributors. We have 25 of those, and 11 of the 25 distributors are women, and then the balance is youth. and that is done in line with the provincial distribution plan. And Chair, in terms of the number of beneficiaries per grade, per district, we are indicating that we've got 26,000 learners coming from our grade 6, and the districts are indicated there. We've got 124,000 coming from grade 7, and then the last grade, which is our grade 12, 166, which is now giving us a provincial figure of 966,171 learners that are benefiting from the program across all districts. And then moving on to the budget that is allocated, DP has touched on that with 57 coming from national, which we are classifying as the set aside or ring fenced. But then as a province, we've got from equitable share 30 million, which is giving us a total of 87. But against the 57, we've spent 48.6, which is 84%. But I must also indicate to say on the system right now, which is not indicated here, there are invoices amounting to 18 million that are being processed by the Office of the CFO. So by end of February, beginning of March, we might see the increase in that particular expenditure. And we are not experiencing any procurement or delivery challenges, Chair, as a province, and we're anticipating to fully spend the allocated budget. And moving on to the success stories, as we are implementing the program as the province, we've seen a huge improvement in terms of learner attendance, especially our girl learners. There is a huge improvement. We've seen a huge decrease in terms of absenteeism rate as a result of girl learners benefiting from the program. And the minimum number of girl learners affected by social ills, and this is through our programs that we are doing, which health education that are aimed at preventing social ills. So we are seeing positive results as a result of those programs and interventions that we have put in place. And then the participation of the designated groups in the value chain is has been approved and achieved. You recall, Chair, that last time when we were presenting, we indicated that we've got suppliers which are women and youth, and which were 12, but we've increased that number to 25, and we're planning to increase that to even more in the future. And going on and moving on to the challenges, I think DP again touched briefly on the challenges, but we've got a challenge in terms of the staff shortages, in terms of the implementation and management of the program. And that will be able to provide necessary training, administrative and operational support. But it's a matter that within the province or within the department we are discussing. And we have increased, Chair, the number of packs that we are supplying. Previously, we were supplying 4 packs, but now we are supplying 6. But our wish and our plan as a province, when we're doing our calculations, is that we would like to at least supply 20 packs, but we are unable due to insufficient budget. But what we are then doing at the moment is to increase from, for example, in the life cycle, we're providing 4. In the current financial year, we're providing 6, and we are planning on increasing maybe to 8 in the next financial year. And then the lessons learned from the program is that as we are continuing to closely monitor the program, and we've seen that to say our close monitoring mechanisms that had allowed us to detect earlier any threats that will come against the program, and we are able to mitigate and develop turnaround strategies and on time and ensure implementation of those strategies. And we've been doing that very well with our schools, with our district. And there's a great improvement of school attendance, as I've indicated earlier. Since now learners have are assisted, are supported, are trained, are educated in terms of how they need to manage the whole cycle. And then there's a minimal number of girl learners affected by social ills. I've spoken about the health education that you are rendering as the department. But then moving on to the next one, which is learner pregnancy. Chair, I'm not going to spend much time because the DPE has provided a lot of updates in terms of the programs and interventions that we have as a sector. But let me then quickly maybe indicate to say, as the department, we are implementing the program through the 750 learner support agents employed through our HIV and AIDS conditional grant, to our first line of defense against social ills in schools. And through those learner support agencies, we're able to reach about 42,000 learners through health education sessions, and supported about 231 pregnant learners that we've been supporting, and we were able to keep those at school. And 4,100 homes of learners were absent for a prolonged period from schools, and we're able to assist them and to attend schools. And we've seen the improvement in terms of their academic performance across all grades, even the ones that were at matric. We have seen the improvement. This is through the learner support agents, because they are there and they are able to assist learners that are struggling for whatever reason. And through you, Chairperson, through our learner support agents as well, who are able to learners who are orphans, which are about 35,432, mostly from the child-headed households, were identified by them, and we have linked them with our DSD and our OSS structures to obtain social grants, because some, and IDs, because some were undocumented, and we have linked them with DSD and Department of Home Affairs, and they're able to get the material support that they are needing for their schooling. So that has yielded positive results. And move on to the next slide, Mrs. Song. I'm going to be quick here, Chair, but it's the collaborations, because I think Mr. Ngobo touched on the collaborations and partnerships that we have with our other department and civil society. For example, with health, they've got Ziyakhala Kanjani campaign, which they're implementing in our schools to reduce learner pregnancy. And DSD, they continue to provide psychosocial support to our schools to address the issues of abuse and depression. And we've got our own school-based support teams, which are trained for screening, identification, assessment, and support. And then through Global Fund and PEFA partners, they support you in training school-based support teams. And in our 462 schools, which are coming from the district that I've indicated, Zululand, King Tutwayo, Utugela, eThekwini district, Thekwini, which is Pinetown and Umlazi, as well as Ugu district. And we have listed the partners there. And then moving on to other interventions that are addressing the issue of teenage pregnancy. I've spoken about learner support programs, and these are some of the interventions that Department of Health, Social Development, and our partners are providing. For example, we've got additional 122 LSAs that are provided by Global Fund, and 346 provided by PEPFAR in schools in the 6 priority districts within the province. Next slide. We've got two Chairperson interventions that we're doing as a department. 2,060 boys and girls reached through My Life, My Future campaign, and Department of Health as well, facilitating the health promotion sessions in the camp, and youth loyalty clubs promoting health choices through sports. And then we've got our DSD, which are there for Kimoja and YOLO, and as well as the substance abuse prevention sessions. And then moving on to the next slide, where we're indicating that a total of 1,300 life orientation educators have been trained from April to date, and on comprehensive sexual education, which is a huge achievement, because they are able to empower learners with knowledge, skills, and values that enable them to stay in school until they complete their grade 12. Again, we are continuing all that with Department of Health, Department of DSD, and our partners through the interventions and programs that are indicated. Moving on to the next slide. A total of 3,000 learners we reach through health sessions, aimed at prevention, and the learner programs. Chair, these are all the programs that we are doing as the Department of Education, obviously partnering and being helped and supported by Department of Social Development, Health, and other programs. And we have seen, although there are challenges, but we have seen a huge improvement as it is indicated. I'm not going to go through each and every bullet. Next slide. These are some of the program. For example, the first one is Learner Pregnancy Campaign in Umlazi District. The other one is Parent Dialogue on addressing parenting challenges that fuel teenage pregnancy, because we believe that we need to speak to the parents as well. We need to speak to the boys as well. We need to speak to everyone in order for us as a sector to address the challenge that we are faced with. And then the last slide on learner pregnancy, we're just indicating the key stakeholders with a memorandum of understanding, and we're indicating when the duration of the MOA and when is it ending, and which one are being processed for renewal and which one are due for renewal, and they will be so the team from Ms. Madlala's office is working on that. And then moving to the last category of the presentation, which is inclusive education. As the province chair, we've got 76 special schools in all our 12 districts with a total enrollment of 21,836 learners with disabilities, and we have employed 2,001 educators with 170 therapists, which includes speech, physio, occupational therapists, and so forth, who service our special schools. And then we provide support to out-of-school children in communities. Cases can be referred by parents or by caregivers to our district and to our circuits where needed. And then the next slide is talking about the number of schools per district. We're indicating now to say we've got a total of 76, as I've indicated, but 21 of those were established in post-1994, and 54 were established prior to 1994. We can see, for example, districts like Umlazi, Pinetown, and Limpopo, they have highest number of schools, and a majority of them they have boarding facilities. And then moving on to the next slide, number of learners with disabilities in special schools were indicating, for example, the first one, which is autism spectrum disorder, up until the last one, and that is giving us 21,000 number of learners. But we're just indicating per category to say this is how we have we're tabling and the report in terms of where in terms of the district, and then the disability or the problem that we are dealing with. And then the other one is the categories on special schools, which is we have School of Skills, we've got schools CAPS curriculum, and then we've got intellectual disability, and the distribution are indicated. I'm trying to rush because of time. And then the other one is the schools on the waiting list, which is slide 26. We have 609 learners, 698 learners on slide 26 on waiting list. But the team, Honorable Chairperson, is addressing all these cases, and but will indicate in the challenges to say what other challenges do we have as a province. But for now, let's go to the budget allocation for the special school, which is program 4 in terms of our budget structure. We've got schools, which is a transfer to schools, and this budget also cater for human resource development, and it cater for OSD, which are funded through the conditional grant as I've indicated. And then we've got learners with profound intellectual disability grant, which is 38, which is 36.5 million in the current financial year, and estimate of 38,201 in the next financial year. And then the challenges, as I've indicated, which amongst other things contribute to the waiting list issues and other issues that I've indicated, was the infrastructure upgrade and construction of more schools, especially the hostels, because we find that we've got schools that do not have hostels. And then if we can provide hostels, then we can resolve some of our problems. And then poor attendance of learners due to the shortage of buses transporting learners. But this one we are addressing. Last year, we bought 14 buses for special schools, 14 22-seater buses for special school. In the previous year as well, we bought buses, and in 25-26, we are planning to purchase 15 buses dedicated for special schools. So the issue of buses, I can indicate to the meeting that it's a matter that the department is allocating budget to and is prioritizing. And then compensation of employees filling of vacant posts, especially the support staff. This is a huge problem that we are faced with. We do not have adequate support staff in our special school. That is why some schools we find that it's difficult to admit learners in the boarding facilities because they don't have house fathers, and so forth. But I think DPE has touched on that as well. And then next slide, slide 29, limited access to school for out of school intellectual disabled learners. And then the last slide is the recommendation where we are recommending that the portfolio committee notes and guides the department on the report on sanitary dignity program, status of prevention of learner pregnancy, as well as an update on inclusive interventions and program. Thank you so much. I went a little bit over my 10 minutes, but my apologies, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Khadebe. We really appreciate that. And thank you for the comprehensive report. Members will engage with it once we've done the presentations of all various provinces. Can I see if the Northwest is now able to present to us? We can
Thank
go
you,
back
Chair.
to the
Yes,
Northwest.
thank you, Honorable Chair. If they can just give me the co-hosting authority.
Mr. Mdumizweni?
Yes, Chair. I've given the sharing rights.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
How do I remove this thing?
Dr. Mvula, it's over to you.
Thank you. No, I must remove this part. Right. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think I'm very sorry about the earlier situation. It's the network in the office I was in, and I have moved out to another office. I just want to indicate that in the first presentation, we will just quickly indicate our progress in terms of our SDP, and we are showing in this slide the the program which is overarching on the approach of CSTL, the care and support for teaching and learning. And then what we are sharing there in this slide is just the background and the presentation outline. We will speak to it, and so and we will not spend more time on other issues which have already been touched by our colleague Mr. Bottoman, because many of the things that he touched on did also reflect on our presentation, like this one where we were trying to show the background and our dependence on the framework for the sanitary dignity implementation, and indicating that we're relying on care and support for teaching and learning, comprehensive sexuality education, and the integrated schools health program, where we are having a relationship with other state organs, especially the social development department, in terms of their engagement, and our colleagues from health. And here we will not spend time already. Rebotoman has touched on it, but we can just confirm to the honorable members that indeed our intention is to protect and preserve the sanitary dignity of the those indigent grades 4 up to 12 learners in the schools which are quintiles 1 up to 3, and in all our special schools as a fundamental human rights. It has already been touched, as I indicated. The reason, the objective being to ensure that learners are at school, learners do not bunk classes and or absent themselves due to situations of being in menstrual cycles, and that we increasing the self-esteem of the learners, and we improving the levels of menstrual health and hygienic practices of the girl learners. We thought, Chairperson, we should just indicate how we went through the period when we first started operating from 2019. And we are showing there that in 2019, because we were still struggling, we did not know how to move, we then transferred the funds to the schools. But then we targeted only, because it was our first time that we got involved. We then targeted only the quintile 1 schools. And that's why you will realize that in 2019, 2020, the number of the learners, the beneficiaries that we reached, the number was very low. It was at 35,700. And then into 2020, 2021, we then appointed 6 service providers through the open tender process, and then we reached beneficiaries that we reached were 116,979 in schools quintiles 1 up to 3, and in all the special schools. Then in 2022, we then sent the money back to the schools to reach 191,778 learners, which were in quintiles 1 up to 3, and in all the special schools. So all those girl learners in the special schools have been assisted since. Then in 2022-23, we then relied on the transversal tender RT32 of 2019, and then we reached 250,000 beneficiaries and all our girl learners in the special schools. And then in 2023-24, again, we were reliant on the transversal tender RT32 of 2019, and then we reached 252 and 40 learners from quintiles 1 up to 3, and all the girl learners in the special schools. We will still, Chairperson, refer to this part in slide number 12, where we are showing what happened in our quarter 1, 2, and 3, and the situation as it pertains now. Here we are just trying to show the key pillars of our Sanitary Dignity Programme. We're just indicating that they hinge on provisioning of sanitary pads, on the menstrual health education, and then on the WASH program, and also on the disposal system. The intention being to target all those grade 4 to 12 grade girl learners in quintiles 1 up to 3, and also all eligible girl learners in special schools. This slide, Chairperson, we wanted to share with the Honorable Committee and your good selves the value chain in terms of the profiling of our service providers in the province. Already it has been indicated by our colleague from our sister department that the Northwest is one of the provinces that have now resolved the challenges. Indeed, we can confirm that we have now appointed a panel of 46 service providers for supply and delivery of sanitary pads to schools through an open tender process. We want to thank our Honorable MEC for insisting that this matter should be given attention, and we succeeded to then last year identify the 46 service providers. We thought we should share with the Honorable Committee how then we have distributed. And we're saying that 24 out of 46 are women-owned companies. They are reflected there in our pie chart. 48% is female and the 52 is male. And then on the right, you will see that we have 26 out of 46 which are youth-owned companies. And then lastly, we want to show that we did indeed identify that one of our or out of the 46 entrepreneurs is a disabled person. So we do have a 2%, and we want to indicate that it's just a start, and we are appreciating the fact that we really need to ensure that we also empower, we should empower our disabled business people. Right, this is just explaining what I've already indicated, and then also indicating that we do have a South African of Bureau standard compliance demand from all our service providers. We indicating that, and then all the approved samples that we are receiving are SABS compliant, and certification is granted to that. In terms of the storage, we are showing that all the service providers also deliver the pads. Both of them, all of them are providers, and they deliver at the same time. They deliver to schools, and the principals and the teachers appointed then are responsible for verification of the quantities of the consignment and also of the qualities of the consignment. And then that schools are requested not to hoard the sanitary pads. As soon as they receive, we encourage that they must deliver. We're just indicating in the slide, Chairperson, those the labels of the pads that we have received, and we are saying that we are being provided by or provided with Simply Dry, Feme, and stay free pads. And we're showing lastly that all suppliers are providing a pack of 30 pads at a fixed price of 45, which includes transporting, branding, and also taxes. And then with this slide here, we wanted to show, because the province has got 4 districts. We then wanted to quickly share with the honorable committee the districts and the number of the beneficiaries that we are leading. All in all, if you add the numbers from the special schools and all our other schools, you then have 255,575, and then here we are then indicating that orders have already been placed for these 255,575 eligible learners in quintals 1 to 3, and also in the special schools. This is the slide I did say, Chairperson, I'll come back to, just to clarify where we are standing at the moment. And when we are just indicating that in 2024-25, we did not succeed in quarters 1 up to 3 because we had a delay in appointing service providers. The reason for that was that we were piggybacking on the my mind locks now. The tender that we were piggybacking on had expired. So as a result, we sort of struggled to delay and appoint the service providers. Therefore, we were not successful in quarter 1 up to 3. But then lately, towards the end of the year, we succeeded to then appoint the 46 service providers, and the delivery has already begun. And we have now placed the second orders for eligible learners in quintals 1 up to 3 and in all the special schools. The second consignment will be delivered by the 14th of March 2025, and we envisage this time to spend 100% on the total allocation by 31st of March 2025, which is good news from our side, because now it shows that going forward, really, we will be able to come back to this committee and say, we have succeeded, we have now found our way. We are sorry about the past, but we are looking towards ensuring that it never happens again, where we struggle to provide the girl learner of the sanitary pads. Here we are just showing the processes of the monitoring and the evaluation, and we are showing that the schools are responsible for the portfolio of evidence, drawing up the pre-list, the distribution registers, and the post lists. And then we consolidate the POE, and we submit to the Learner Social Support Services at head office. Then the Life Skill HIV and AIDS program in the LSS Directorate then verifies the POE, and we submit to our strategic planning, and then they verify the POE against the quarterly APP. And then the life skills HIV and AIDS district LSSS, the chief education specialists and the second managers are the people we rely on in terms of monitoring and the delivery of the consignments. We thought we should just share a few pictures of the honorable committee of the schools that were recipients, and then all of those girl learners, and they are aware that they are in the pictures. We did make them aware. And then here we also just are indicating our menstrual health education, what we're going through, or how it is being implemented, how many the stakeholders that are involved, and what lessons are going through, and indicating how we emphasize on knowing the health of the girl learners and their being. Here is one of the schools that has got a relationship with an outside stakeholder, and we have indicated that they receive support from Bidvest, and then Bidvest has provided the school with the shippings, and then twice a week Bidvest then collects the waste, and they collect on Tuesdays and on Thursdays. We showing the challenges, but we have already also provided the mitigation. In the previous slide, I did indicate that already we have appointed the 46. Therefore, we are now sure that whilst we delayed to appoint, we did resolve the matter. And then the dysfunctional SDB provincial task team, it has been resuscitated, and it is it's a provincial committee in the office of the premier. And then the challenges in disposing of sanitary pads, we are now engaging with the municipalities for assistance. I will not spend much time on the issues of learner pregnancy. I would want to immediately go to the multi-sectoral responses, where we are ensuring that we're holding various activities through various partners who are assisting us, and then we are also ensuring that we link up with all our educators, the senior management teams, the parents, the learners, and all the subject advisors who continuously assist in terms of assisting, supporting the educators to draw up their lesson plans and the intervention programs. And then this slide basically details all that, and we also are detailing in the slide the support we are getting from all the other departments, your Department of Health, the DSD, the SAPS, and all other partners. I want to come to this slide, Honorable Chair, just to indicate that we did look at our schools, and then we took a sample of those schools to try and check whether our intervention is really bearing fruit. And we have taken a few schools here to show that indeed, in terms of learner pregnancy, there are schools that we have identified in the province from 2021, and through the interventions of other stakeholders and ourselves, the rate of learner pregnancy declined. I want to just take 3 examples just to show you, Honorable Chair. At Sempapa, we have indicated that in 2021, there were 30 learners who were pregnant. In 2022, there were 28, and then in 2023, only 2, and then in 2024, we had 1. But if you go to, say, a school like Nkamahlale, then we will show that in 2021, we had 25 learners who were pregnant. Again, 2022, we had 25. And then in 2023 and in 2024, we had 9. But the last school that we really thought we made a good impact is Tirisano and Kwafalo. The 2 schools are in one locality. If you look at Tirisano, it was 17 in 2021. And then in 2022, they were 21. And then in 2023, they were 8. And in 2024, 0. The same applies to this other school is just about a kilometer away from Tirisano in Sunny's Then you'll see that in 2021, Kwafalo was at 16. Those learners who were pregnant, and then in 2022 they were 19, and then 23 they were 6, and in 2024 we were excited to report that we didn't have. We also thought we could share this. At one stage, this area called Ratlo was in the news across the country, and we were known as an area that had a lot of learners who were pregnant. So we got involved, and in 2020, as you can see the slides there, they are showing that 2020 with 90, we had 2022 164, in 2023 147, and in 2024 we had 121. So we're saying that the increase of learner pregnancy in the academic year of 2021 and 2022 is noted, and there is continuous support for Ratlo schools to reduce learner pregnancy, and we are fast-tracking the implementation of parent-child communications in Ratlo. Those are just some of the pictures which are showing how learners got involved and how we are centering the approach around the learner being in the center. And in many of the seminars and in many of the workshops, the learners are themselves very much involved in even providing for some solutions in terms of what must be done to assist them to avoid falling pregnant at times that are not appropriate. Here we are showing the training that we give into the educators and how the educators are being assisted to integrate their teaching in such a way that they are able to assist the learners. And we are showing there that the programs that are running in the schools include the soul buddies, radically different spaces, keeping girls in schools and keeping boys in schools. We also have got psychosocial support seminars that we are holding across the province, and some pictures are indicating there where we are inviting various stakeholders to assist us and so on. And then we are showing here the enablers that could assist us to address learner pregnancy, and we're stressing the parental involvement as being critical and crucial in ensuring that that is done, and also linking schools of adolescents, youth-friendly services, and establishing communications, but importantly, identifying SMTs, the principles to champion learner pregnancy prevention and management and integrated school health program. Lastly, Chair, we just want to share with you the situation of
2 minutes, Doc.
2 minutes, thank you, Chair. All right, let me quickly rush to indicate that we have 32 schools in the province that are special schools. We have also indicated here the disability categories, and they are stated there. We are just indicating that in the province, we have schools that have got residential facilities, and we have disaggregated them according to the provinces. But we are showing here in 2024 how the enrollment was like. For instance, provincially, we were at 8,039. Currently, in 2025, we have enrolled 8,473 across the province. These are just the applications to show that indeed we do receive a lot of applications from our learners of disabilities, and we assisting of placing them across our schools. Many of the learners who are on the waiting list are still in the centers or in the schools, and they are receiving attention from there. We thought that this slide must just indicate in terms of those who are in the waiting list, we took a sample to just show the disability, the disability domain of those learners. Well, lastly, Chair, we thought we could share this. We are very excited to report that we do have schools that are performing very well, being special schools in our NC as results. For instance, if you look at Meerhof in Bojanala, since 2022 up to 2024, they've been performing at 100%. And you look at Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, the Northwest School for the Deaf. The Northwest School for the Deaf was also in the news when the MEC joined the department. The MEC insisted that we need to get the teachers capacitated in terms of signing, and the sign language assisted a lot because we now have got people who are contracted to assist those teachers. We last year are now standing at 76.9%. The Christiana School for the Blind was also in the news at some point, and then we are now performing at 100%. Tlamelang is performing at 62. Here we're just showing the human resource at the special schools, how many teachers are there, how many therapists are there, and how many nurses are there in the special schools. And finally, it's this allocation. Here are just the pictures to show the assistive devices of the learners who are using the laptops and other devices in the schools. We want to stop here, Chairperson, by insisting that for us to assist this learner in this in the special school, we need to have an integrated approach from the Department of Education to other sister departments, a local government, parents, SAPS, all of us, so that this learner's best interest should be protected as a child in terms of our constitution. Thank you, Chairperson. I think we would want to stop here, MEC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mvula. Thank you very much to the MEC, and I do apologize for our time constraints. However, I do believe that we will later in the year have a full day hearing on some of these issues, and we'll definitely invite the provinces again. May I now hand over, I think the next province on our list is the Northern Cape. If I can hand over to the delegation from the Northern Cape.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Abraham Foslo. I'm the MEC responsible for education in the Northern Cape Province. I am not alone as a delegation from the Northern Cape. I'm with the acting HOD, Dr. Michelle Ismail, as well as the director responsible for curriculum, Mrs. Sabia. Our presentation will be led by Mrs. Sabia, maybe just before she starts in a few seconds, just to indicate that in the province, there's a ministerial committee, steering committee being put in place by the provincial government. That committee consists of education, social development, as well as Department of Health, as well as the Department of Transport Safety Liaison, and obviously other NGOs and CBOs, role players, stakeholders in this entire process. And the committee is led by, in the main, by the Department of Social Development. Our presentation, obviously, in the main, will be focusing on education as we address some of the issues that relates to what we have been called to actually present. With that said, Chair, if with your indulgence, I hand over to the Chief Director, Sabia, to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MEC Foslo, and thank you also for your presence this afternoon. Let's hand over to Sotobe Sabia. Are we having difficulties? MEC?
Not that I'm aware of, Chairperson. I think I'm expecting Masbia to actually present it. HOD, do you know of any difficulty with your indulgence, Chair? HOD Ismail?
MEC, I think at this stage, let's just allow you an opportunity to check where Masabia and the HOD is, and then we will proceed. Oh, I see Masabia is now a co-host. Masabia, are you ready to present? Okay.
Chair?
Yes, MEC?
Chairperson, they're indicating that they're battling to unmute on their side. Can they be unmuted on this other side?
Okay. Mr. Mdumi, can you assist? Okay, I think while we try and resolve these issues, let's see if the delegation of Limpopo and the Free State are
Sorry, Chair, she's unmuted, Chair.
okay. Ms. Sabia? Okay. Let's just move now to, we'll come back, MEC Vosloo. Let's just move to a presentation by the delegation from Limpopo and the Free State, if possible, 10 minutes each. Do we have a delegation from Limpopo present? Good afternoon. I'm hearing somebody speak.
The Chair, the Free State is here. If we could be given an opportunity to share.
Yes, please, sir. Please proceed.
I'm just waiting for the system controller to help to allow us to share, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Mtumizweni? Okay, you are now the co-host. You can proceed. Are you able to proceed?
We're trying to share, Chair.
Okay. While we are waiting, can I also just check if there is a delegation from Limpopo present?
Focus on this thing. Where are we? Yeah, we're here. Zoom again. Bring your laptop.
Chairperson Limpopo, it's on the platform. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mklongo. Dr. Mklongo, do you want to proceed in the meantime while we wait for the others?
Well, Honorable Chair, I thought my political head will actually walk in and thereafter allow us to present after she shall have, greeted you, etc.
Okay, please do. MEC, you are most welcome. Can I hand over to the MEC for Education in Limpopo?
Chair, maybe if you allow me, I can continue.
Yes,
She
please.
might probably be struggling maybe to unmute or something like that. Honorable
Okay, please.
Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, the MECs on the platform and officials across the country, warm greetings from the province of Peace. Honorable Chair, you will recall that the letter that you wrote to our MEC, you said that we should not worry much about, learner pregnancy and learners with disabilities because Department of Basic Education will provide a country perspective. So in our case, we zoomed into the questionnaire that were provided in order to give you a picture of what is actually pertaining in Limpopo.
Free State, please, can you just mute at the stage while Limpopo is presenting? My apologies, Dr. Mklongo.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was still saying that our presentation is purely focusing on the questions that were expressed in the questionnaire. We gave some information to the Department of Basic Education, information which was presented to you earlier.
We'll be talking about the SDP value chain, beneficiaries, budget, M&E processes, and the key challenges and mitigations that we faced. Well, this slide, Chair, we are just indicating that we are going to receive 40.287 million in tomorrow's financial year, and it will incrementally go up as Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities presented earlier on. The people who are responsible for this program in the province is Mem Malova, and I am overseeing the whole program. And it is located within a branch called Institutional Governance, Coordination, and Support. In Limpopo, I need to indicate, Chair, that we have used a route of looking for manufacturers. And that was done through an open bid. We're looking for those who are manufacturing disposable sanitary pad, and manufacturers should be based in the country. You wanted to know whether we do take care of compliances as far as the expressions set by SABS. Yes, our supply chain was very clear and precise because during bidding, all bidders were requested to submit the SABS test report as per SANS 1043-2010. Any bidder who was found not to have submitted that particular report, they were automatically disqualified. At the present moment, Limpopo has appointed National Pride as the manufacturer for the provisioning of sanitary pads for a period of 3 years. Unfortunately, the owners of that particular company do not respond to either women, youth, or people with disabilities. In terms of the criterion that was followed to appoint them, it was in the main 4 areas: screening of the administration compliances, mandatory. I have already spoken to the fact that they were expected to submit the SABS report. There was an inspection in loco where officials went to the manufacturers just to see whether indeed there is a manufacturing plant. Is it operational? Practical production of the pads themselves in the presence of the officials. And the last part, it's about price and points that are claimed as per the specific goals prescribed by National Treasury. I have said that this contract is for a period of 3 years, starting from August 2024. The current financial year, we have a budget of 38.56 million. In terms of storage, the appointed company has a warehouse in Polokwane City and 4 district municipalities. In Limpopo, we have 5 district municipalities. So Polokwane becomes the center and the other 4 are across or around it. In terms of delivery, the service provider was provided with the names of schools, the number of beneficiaries, which is our, indigent girl learners, and they are expected to deliver the products to each and every beneficiary school. That is the profile of the appointed service provider. I have said there is no female, there is no youth, there is no one who has disabilities. They are all 5 males. Coming to the beneficiaries themselves, we are focusing, as we said, to learners who are going to our quintiles 1 to 3 public ordinary schools, both primary and secondary, and special schools. We are giving the products to all the identified indigent girl learners once every quarter. So every quarter they are given 3 packs. And in each pack, there are 12 pads. So the 3 packs that they are given, they will utilize over a period of 3 months. And thereafter, they will get another consignment. And it keeps going just like that. Now, if we move on to the profile of the beneficiaries, you will see that on this slide, we are showing you the number of public ordinary schools quintiles 1 to 3. There are 3, 4, 9, 3. But now the 510, 8, 11,000, those are the number of girl learners in our quintiles 1 to 3, grades 5 through to 12. Over and above that, in Limpopo, we have 35 special schools with 3,200 girl learners. This is just a graphical representation of the same information. Chairperson, this is a breakdown per grade, per district. We have in Limpopo 10 education districts. So what you see here is the number of grade 5, 6, 7, 8, through up to 12, and it adds up to the 510811 that I spoke to earlier. Again, here we are breaking down the number of learners, the number of schools per quintile. And again, the total goes back to the same, which is 510,811. This slide, it's very important, Chairperson, because we are giving you the number of learners who benefited from September 2024, when the service provider started deliveries, up to end of January 2025, we have reached 345,998 girl learners. And if you want to know the actual number of packs that we have delivered is 1.9 million. In terms of the budget that we have, Chairperson, we are supposed to deliver 2.824 million packs to our learners. Now, there is something very important for the committee to note, which is out of the budget of 38.56 million, in Limpopo, our approach is to provide a pack to identified girl learners every month over a period of 12 months, which means 12 packs per identified learner. But because we know if you give them all the 12 packs, there is a probability that something might happen in their families and they will no longer benefit as per plan. Therefore, we give them per quarter. So the 38.56 million, if you were to reach out the number of girl learners, giving each one of them 12 packs, we were supposed to have reached 235,409. But because this program started in September, we did not want to miss. We then decided to then increase the number of reach. That is why you see the 345. Under normal circumstances, in a typical year, you would find that if you reduce that number, each one was going to get 12. But then if you increase the number, then each one's packs will also be reduced. So it's a matter of choosing whether you want to give them 6 packs in a year or whether you want to give them 12 packs in a year. If you give them 12 packs, the number of reach goes down. If you give them 6 packs in a year, the number of reach then grows. Once again, this slide speaks to the quintile 1 girl learners by age, from age 11 through up to age 20. We do have, obviously, in grade 12, some who are over 20, 21, 22, but it's just a small number. That is quintile 2 broken down, and quintile 3 as well broken down. We have in Limpopo 48 farm schools that are benefiting in this program. I have said about the 35. Our target for the financial year is 392,322. And I've said that already by end of January, we have reached 345,992. 998, my apology. As far as the expenditure is concerned, Chairperson, by end of January, we had expended 26.5 million out of 38.56, which means there's a balance of 12 million. This February, already last week, we received invoices worth 5.6 million, which finance is currently capturing so that we can make sure that the service providers are paid before end of February. And the balance of 6.4 million, service providers are currently busy with deliveries, and we will make sure that we pay them by mid-March. The only amount that will remain out of the 38.56 million, Chairperson, is 5 rands and 80 cents. And that money is remaining because the service provider is charging us 13 rands and 65 cents per pack. You will be interested to note, Chair, that the previous service provider, their price was 14 rands 75 cents. But now, this current one, their price is 13 rand 65. So we have learned to a certain extent that there are economies of scale that you can pick up if you go through tendering. The logistics, the cost of 13 rand 65 is inclusive of everything. Transporting, storage, everything, until our girl learners receive packs in their respective schools. Once again, I have spoken about this, and I have also mentioned to say that, you know, if you look at the percentage of expenditure in terms of the norm of treasury, will be seen to be under expending, but it is not. Like I said, the program started September 2024. Looking at the M&E processes, the Provincial Sanitary Dignity Programme Committee, it's working together with our SDP district coordinators to make sure that they monitor and evaluate what is going on. Chairperson, we have issued circulars to our schools where we are directing principals and SGBs to make sure that they put a record of learners who are receiving sanitary pads. So the M&E process, among other things, is also checking whether indeed the pads were delivered. They should be able to pick up delivery notes. Whether indeed our girl learners received the pads, they should be able to see a record where their names are written and they are able to sign off. So basically, embracively, that is what is taking place currently. We do have a functional Provincial Sanitary Dignity Committee that is appointed. These are the names of appointees. The Office of the Premier is the convener. And we also have people from Provincial Treasury, Health, Social Development, COGSTA, LEADED, and of course, Education as the department that is entrusted to roll out the program. I have already spoken to what you see on this particular slide. One of the things that we have done, Chair, is that all sanitary packs, they have a logo for our department. And somewhere within the pack, you'll find the words that says, for distribution by Limpopo Department of Education only. And also the words that says, not for sale to the public. This information was given to our school so that they should know that if they get another pack, it's not what we have procured, it's something else. It's part of monitoring and managing the entire processes. So we do track deliveries. We make sure that all schools, report to the circuit managers after they have received consignments, and circuit managers in turn take it up to districts, and they push it up to provincial level, so that even when oversight bodies such as auditors walk in, we should be able to demonstrate that we are fully managing. The challenges, number one, is the disposal. We do not have at the present moment a solution to this particular matter. Chair, you would be aware, or if not, note today that sanitary pad utilization has culture bearing. There are parents who will say to their children, if it happens that we are changing in school, please bring the one back home so that we can ban it. But there are cases where some of the schools allow them to throw them in a particular designated area. Of course, the implementation of the M&E is not fully tight because it needs a lot of human resource. One of the things that we're currently doing is also to bring in life orientation subject advisors. There are not that many, but we hope that they will also assist so that as and when they walk into our schools, they should be able to be checking what is going on with this particular program. There is mitigation that Limpopo province has embarked upon. We have now a draft sanitary disposal strategy. I'm finishing in 2 minutes, Chair. We have a draft strategy and we are currently consulting those who can make inputs. We are going to appoint young boys and girls from the coming financial year across our schools. We are going to utilize them to assist, just to make sure that systems are really up and running across our schools in terms of keeping records, be it delivery notes or records of learners who are benefiting. We want to appreciate the committee's effort in developing this program, and most importantly, the fact that it's having a serious impact as far as attendance and retention rates amongst our disadvantaged girl learners. This report, Chair, is presented to yourselves so that you can note progress made in the implementation of SDP in Limpopo. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Mhlongo for that presentation. We will now take the last two presentations before I hand over to members to interact with all of the reports. I would like to see MEC Vosloo if Masabia is ready at this stage. Or should we ask the Free State?
Yes, we get Free State, we can start, Chair.
Okay, please proceed. Thank you so much. We are seeing the presentation. You may proceed. Oh, now it's missing again.
Where is the other thing? The other screen, so present.
MEC Vosloo.
Good day, honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible? It's Mrs. Sibia.
Yes, Mrs. Sabia, please proceed.
Thank you. Is the Secretariat going to upload our presentation?
Yes,
I
Mr.
must mention
Dumizweni,
that
are you
we did
able?
not, yeah, we did not combine all three presentations. They are separate. I don't know, but I will just run through the teenage pregnancy one also and the inclusive education one very quickly. The SDP one, can Secretariat flight that presentation for us, please?
Okay, you can do a summary of those two presentations, but the main presentation that we would like is the one that you've got on the screen now. But you can highlight some of the points on the other two presentations.
Yeah, this is Free State, Chairperson.
Yes, yes, please proceed.
No. The presentation is the Free State presentation, and we are the Northern Cape.
Oh, so they flighted the wrong one.
Yes.
Mr. Dumizweni, let's just get the right presentation, please. May I also just take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I see the Deputy Minister has joined us.
Thanks, Chair. Apologies for joining late. Cabinet committee took long.
No problem, DM. Welcome. We are still busy with our presentations.
Thank you. That's our presentation, Chairperson. Good day, honorable members, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, and colleagues. The Northern Cape Department of Education's progress with regards to the Sanitary Dignity Programme. Next slide. We have established the Provincial Sanitary Dignity Committee, and it comprises of representatives from OTP, Treasury, Department of Education, Department of Social Development, as well as the Department of Health. So the Office of the Premier oversees the program in the province, and they are also monitoring and evaluating the program. So it meets on quarterly basis, and the Northern Cape Department of Education as implementing agent is also represented in that committee. This slide where we are now, the tender was advertised in 2021 and 5 SMMEs were appointed for a period of 36 months, which means from 1st March 2022 to 28 February 2025. And these are the service providers. Alma Group doesn't have any women representation, but 100% youth and no people with disability. Periware, 51% women and no youth, no people with disability. TTM Trading and Projects, no women represented, no youth, no people with disability. Lesedi Bonesa Projects, 100% women, 100% youth and no people with disability. And OT Mode Projects, no women, no youth, and no people with disability. These are the next slide. These are the brands of the 5 service providers. Those are the brands. And we receive 10 pets per pack. And the price ranges from 8 Rand to 8 Rand 80 among the 5 service providers. Next slide. The service providers deliver the products to the provincial office, which we store in the warehouse. And from the warehouse, we distribute to the districts, and districts further distribute or deliver to the identified schools, which includes your farm schools, special schools, and quintile 1 to 3 schools that we have identified. The school-based support teams issue sanitary pads to identified indigent learners at school level, and the learners also sign and register as proof that they have received the product, or the product has landed in the hands of the beneficiaries. Next slide. These are the number of beneficiaries per grade, per district. Our beneficiaries are indigent girls from grade 4 to 12 in quintile 1 to 3, as well as farm and special schools. These are the total girl numbers we reached through this program. In your the total number, I'm just going to indicate the total numbers in the different districts. Those are the total numbers, and the total numbers of beneficiaries in the province is 148,967 girl learners. Next slide. The number of beneficiaries per quintile per district. In quintile 1, we've got 22,507 learners that are beneficiaries and 170 schools. In quintile 2, 118 schools, 22,387 learners. In quintile 3, 117 schools and 25,675 learners. In total, in quintile 1, 2, and 3, schools, the number of girl learners that we reach is 70,569 out of the 405 quintile 1 to 3 schools that we're reaching in the province. Next slide. The budget, we had a 5.1 million allocation for the 2024-2025 financial year. The expenditure to date is 1,609,000. That is just a typing error in the narrative. 619,350. We are at 32% expenditure and zero commitment and zero balance due to cost containment. The procurement will be commencing in March 2025 in order to resume distribution to schools from term 2 of the 2025 schooling year. The slow expenditure is as a result of weaker cash flow due to the budget reduction and unfunded wage agreement in the 2024-2025 financial year. And these two key factors affected a number of key service delivery areas, including earmarked deliverables. Last slide. The challenges, the challenge that we present to the committee is the delay in delivery to schools due to lack of dedicated human capacity, both at provincial office as well as district office. And I think Mr. Machoba also indicated on that one. Then the teenage pregnancy chairperson, we are affected by the scourge. It's a separate presentation from that one. In the past, the John Taolo Gaetsewe district was had the highest incidence and prevalence rates, making it the epicenter. But recently, Francis Bar district has reported the highest rates. The stats, according to Department of Health, Provincial Department of Health, we're only reporting on the quarter 3 stats, that is October to December 2024. We had from the ages 10 to 14 years, 13 deliveries, and then for 15 to 19 years in health facilities, 778 learners that were reported having given birth at health institutions. The factors identified as contributing and risk factors in the center are your high rate of employment and poverty, peer pressure, drug and alcohol abuse by learners. And how the Northern Cape Department of Education responds to learner pregnancy. We respond to learner pregnancy through the HIV/AIDS grant and life skills orientation, life orientation, life skills subject in the GET and in the FET. And I think DBE also covers this. I'm not going to go through the programs that we implementing through the HIV and AIDS and life skills grant, but a lot comprehensive sexuality education. We do it through this grant, advocacy and social mobilization, peer education, and the placement of learner support agents in the hotspot areas. And DBE has also alluded on the policy on the prevention of learner pregnancy and management thereof in schools. We have shared this with schools. We have had advocacy sessions with the schools and with the communities, where we mobilize communities to have a common understanding of what this is all about. Then the live orientation also, we have topics from foundation phase to grade 12 to the FET, where we touch on addressing the scourge of teenage pregnancy or learner pregnancy. Other programs that we have implemented as the province in supporting the prevention of learner pregnancy was the Learner Pregnancy Awareness Campaign, targeting 1,000 boy and girl learners aged 14 and above across all districts, that was led by the MEC in 2023 under the theme, Not Me, Not Now. The Deputy Minister of Basic Education also hosted a learner pregnancy dialogue in JTG district in 2024, funded by UNESCO. 6 primary and high schools participated in that dialogue. Then provincial collaborations that we had, that we have in the province. The Northern Cape Provincial Government took a strategic decision to have a focused approach to combat the scourge of teenage pregnancy through the development of learner or teenage pregnancy multi-sectoral program. The provincial multi-sectoral strategic team is led by the MEC of DSD, DOH, the MEC of, DSD as the coordinating department, DOH, DOE, and the Department of Safety and Liaison. The provincial multi-sectoral technical task team comprises of executive or senior managers from the aforementioned departments. In collaboration, the collaboration aims at implementing social and behavior change programs to address risky behaviors and harmful social norms as one significant component of the collaboration existing package of services. I must also report that we had a meeting in January with the Department of Social Development, where it was agreed that the Department of Social Development will place child and youth care workers in our high-risk schools across all districts by 1st April 2025. And in conclusion, Chairperson, to effectively address learner pregnancy, the approach must extend beyond reliance on HIV and AIDS grant and involve collaboration with innovative partners who can offer diverse programs to tackle this challenge. So we are continuing to foster collaborations and relationships with other stakeholders for us to fight the scourge in the province. The last presentation on the overview of inclusive education, how we include learners with learning disabilities in our schooling system. We implementing the white paper 6, and it is supported through the guidelines on screening, identification, assessment, and support in the system. Number of special schools in the province, we've got 8 special schools utilized as resource centers. We've got 1 in the John Taulo Heights district, 1 in the Namakwa district, and 6 in the Francis Bart district. 3 child and youth care centers, 1 in ZF Ngau district, as well as 2 in the Francis Bart district. And we also have 26 full service schools across all districts. Next slide. The number of learners with disabilities in special schools and mainstream schools. In special schools, we've got a grand total of 1,781 learners with disabilities. And in our public ordinary schools, in our mainstream, we've got 1,682 learners with disabilities. The number of learners with disabilities on the waiting list, and that must still be placed in special schools, is 125. And the team is currently underway with the placement of these learners in our special schools. Next slide. The budget allocation for special needs schools for the 2024-2025 financial year, the budget is 171,707,000. The key challenges: special school shortages. We've got only 11, as indicated in the previous slides, special schools in the province, with the exception of Pixley, Kaseme, and ZFM. Those are the 2 districts in the province that do not have a special school. So the infrastructure project list, the construction of those special schools in the 2 districts, Pixley, Kaseme, and ZFM. In Pixley, Kaseme, the construction will commence 2025-2026 financial year, and ZFM Gau district, the construction will commence in 2026-2027 financial year. The consultants have already been appointed and they are busy with design and feasibility study in the 2 districts. Then the need for educational psychologists. As mitigation, we've got a shortage of psychologists, but as mitigation, we explore the use of specialists from other sectors such as DOH. We collaborate with Department of Health so that we refer our learners to the health institutions in the province. Centralize the services from one point to mediate the rural and vastness challenges in the province. Thank you very much, Chairperson and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Masabia, for that comprehensive presentation. Can I ask the last presenter, which is the Free State, to speak to us before we ask our questions?
Chair, I would request that I be allowed to share.
Yes. No problem. Mr. Mdumizweni, please assist. Are we able to make him a co-host, Mr. Mdumizweni?
Yes, Chair. I've done that.
Okay, perfect. Please, can we proceed if that's possible? Or otherwise, Mr. Mdumizweni, please, can you flag the presentation on their behalf? Okay, doesn't seem like anything is happening at this stage. So if that, okay. Because we're also running out of time and I want members to be able to engage with the presentations. So,
it was on and then it went off.
Okay, I think in the meantime, while we wait for the presentation to be loaded, can we start by just highlighting, we've got 10 minutes to do the presentation. So maybe just in the meantime, please proceed by making the presentation while Mr. Mdumizweni flights it. Okay. Doesn't look like anything is happening at this stage. Then, honorable members, I'm going to give over to yourselves to raise your hands so that we start interacting with the various presentations. I'm going to take the hand of Honorable Adams first, followed by Honorable Peterson, followed by Honorable Spies, followed by Honorable Tsotetsi. I'm thinking I'm pronouncing the surname correct today. Honorable Tsotetsi. In that order, honorable members, let's start asking our questions, followed by Honorable Shabango. Honorable Adams, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
You are. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson. My greetings also go to the MECs, my colleagues, the staff of the department, and our parliamentary staff. Chairperson, I wanted to welcome the presentation that was presented to us today. I don't want to dwell too much in the questions, but I have some of questions on the Sanitary Dignity Programme for learner pregnancy. And then, Chairperson, my first question will be, provincial departments was responsible for rolling out Sanitary Dignity Programme and the relevant subcommittees and the SDP value chain of it. The question is, how are products manufactured and procured? Who ensure SABC compliance of products? Second question, Chair, under monitoring and evaluation, how does the department monitor and evaluate the implementation of the SDIF, the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework, if there is no dedication to APP for 2004-2005? How does the department coherently monitor and evaluate implementation of the SDIF across and within provinces? I think it's my second last one, Chair. Department identify key challenges, Chair. The department goes on state as a way forward that monitoring and evaluation workshops are continuously being carried out to strengthen provincial capacity. With who are these workshops held? What is the nature of the workshops and how effective was the workshop? And then, Chairperson, my last one is, some provinces do not provide credible evidence-based information to Department Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. I must say, Chairperson, this is a long outstanding concern that was brought to the attention of the committee. At the inception of the program, what should be done differently and who should be held to account for non-delivery of the requisite information? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Can I hand over to Honourable Peterson?
I'm going now the bus.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And I couldn't go.
Honourable Adams, just mute yourself. Honourable Peterson, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the colleagues, Chairperson, and our guests. I just have like two questions with regards to the provincial sanitary dignity committees. If not all provinces have a functional committee, and it has been a problem ever since, who should be held accountable for this failure? And has the department considered an alternative solution? Secondly, one of the presentations like showed us that there's 30% of teenage girls who fall pregnant, but more than 65% of these pregnancies are unplanned. In this regard, my question is, how does the department plan to ensure that the programs that they are having are effective enough for us to decrease the 65% or more than 65% of unplanned pregnancies? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Peterson. Can I hand over to Honourable Spies, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you to all the presenters for the presentations. It's been quite a lengthy day. My first question is for the Department of Basic Education, and mine is, I want to understand what measures the Department of Basic Education is taking to address the stigma and the discrimination faced by learners with disabilities in schools, and what comprehensive support systems are in place to ensure their inclusive education and well-being. Then I would also like to know from the department if they could possibly share its strategies and initiatives regarding community engagement, specifically in terms of promoting inclusive education, acceptance and support. So basically, I want to know how they educate communities about the importance of inclusive education. Then in terms of the Sanitary Dignity Program, I would like to find out what are the measures in place to address the challenges faced by provinces in implementing the SDPs. Specifically, Chair, in some provinces, as was mentioned, opted to execute their SDPs through social development departments, which I believe in some instances, Chair, proved to be inefficient. And although the province of the Gauteng is not part of the provinces present here today, just this as a notable example, if we look at that province, which executed their SDP through the Department of Social Development, only 24% of the 248 schools received their share of the 106 million dignity projects. And that was a project that already dated back to 2020. And that was that report that came out subsequently was filled with allegations of fraud, corruptions, and other criminal activities. Now, Chair, for me, given the context, I would like to appreciate insight into how the department handles cases of non-expenditure and mismanagement within provinces with regards to the SDP. Then I want to know, are there any engagement with national and provincial treasuries to ensure consequence management and prevent similar incidents in the future? And also, what measures are being taken to strengthen oversight, issues of accountability and transparency in the implementation of the SDPs across provinces? I have just two more questions, Chair. The second last one, the issues of infrastructure, and this is for DBE in terms of inclusive education. Infrastructure and accessibility, I would like to know in your findings in your research project, what were the findings in terms of infrastructure and accessibility for children with disabilities during the research project? Because I didn't hear too much that was said about that. My last one, Chair, in terms of both inclusive education and the Sanitary Dignity Project, as well as teenager pregnancies, and the prevention thereof, and the awareness and education around it. I would like to really see a very detailed, and maybe I won't get it in this meeting, but a peer education program where we have peers talking to peers about the issues that matters to them, and that be rolled out in schools, and that we can sort of have ambassadors that is actually taking the lead and making sure that they conscientize their peers around the issues that we face, that teenagers face, and that they are struggling to grapple with. That as far as questions for me for now. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Honourable Spees, for those inputs and questions. Next is the Honourable Sotetsi.
Oh, well, thank you, Chair. We are improving on the pronunciation of the surname.
I'll get there. Thank you.
Yeah, and let me start by greeting all the MECs and representations of the departments that are here in the platform, and thank them also for the presentations that they made. Chair, my first issue is just that the first presentation that was made around the inclusive education. I think we must be able to firstly articulate what are the attributes of this education that we are talking about, that there is an expectation that it must be able to adapt teaching methods to meet the needs of different children. Also, it has elements of infrastructure which speaks to buildings, classrooms, and play areas, which must be accessible to everyone. It has attributes of technology that it must be able to help children, utilize technology to help children with different disabilities in order for them to learn. Also, the question of training the teachers to respond to diversity from disability and so forth. Now, Chair, I'm raising this because I want the meeting to appreciate that this is a very big program, particularly considering the fiscal position of the country. Why we would have went to various schools in the back to school campaign and saw some of the schools would have moved far better than others. But the most concerning things is that you realize on schools that are between quintile 4, actually quintile 4 schools, that there is sufficient progress that is reached in as far as the question of inclusive education is concerned. But from quintile 3 to 1, the situation is actually dire, and there's a very, very slow pace in ensuring that they're able to adapt this requirement. Now, seated here, Chair, I'm just wondering if whether the Department of Education has been able to profile all schools in identifying how best can they, or what are the immediate attributes which are needed at that particular school. For instance, we know that what is compulsory and what should occupy the first category is the adaptation of teaching methods, because every learner must be able to be taught and to receive the curriculum that is actually being taught. I would imagine the second category would be the properly installation of the physical environment. So I'm just saying that given the consideration of the physical constraints, do we probably have a system whereby we say that we profile the schools in terms of what are their immediate requirements in as far as the inclusive schooling is concerned, and we then attend to them, so that while we are growing in the comprehending this issue of inclusive education, we register milestone at the rapid rate. So I'm not sure how it's handled, but I would have wanted to check if there is such a system from the part of the DBE, or it's just a size one fit all kind of an arrangement. Chair, the second report touched on the question of this was now on the as it was dealing with the sanitary dignity pets. It touched on the issue of performance problems of provinces. This was in relation to what was mentioned there. It was in relation to the Northern Cape, but it did not come out explicitly to explain what are these performance problems which they would have noted. Of course, provinces would have attempted. I'm asking this so that they can be clear, Chair, whether these problems which they are alluding to, do they have a bearing on young learners who are expected to be recipient or beneficiaries of this dignity packs not receiving them? And if that is the case, what is the extent of this problem that they are highlighting as a performance problem? I'm asking, Chair, because a performance problem can either be, even the issue of beneficiation, which does not cover all the demographics. Also, it can be a performance problem. So that's for that reason that I'm asking that more clarity gets to be articulated in as far as that is concerned, because it will be more of a concern, Chair, if this problem speaks to learners who are supposed to receive this dignity packs not being able to receive them. That would then become, for me, a very big problem, which I would require that it must be attended to quite quickly. I think the report of KZN is quite impressive on the side of their expenditure. 84% being spent, with a possibility of that 84% rising quite quickly, because they claim to have 18 million worth of invoices that they are processing. All that we are going to emphasize is that they must insist in ensuring through their oversight mechanisms that there is value for money. But quite notably, Chair, the reason I'm saying this is impressive is because with all the austerity measures that we are always confronted with, we wouldn't want to see a program such as this one being compromised in terms of funding simply because a department didn't spend money accordingly, and as a result, beneficiaries being disadvantaged. The province of Northwest makes mention of 46 appointed companies in a panel for distribution. I was hoping that they would have also mentioned the status of work allocation to these companies, and whether the work allocation itself does cover the demographics as they would have articulated. Their report says that there's one company owned by a disability individual, and others owned by women and so forth. But what I understand about the system of panels, Chair, is that you may be in the panel, but you may not be receiving the allocation of work, meaning that you are not, in a sense, working. So I think if this number of companies assist them to have a dependable outreach, which will then distribute, it becomes a good approach. But whether the demographics are covered in terms of work allocation, I think is what they may want to then deposit to us, and commend them really on their impact, the impact of their work in Ratlo. Chair, Ratlo is one rural area. At some point, it had hundreds and hundreds of young people who were, or teenage girls that were pregnant. I think at some point it had about 2,000 or something young girls that were pregnant in a single year. If my numbers or my memory serves me well. But if their programs have been able to uplift the place from the area from such a conundrum, I think it ought to be commended, and really others would have to learn from the modality of the programs which they implemented, because certainly they would be bearing fruits. I think the question of Limpopo is quite disturbing, Chair, when it comes to to empowering demographics. I mean, the companies which are appointed, there is no women, there's no young person, no person with disability. It's quite disturbing, to say the least. You see, the question of empowerment of these groups is no longer a thing of feeling petty for them. It has to do with the direct economic empowerment of the disadvantaged or previously disadvantaged groups. And I think that anyone that comes to the committee meeting bravely explaining to us that they haven't monitored the compliance of this policy is quite disappointing, and it should be articulated as such. I mean, the province has to do better in as far as this question is concerned. All in all, Chair, what I am picking up from the reports of the provinces, I am getting a sense that these provincial reports, they seldomly cover the areas of shortfalls, thereby unintentionally suggesting that there is no pressing need for the expansion of the sanitary dignity pads. You know, we are not getting sufficient sense that the shortfall is actually huge from the report. I don't know if they were generated with an intention to impress or give the committee a real sense of what is happening in the ground. For instance, a report would say that our target is 350,000. Has the target been generated out of the total need, which is in the ground, or generated out of the capacity of your budget or prospect of your budget moving forward? I'm saying this, Chair, because this program has to grow every year. But the growth of this program must depend on the demand in the ground. And the reports must be able to hammer quite decisively on what becomes the demand. You must be able to say that there's 1 million young girls that we must be able to give the sanitary dignity packs to. And currently we are only giving to 250,000 because of the shortage of money. And then we know the magnitude of the deficit that is caused by issues of budget and so forth. So I get a sense that provinces want to appear to be good, which is fine. Where you are good, make no mistake, we'll tell you are good. But what is important is that the report must be able to decisively uncover the situation of our people in the ground so that the solutions thereof must be informed by the desire to respond to those situations of our people in the ground. Chair, let me stop there and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for those questions and those inputs. I'm going to hand over to the Whip, Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Chair, before that, my hand is up.
Yes, yes. Oh, okay. Before we go to the Whip, let's take Honourable Shabango.
And Mkonto.
And Mkonto, and then we'll go to the Whip. But there are more hands.
Also
Everybody's
mine is up. Also mine is up.
Yes, I've seen them. Let's go to Honourable Shabango, and then we'll go down the list.
Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity, and greetings to your good self and the MECs, the members of the province that are here, and also appreciate the reports, very comprehensive, detailed reports that were presented here. As much as there are things to be that the department, the provinces, they've presented that can be implemented, but there's a lot of issues that are raising concern in the reports that were presented. Taking from where Honorable Siamo left, I lack the better word that I can use to say reports cannot just be presented just for presentation. Maybe let me put a disclaimer first to say I had challenges with my network on and off, losing some speakers. If maybe I will ask something that was asked or ask something that was answered already in the presentation. But I must say that when you look at the presentation of the report, I'm not going to be specific which one and what. The presentation in general. You will get the report on the let me say these three. The delayed procurement of the sanitary pads. There is no also another thing that is long-standing like this delay. It's the money, not spending the money, but not reaching to all the learners. It doesn't tally, and you have the reports that are said not to be credible, reports that are submitted to the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disability. And the non-functionality of the PSDC. I'm just mentioning these as the classical examples of the long-standing problems or challenges, maybe rather, that are not attended. We're sitting here, we're listening to these reports, but there are no mitigating factors on this. They're still standing there as a challenge, because these were the challenges since the inception of this SDP. What is being done about it? We don't get that. Who is responsible and who must be held accountable for failure, because there is failure. You can't even start negotiating for an extra budget when you have money that was not spent. But who is responsible in the department and who must be held accountable for that? Having been covered much by the four speakers, especially Honorable Tsiamo, I'm not going to talk much on the exclusion of okay, there's one thing that I wanted to mention, the exclusion of children with disability in education. There are all policies there, the 2000 and 2014. These are the key policies that can that is actually aiming at assisting the department with regard to this program. But I mean, when are these policies are going to be revised? They've been for ages, more than 20 years. And there's one, it was Limpopo, which presented on the service provider. You know, the confidence that you get on this presentation, it's like, oh, well, this is what is supposed to be done. It can't be, comrade. We, honorable members, I'm sorry for that, my apology. It can't be that we are this department that we are representing here, this portfolio committee, is for the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. And then you have a service provider that is presented to us to say the service, of which its profile is not talking to the gender issues that there is a youth, there is a person with disability, there is a woman. And I mean, if that was not your criteria, why not? Because I mean, generally in all the departments, this is an issue that we are looking at. What's in this portfolio committee is a point of interest for us to see if the youth, the women and people with disabilities are we presented. But then we have this service provider of which its profile does not cover that. The learners with disabilities, the presentation show us a lot of schools across the country. My concern there, it's good. These children with disabilities, we came up with these inclusive schools. They are there, they are provided education and stuff like that. Maybe one would suggest that, what do you call this? The early childhood developmental stages. Those are what is lacking. Maybe because look, I had an advantage of visiting one of these inclusive schools. My findings there were shocking, to say the least. We have these schools around the country. How is the monitoring and evaluation of this school is happening to ensure that what is intended by the department is actually happening? What is the age limit of these children with disabilities to be at school? Why would we have a child at an age of 14 starting school it's a disabled child, but it goes to these schools and then they struggle? Where do you want them to start? My other concern was if we are having these inclusive schools, why are we having boarding schools? These children, they come from all over. For me, it's important that these children, they go to school, then they go home. But in one of the inclusive schools, it's a boarding school. The government cannot afford to build a school. This boarding school, it's rented out, it's outsourced, paying millions per month. It is concerning because it's a budget that can be used to build a school. Fine, we can have boarding schools and get these children to go across the countries because of maybe shortage of schools in some provinces. But this outsourcing services, even where we can, because I checked, I was interested to know how much is the department paying in that boarding school. It's about 43 million per month. Why can't we use that money to build the school? Because this was not a boarding school. It was someone's B&B. Now is used for these children. And I want to appreciate that at least the issue of resource, because I went back in February to reassess, is being addressed. They are getting more staff to assist these children, but there was 0 pass rate, grade 12. Who is concerned? Who went to that school? The monitoring and evaluation done? Because for the past 3 years, there's 0% pass rate. What is happening? It can't continue and continue until at a stage where we say we failed. These are the things that the department needs to explain, because just to present a report and you don't get this, you get this was not done, but there are no mitigating factors of why was it not done. What is the plan going forward? What is the department planning to do? So, yeah, Chairperson, let me just pause there. I was covered in by other members that have asked questions. Let me just pause there and thank you for the time given. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Shabango. I think your inputs were very well put, and I think some of the concerns you're raising, we are all sharing those concerns. So I think the following round of hands will now be the Honourable Chauke Adonis, followed by Honourable Mabel, followed by Honourable Mkonto, followed by Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Tito. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also, I would like to appreciate the presenters and the presentations that were made, and also greetings to the officials and also the staff that has joined us, and also in accordance with the staff, with technical support staff of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members. Chairperson, I think I've been greatly covered by my colleagues who have spoken before I came in. And I think I would want to start on the exclusion of learners with disabilities, where we speak about an inclusive learning environment. And I think one of the things that's not really coming across here, it's what are the intervention strategies and plans to mitigate the areas of concerns that have been identified? And also, what are the timelines that are attached to some of these interventions? As indicated by my previous colleague, who indicates that through our site oversight visits, back to school campaigns, there were many deficiencies that were identified, and these are historical deficiencies where one have wanted to see significant progress and development in these learning institutions of persons with disabilities or special needs learners. But yet we are still seeing dilapidated infrastructure. We're still seeing that the institutions are not adequately resourced. There is not adequate monitoring and evaluation of programs and practices. But additionally, when you find a school where there is zero pass rate, what is the department's responsibility in in putting forward an investigation to track the reason behind why there is a lack of progress, why learners are not meeting the criterias in order for the schools to meet those requirements for adequate pass rates. Additionally, and I think this has been a great concern within the disability sector, is to say that we are aware that there are different levels and different degrees of disabilities and different degrees and levels of special needs schools. Some where it is just based on handwork, skills development training, and others are based on the basic education curriculum, etc. Have we reviewed the relevance of these assignments, where you are finding a learner will exit the learning institution or the learning system with only grade 5, but yet they have the capacity or capability of going beyond level grade 5, which limits their effectiveness and access to opportunities, and also not being able to enter into the open labor market. Additionally, the department has not put forward what the exit strategy is for learners with special needs. We know that learners with special needs, majority of them start their education at a later stage than the ordinary child, and therefore delaying their development and progress and exiting the system. That's why you find learners who are only exiting at the age of 21, and only because that's as far as the basic education or the institution is able to accommodate them for. What is the exit strategy? What is the collaboration with the DHEAD? What is the collaboration with various private institutions of higher learning and also public institutions to make sure that there's some sort of intervention that takes place, but also additionally with the Department of Labor? And I think that needs to come across quite clearly in terms of the intervention and collaborative efforts that are going to be made. On this element as well, where we have seen cases, and I think this needs to be reported quite adequately, the cases of mismanagement, misadministration, abuse, neglect, etc., within these learning institutions. What happens to those cases? What is the responsibility of the department in overseeing the success of these cases? What do we do with those learning institutions that have since been closed due to cases of this nature? Are we opening them again? Are we rehabilitating them? Lastly, on this particular one would be that we find that there is a misdiagnosis that is made when it comes to learners being placed in whether it is SID or MID learning institutions, etc., where you've got a learner who might have some learning difficulties being placed in an SID institution and therefore delaying their development and progress. What is the tool or instrument that is being utilized where we are able to monitor the progress of learners on a regular basis to see if they can be ascended into a different learning environment or taken to a higher level of learning, perhaps where there is misdiagnosis? And additionally, are we deploying social workers and OT services in mainstream institutions for early diagnosis of various disabilities? And I think we're not doing this, and therefore we're seeing learners where we've got high dropout rates. We're seeing learners who are being displaced. We're seeing learners who are unable to find academic institutions that are befitting. Lastly, and I know I said lastly on this element, was that the full service institutions, what are we saying about that? How many of them have been opened? How many of them have been successful? What are the challenges that these learning centers or facilities have faced? And what are the intervention strategies that are going to be applied in order to mitigate the deficiencies that have been identified? Because it cannot be that one province is performing better than the other. It means then the monitoring and evaluation model is not being implemented across all 9 provinces, Chairperson. And it cannot continue that we're having learners with special needs being excluded from accessing adequate education because of the difficulties, because this will then be infringing on their constitutional right. Now, Chairperson, I go to the Sanitary Dignity Programme, and, Honourable Tiamo did indicate some of the very worrying challenges or deficiencies which have been brought forward in the reporting to say what is the matrix that is being utilized to evaluate the performance of provinces, taking into consideration that provinces have the autonomy or have the ability to indicate whether the program will be assigned to social development or basic education within the provinces, who then monitors the successful implementation of these programs. Additionally, what are the timelines that are set? And I think this reporting needs to happen more often quarterly, where we are able to intervene, see intervention taking place before we see the deficiency and a vacuum widening. Additionally, we then look at the procurement process. And I think the procurement, when you look at the procurement process across the provinces, it's really worrisome that you've got a province where they've got 40-something service provider, and then one province has only one service provider, another province has 5 service providers. What is the model that is being utilized on the procurement process? But not only that, on the quality of products that are being distributed across the entire country. And additionally on that, it would be, are we making sure that we are also applying the public procurement set aside legislation that seeks to empower those who are previously disadvantaged, those who have been identified, such as women, youth, and persons with disabilities-led SMMEs, and the impact it's having? And I think we need to really have a very centralized approach in terms of campaign to really bring visibility and awareness. How many learners know that they can access sanitary dignity products and where they can access these products? And I think there's not enough visibility on that done in provinces. And this would go to the communications department of provinces. Then we come to the learner and learner and teenage pregnancy. Now, the learner and teenage pregnancy, but also linking it back to the Sanitary Dignity Programme, we know that there's a certain age and criteria that needs to be followed when it comes to sexual reproductive education in schools being part of the curriculum. But as indicated, you've got learners who are starting their menstruation at the age of 8 years old. What determines the appropriate age for sexual orientation or this type of education to be implemented in schools. Additionally, I like the approach of saying that we are not excluding the boy child in this education, and therefore they need to also be empowered in order for us to destigmatize this narrative around young girls who are undergoing the process or who are experiencing their menstrual cycles. And additionally, it would be on the element of sexual reproductive health education. Now, the information and the database that is collected is a very umbrella approach. Do we have segregated data that says how many of these teenagers and these learners are learners with disabilities? How many of them are coming from these previously historically disadvantaged backgrounds? How many are coming from peri-urban? Which ones are coming from urban communities, etc.? And what are the factors that are contributing to the high increase, rise in this surge? But additionally, what we're not doing and not seeing in special needs schools is that we're not teaching children with disabilities on sexual reproductive education. We're not teaching children with special needs to identify when there is statutory rape, assault that is taking place. And lastly, it would be what is the collaboration between the departments, both the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Basic Education, both at a national and at a municipal and provincial level, with the Department of Justice, because we must understand that some of these cases of teenage pregnancy, learner pregnancy, it's where there is statutory rape. And one needs to understand from the data that has been collected, how many of those cases are statutory rape? How many of the cases are currently on the register? How many cases have been processed? And where are some of the shortfalls? Lastly, Chairperson, what is the mechanism that is being utilized to report cases of a learner, a minor, who comes to school who is pregnant? Who does the responsibility also additionally lie with at an institutional level? Is it with the principal, the educators, and how are they able to report that? And what is the intervention of the department in this regard? Chairperson, I think for now, I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chalke-Adonis, for those inputs and questions. I also want to take the opportunity to welcome our Minister, Honourable Chikunga. I see she has joined our meeting. I will give, towards the end, after we've done the answer session, hand over to the DM and the Minister to make their reflections. Can I hand over to Honourable Mabel?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Honorable Chair, on the question of sanitary towels, especially in Free State, if I remember very well, Free State had challenges in distribution of sanitary dignity towels since from 2020-21. Now, if the challenge is not sorted, what I want to know, what is the department plan in sorting out the challenges of distribution of sanitary dignity towels in Free State? Actually, in all these provinces that have challenges in different ways, what mechanism are you thinking of to sort out the problems that led to these challenges? Because it's like these challenges will never end, especially in Free State. There is no solution. What does the department maybe planning about these problems, the problems that are leading to these challenges exactly? Thank you. That's my take. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mabel. Honourable Mkonto, you are next.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and their team, and all our guests today. Maybe I can safely say all protocol observed. Chair, I will start with a preamble to say, I think it should be understood that when we do oversight as a committee, we do oversight at these topics that we're dealing with today at a school level. So if reports don't go to that level, it's a bit of a frustration. I will start, Chair. I will make some comments and questions. Let me start by saying, Chair, we welcome the presentations. And we also appreciate the provinces that positively responded to our call as a committee to come and report to us about their activities of the topics at hand. Chair, I will start with Dr. Shukrai Inan's presentation. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. There are things that have struck my attention in that presentation, Chair. One is the provinces that participated during the desktop research. If we can be given those provinces as to which provinces did participate. And then the other one, Chair, is in the report, it is mentioned that there are no ECD for the disabled for children living with disabilities. And the high drop rate of these learners. I think, Chair, with the ECD matter, we must get a report from the department as to exactly how many ECDs in the country and in which provinces do provide for learners living with disabilities. In the report also, she talked about the higher education system, the training, the upskilling and reskilling of educators responsible for teaching learners with disabilities. Maybe in that interministerial team, Chair, I don't know whether the Minister of Higher Education is part of the interministerial team. If not, I would suggest that your office, Chair, make sure that the Minister of Higher Education is part. And Chair, to also request the Minister of Higher Education to give us a report of the number of institutions, specifically those that are providing teaching courses, which ones have courses of teachers that have to go back and teach learners with disabilities, and what is the output, the number of teachers that has been produced in the last 5 years. Chair, the presentation of DDG Shabalala, he was talking about the wash facilities for the sanitary towels. Chair, there is no water in South Africa. There is a dire shortage of water, Chair. So we really have to the department really have to join us in making sure that communities do have water, because water cannot pass the community and go to a school. It's communities first that must have water, and then the schools will be provided. And Chair, the issue of she-beans, we've been to the schools. We did not see any provision of the disposing of the used sanitary towels at any school. I think that is what the department should start with, even before other provinces engage with municipalities. The schools themselves, what do they have in place, or what do they plan to have in place to start the process? And the municipalities, maybe they can join in that plan. Chair, the report from DGD Shabalala about the procurement of the sanitary towels. I think this is a fair report, Chair, to say most of these suppliers are not manufacturers, they are distributors, meaning in the supply chain, they are a middleman, if I can put it like that. And in such cases, Chair, there is inflating of prices. That is why I'm not surprised that many provinces did not give us as to how much do they procure each packet of the sanitary towels, because they are middlemen. They are not the manufacturers. Hence, I agree with the suggestion that maybe the Department of Science and Innovation, the Department of Small Businesses, Trade and Industry must become part of this, so that we have our local people producing these sanitary towels. Chair, the Northwest talked about the area that is having a high rate of pregnancies. It's Rico. I've written something here, but Rato, yes. Chair, can they get us? What are the external pregnancy rate? Can they tell us? Because, Chair, I think there are external factors that are a contributory factor in that high pregnancy rate. With KZN, Chair, there are districts who do not have special schools. Where are those children taken to from Herikwala and Zululand district? The children that, because there is no community without children living with disabilities, they are there. So from Herikwala and Zululand, where are these children catered? And the last one, Chair, to all the presenters, how do their procurement system accommodate the fluidity of their target group? Fluidity, I mean those that are leaving the system and those that are entering the system. How do they make sure that all their target group benefits are not interrupted? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkonto. It's now the turn of Honorable Kanyile.
Now, Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity, and greetings to you and greetings to the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members in the departments that are in front or are with us today. I'd like to take this opportunity and welcome the presentations that we have just received. I have also been largely covered by my colleagues that have spoken before me. However, I think I also have a few questions that I would like to pose. Chairperson, I noticed that there's a few provinces that are not with us today. Maybe if we can get a clarity if there is a reason for that, if they were invited, or what are the circumstances around that issue? Because I have issues that I would have wanted to pose with one or two provinces. And you are well aware, and your office is aware, that there is a matter that we've been trying to pursue with the Gauteng Department of Education that concerns the learners with disabilities from last year, July. And we're few months away from another July and nothing has happened. So it would have been better to have them with us so that they can be able to respond to the concerns that we are having. Chairperson, the first presentation that we have received, there was a slide that was speaking to findings of scoping and rapid evaluation and research reports of them, DWYPD. I've noted a few lines here. That should be number 2, that speaks to lack of coordination between implementing government departments and collaboration with NGOs and schools. The next one will be number 4, that speaks to district-based support teams and school-based support teams, even where established, are not properly capacitated. The last one that caught my attention, it is that number 5, children with disabilities are still being turned away from their mainstream neighborhood schools to special schools where there is no space for them. While I acknowledge that these issues are picked up or they have been flagged, one would have wanted to know that what are measures in place. I think it would have been better if we had that in the presentation where it is indicated that what are the measures in place to address the findings that the department would have picked up. And the second one, there was a presentation that was made to early childhood development, that there have been some challenges ever since it has been moved from DSD to DPE. And one of the factors that were mentioned was the fact that DPE focuses on learners that are 5 years old and older and above. What I would want to know is what is currently being done to pay attention to learners like immediately when they are born until they reach 5 years, especially learners with special need. Now that this issue has been picked up, I would have wanted to know that what are measures in place to ensure that this matter is addressed. There was also a mention of 459,000 children with disabilities that are not accounted for. This is a big number. I think we can all see that. And one would definitely want to know if these issues have been flagged with the Department of Basic Education. And if they have been flagged, what are the measures in place to actually address it? There was also a presentation that we received that spoke to teenage pregnancy. And we also, which was quite concerning, old are giving birth. And even though numbers are fluctuating, the indication and the presenter indicated that they have picked up that most of the learners looking at the time where they give birth, they would have conceived during October and December. And that is the time when the schools are usually writing their exams. What I want to find out is, are there any engagements that include the parents? Only lies in the hands of the department. We also need the parents to come on board to play their role as well, so that we can work together in ensuring that we find ways to address the issue of teenage pregnancy, especially when we are going to have kids as young as 10 years, 12 to 15 that are giving birth. Surely there is some empowerment that needs to be provided to parents. And we also need to find out or to have measures in place that also check if parents are able to respond. The next one is the issue of sanitary towels that have been distributed to schools. The numbers that we see here, they're very beautiful. I would like to commend the departments for that. However, I just want to know, what is the tool that is being used by the department to measure if these sanitary towels, they actually reach the school that they are meant for? Because some of us as members of this portfolio, we have conducted oversight, And upon arrival on some schools, we get reports that indicate that they have never received sanitary towels. One would have wanted to know if there's any document that is being signed by the schools that are receiving, and if there's any stats that they're getting from the school where they indicate how many learners have received these sanitary towels, because that information will be very important, and it will also assist us to be able to measure the numbers that we are having here in the portfolio committee versus the numbers that we are getting from schools. That indicated that there is a number of learners with disabilities that are in normal schools. What I would want to find out is if these learners with disabilities, access to their attention, their various needs, which I think is something that should be very important for us to be able to look at, number one. Number two, if there's any waiting list that they have been placed on, where we will look at them being in a what we call a normal school as a temporary measure while they wait to be placed in a school that is meant to address their various needs. The last one, Chairperson, I think it will be in line with the question that was posed by Honorable Mkondo. She indicated that when the desktop research was done, the presenter did mention to us that it is only 3 schools that participated, or 3 provinces. No, I'm sorry. It was 3 provinces that participated instead of the 9 provinces that we have within our country. The question that I have, I'd like to know that what plans does the department have or they have embarked on to ensure that all the other provinces that have not taken a part in this activity, they are also brought on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanile. I see the hand of Honorable Chauke Adonis, or is it a legacy hand? Okay.
No, Chairperson, it's a new hand. Apologies for coming in again through you, Chairperson. I think I've been greatly covered on some of the items I wanted to raise on by Honorable Kanyile. But one wanted to just perhaps get a view on what are the consequence management instruments that are being applied and maybe proposed by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities when it comes to the Sanitary Dignity Programme distribution of sanitary pads for provinces that are not meeting compliance or the requirements in terms of the distribution. And I think it's very important when we speak to accountability, as I've indicated in my earlier articulations, that they cannot be that there is one province that is outperforming the rest of the other provinces. And perhaps what are the plans of taking best practices from the best performing provinces and making sure that that is then implemented across all 9 provinces as part of piloting it out and seeing if perhaps the blanket approach might be more successful. And then lastly, Chairperson, I just wanted to add on the element of the special needs schools. And I think Honorable Kanyile touched on this, which was very important, on the learners that are currently out of school and not accounted for, over 400,000 learners. What is the plan of the department in addressing this issue? And what are the reasons for having these learners displaced and unaccounted for? Additionally, how soon can we see intervention taking place? Because it cannot be, Chairperson, that you've got learners because of their special various needs out of learning institutions or out of the learning or academic cycle. And I think over 400,000 is a very, very big number, and it raises great concerns. And I think then the department needs to look at it as a human rights violation. So I just wanted to bring that. I did not cover it, and I think that those are some of the things that I would really like to get a response from the department on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chauke Adonis. Honorable Tito.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone who is present today. My name is Lorato Florence Tito from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chair, I only have 3 questions which I'm going to ask. The department mentioned that in the Northern Cape, there was money that was allocated to the province and then they did not spend that money, and then due to that, the budget was reduced, which is very, very disappointing, Chair, because of we need the money in that province. And then if they are not going to spend the money, automatically is going to be reduced. And Chair, also in the Northern Cape, in their presentation, we saw that they indicated that they have 5 service providers where they are busy distributing the SDP, the sanitary towels. Chair, now in that those 5 service providers, they are telling us that there are 5, but surely, Chair, if there are 5, and then are they in a proper way to allocate those sanitary towels, because of, and can they also indicate to us where are they located, those 5 service providers? And Chair, I also saw in the presentation where they actually indicated that the term of the end of the procurement of these 5 service providers is going to end on March 2025. So currently, right now, Chair, are they in the process of issuing a tender, on other service providers? Because of currently, right now, we are in February, and then March is next month. So meaning that those service providers, their term is going to end, and then they must indicate that are they currently busy with another tender process, so that we must get everything in order. And they also indicated that in 2 districts in the province, they don't have special schools. So now, if they don't have those special schools in those 2 districts, Chair, currently right now, what are they doing? Where are the learners in those districts allocated to? Can they indicate to us, maybe because of in these 2 districts, they don't have those special schools, and then the learners are maybe allocated somewhere, and is it near where they are located, or maybe the learners have been taken maybe from another district to another district? And Chair, now on the department mentioned that they actually have a challenge in human resource capacity. So can they indicate to us currently now which plans have they implemented? Are they in place to make sure that we are no longer going to get reports where they are going to tell us that they have human incapacity, and then in each and every province, which allocations are there in place? Maybe currently are there vacancies that are available to ensure that all of these programs, because of initially they told us that there is funding, and then all of these programs, they are going to be in place, everything is going to go smooth come next year when we are going to get another report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Tito. Before we start with the responses, I'm going to allow the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to respond first, followed by the Department of Education, and then followed by the provinces, which will be Northwest, KZN, Limpopo, Free State, and Northern Cape in that order. Honourable Kanyile, just to the question that you had asked, the other departments roll out their SDP, the Sanitary Dignity Programme, through the Department of Social Development. So we will have an opportunity to engage on some of the issues with those provinces that did not appear today, will in fact come when we call the Department of Social Development to interact with us. The Free State, I'm very sorry that we were not able to fly to your presentation, but you will be able to interact with us at the end. But also, I just wanted to get some clarity in terms of your SDP. From the presentation, it looks like you are between service providers, but what is not clear to me is Have you never rolled out the SDP before? It was in 2011 that President Zuma announced this program, and this policy is 8 years old. So I would like to know whether, is it only that you're between service providers and therefore not delivering on this program at the moment, or what is the case here? And also, when last did learners in your province receive sanitary dignity products? Our department, I think the report that you gave us on the challenges facing children with disabilities, which was the first presentation we received this morning, was a very valuable one. And I hope that we will be able to get a copy of that report and a full briefing at a later stage. But I would also like to know whether this report will find expression in your country report that is due to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. There was a comment that you are being excluded from the task team that is to review the basic education white paper on inclusive education. And I really hope that a political solution can be found here at DM and Minister so that our department is included. To the department, the Northwest, in 2022, 3 years ago, the Human Rights Commission released a report into the Northwest School of the Deaf, where 3 learners lost their lives, and it was due to the fact that there was inadequate first aid training, a shortage of teachers, no emergency equipment and lighting, etc. And I wanted to know whether you can give us a progress update with regard to the school and whether all the findings and suggestions and recommendations that were made by the Human Rights Commission, whether those were implemented. I think when we listened to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities this morning, I think it was quite a damning opening report when our department basically tells us in a nutshell that the inclusive education system is not working. In fact, the report said learners with disabilities are being turned away from schools and they're sent to special schools where there's no space. And then later in the report, it goes on to say these special schools are also dangerous in some instances to learners with disabilities. Now, Honorable Megan Chauke-Adonis, our whip, mentioned this, but according to the AG, 459 learners with disabilities are not included in the education system, denied the basic constitutional right to education. But it was the Center for Child Law that actually made a submission to the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and they noted in July 2023 that in fact the true figures are more than 500,000. They said 500,000 to 600,000 learners across the country with disabilities are not attending school. The center further noted that many parents have reported being on the waiting list for so many years that some of their children age out of the basic education system and is then removed from the waiting list. So I want to ask what the Honourable Whip had asked. Since the AG's report and since the Centre for Child Law made the submission to the UN in 2023, what measures did the Department of Basic Education put in place to identify these learners that are in communities that are not receiving education? Because I fear that it doesn't sound like from the presentation that any interventions were made. So please, can we be told what interventions were made following the AG's report and following the Centre for Child Law's report? Again, the Department of Basic Education tells us that you don't have a waiting list or you don't monitor waiting lists because it's not required by law. But again, then how do we verify whether the report by the Centre for Child Law is correct, that some children age out of the education system, and that is quite worrying. I saw that the Northern Cape provided us with a waiting list information for special schools per province. Well, they said in their province, there's 125 learners on the waiting list. And I wanted to know whether other provinces can please provide us with the same information. I noted that there are no no speech therapists and other there's no speech therapists and other therapists that are required in some of these provinces, and I wanted to find out why, and link to that, why are provinces not spending monies allocated for disabilities? In other words, why are you struggling to fill vacant posts when graduates are looking for jobs? Again, Honorable Adonis asked the question, but how is sexual health training or the training being adapted in accessible formats to ensure children with disabilities are able to understand the info, considering that children with disabilities are vulnerable to sexual assault? Final question, I've got many more, but are teachers in public schools being trained and equipped with the necessary skills to teach learners with disabilities? Because often when we do our oversight, you find that parents will tell you that teachers are not equipped with the necessary skills to teach learners with disabilities. With regards to, I just wanted to also ask, there's issues around learner pregnancies and the fact that the Department of Basic Education gave us information from the Department of Health, whereas schools are obligated to give that information. I heard the reasons given, but I think more must be done in this regard. I think KZN is doing well with regard to the rollout of the Sanitary Dignity Programme, but I also heard the presenters saying that you cannot give learners 12 packs because of funding constraints, but then 20 million is allocated for logistics. And I thought that was quite excessive, because if you're paying 14 Rand 48 a pack, with that 20 million that we're spending on logistics, we could have procured another 1.3 million packs. Yeah, there are ongoing challenges with the SDP, and I also think our department really needs to enhance its monitoring and evaluation. We cannot 8 years down the line still be saying that in some provinces they are receiving funds, but they are not spending it. If the question arises, why are funds not ring-fenced? Why are funds being spent on other things when they are meant to serve the most vulnerable? And I think there are other issues, but I think, as I've indicated before, the issues that we have covered today requires probably for us as a portfolio committee to engage in a more holistic, full-day public hearing of some sorts, which we as a committee can still explore at a later stage. But I'm sorry also that we have gone over time so much, but I think these issues are very important, and I hope that the various presenters are still with us to answer some of those questions. So I'm going to hand over to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, if DDG is online, just to take us through the responses, and then we'll go to the Department of Basic Education.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Mr. Machoba and myself will respond to the questions, and I've picked up a few that I can quickly respond to. There's a question around with regard to provincial sanitary dignity centers, committees who should be held accountable if they are not set up. So what we normally do, we write to the province, the DG of that particular province, if we pick up such a problem, and we indicate to the DG of that province our concerns about the non-performance or the non-existence of the committees, and ask the DG to take charge. It is the DG of that province who will then take responsibility in consultation with the HOD responsible. If it's a matter that falls squarely in the Department of Social Development, then that DG of that province will talk to that DG, the HOD, and that's where the issue of accountability and consequence management takes place. In terms of IGR, with the way things work and all, it is not possible for our Director General to zoom into a province and discipline an HOD in a particular province for failing to set up these dignity committees. But we do escalate, and we expect the Director General of that province to take charge. Then there's another one that says, what are the measures to address challenges faced by provinces? Mr. Machoba will talk to the National Task Team, how often it meets and how it is structured and how we use it as a forum for the departments to account. And then we follow through on those issues where there's areas of concern in terms of performance. But at the same time, Chair, I wish to indicate that we have subjected ourselves as a department to the internal audit colleagues. They audit our work, and we recommended that the work should actually be raised with provincial departments, that they too, their internal auditing units should actually audit the sanitary dignity program or framework. In that way, they are able to pick up areas of non-performance like we do. If we don't perform, they tell us why we did not perform. They hold us accountable, and the DG. Similarly, the expectation is that this process should cascade as well further down at the provincial level. So the two auditing structures are supposed to speak to one another, and they are most welcome to even do audit, what is it they call it, fraud detection reviews if there is anything that they are suspecting in those areas where they are operating. There's also another question that says, how did we end up with two departments managing the sanitary dignity implementation program? Chair, the challenge here is that it is not the department that makes the decision which department is the implementing department. It's the provincial executives led by the respective premiers. They are the ones that are making a decision as to, in their province, is the sanitary dignity program going to be led by social development or is going to be led by education. However, because we've noticed that this is posing a challenge, particularly from a coordination perspective at a political level, where we would like to see it being a min-mac agenda item and matters being discussed at that level, and political direction as well as leadership, strategic direction being offered, we are seriously considering taking a CAB memo, raising all the challenges that we are observing, and also making recommendations that may this responsibility be housed under one department across all 9 provinces. However, it's a process because we need to be consulting even the provinces and indicate to them why we would like to pursue this kind of conversation. What is the model used in the procurement process? The model that is currently being used is in the SCM supply chain management process. And I am happy the way the Limpopo province explained exactly how they deal with this. It's purely an SCM process if as abbreviated. But Chair, perhaps you raised a good point to say they seem to be on track or doing it right from a procurement perspective, that we then ask them at the next National Task Team meeting to share this model so that other provinces can further engage and check for themselves whether are they almost doing the same or not, and how do they improve as a form of benchmark working in accordance to the way the Limpopo colleagues are doing it. Then on teenage pregnancy, Chairperson, we've indicated that we are working on a strategy in partnership with the development partners, all government departments, and we will be in consultation with civil society organizations. But we will be looking at how do we focus on law enforcement, particularly in respect of statutory rape. I must indicate, Chair, that at some point we had written to the Department of Health a while ago, and we requested that, isn't it better that we have access to the data of the learners? We dispatch the social workers, they visit, and the social workers assess the circumstances that led to the girl learner falling pregnant, and then work in consultation with NPA and make recommendations with regard to how best are we going to move forward. We did meet some challenges and stumbling blocks, and that is why we are reverting to the issue of a strategy that will outline clearly the roles and responsibilities of each department, and at the end of the day, a strategy that will be endorsed by Cabinet, giving us the powers now to make sure that we have teeth and we can monitor and implement that strategy once it is approved. On wash facilities, I really would like to take it as a comment that we should be joining the portfolio committee as they advocate for access to water in communities. But Chairperson, we also have a responsibility in terms of the framework that we should make sure that we find a mechanism to make water available to those girl learners, because if they don't have water, then that poses a challenge when they have to get to a point where they have to change their product to a much more cleaner product, and have access to the facilities where they can actually wash their hands and all of that. So I'm going to appeal to members not to stop us to conduct the wash, but to find a way of supporting us as we advocate for provision of water, whether it's through NPOs that are there helping us, but to work with us and make sure that we restore the dignity of the girl child. No girl child would like to go into an ablution facility, use it, and come out with hands that she is unable to find a space where she can wash. Just simply put, Chairperson. The she beans, we will further engage on this matter at our National Task Team, but I'm also going to ask the education colleagues to further engage us on the infrastructure budget, because ideally it's something that should be provided for in the infrastructure budget. And we are not asking for something fancy, Chairperson. Even if it's a simple box that they can take, wrap it, make it neat, label it, and work with the people that are there in terms of the removal of the stuff. But it's an area that needs a lot of attention. We will revisit it and further engage with the relevant colleagues on the issue. But there's also myths, Chair. There are areas where the young women are not prepared to use the she beans and drop their used products in she beans because of the myths of you don't just drop your blood anywhere and people will get access to that, and a lot of things can happen thereafter. I don't want to labor the point, but there is that myth, and we need to continue with the education and awareness program in schools where the she beans are there. And in instances where we don't have she beans, work with the relevant department and motivate that they work with their infrastructure budget as well. I think I'm covered. And Chair, the other one, I just wanted to request that there's language that we need to use. And I would like to share with members that the appropriate language is not to use the word normal school, because it then suggests that there are abnormal schools. So in terms of language, we're talking mainstream schools, fully inclusive schools, and special schools. So I thought maybe I should raise that. But if there's a way we can find, if there is a way we can probably develop some kind of a simple glossary on language issues and share with the committee members, not only from a disability perspective, but also from a gender perspective, I think that would assist and empower members a great deal. I will leave it at that and ask Mr. Machoba to add where I left off, and then we will check whether we've responded to all issues that we're talking directly to our department. Mr. Machoba, step in, please.
Thank you. DDG, I also see the hand of Dr. Sukraeli. It's been up.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, I will respond to the presentation on the exclusion of children with disabilities from the department, because in terms of the questions that were raised, as soon as Mr. Mashoba is done and you'll allow me, then I'll respond to those questions.
Thank you so much. Please, Mr. Machoba, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members, and also greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I will rush quickly, Chair. Firstly, just to lay out quickly the procurement process in as far as the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework is concerned. As I had indicated, honorable members, that the budget would come from National Treasury. It does not even reach our shores as a department. It goes straight to provincial treasuries and then dispersed to the implementing departments. Now, when it comes to procurement, the framework is very clear in terms of defining how or the modalities thereof. In other words, it is suggesting that one, provincial department should appoint either manufacturers or distributors. And the reason why it added in the distributors element into it is that on realization, we realize that the scene currently is dominated by multinational companies. So if we just say manufacturers only and not qualified, that would mean then the Procter & Gamble, Kimberly-Clarkson, Johnson & Johnson, and others would be the primary beneficiaries and would then defeat the purpose of actually benefiting local emerging SMMEs. Hence, then we realize that on the ground, there are still very few local SMMEs. So as a way to try to put a balance to that provinces would then be able to then measure up what their situation and status is. For instance, if they appoint a manufacturer, they should also ensure that there is an element of subcontracting, exactly how KZN has done it. KZN has given a contract to a local manufacturer based in Durban and then subcontracted to 13 small, medium, and emerging enterprises for distribution to the schools. On the other hand, if it is distributors only, distributors procure and then distribute to the schools. But the proviso is that those pads must be SABS compliant and embedded in the provincial procurement processes and also in the specifications. It is indicated that anybody who bids must produce a certificate that speaks to SABS compliance. So that is how the quality assurance process is managed at provincial level. So those SABS certificates must be produced and then they get verified. And then the other issue to quickly go into, in terms of monitoring, we have a monitoring and evaluation framework. Hence, we're saying that we conduct workshops with provinces. And then, of course, the most important body would be the provincial, or rather would be the national task team that meets on a quarterly basis, wherein we get reports from provinces. We decide to intervene based on the peculiarities of a particular province. And also, we write reports which we take back to the provinces so that they could consider addressing some of the anomalies that would be there. Now, what this therefore ensures is that one, there's accountability and that these reports reach the Directors General of provinces. Hence, it is very, very critical, therefore, also for the Directors Generals and the HODs to have really a bird's eye view on what happens in the program in itself. And then another guarantor is the Provincial Sanitary Dignity Committee, which is basically presided over by the Office of the Premier. That is, the DG in the Office of the Premier would appoint somebody senior to preside over this committee, which also meets quarterly to look at the dynamics in terms of progress, even before reporting to the National Task Team. Therefore, that information, arguable, should easily be available for in the highest echelons of the Office of the Premier. So that is how we have mapped out this process. And then in terms of credible information, we continue to look at information and look at how credible it is. A typical example with the recent appointments of service providers, like with Limpopo and others, we are going to go and verify those appointed service providers, whether indeed they are women-owned or youth-owned or disability-owned, so that if that is the case, then we are able to take that matter up to levels where it will be handled. And then the Honorable Jasmine has also spoken about the issue of the teenage pregnancies. How can we decrease unplanned pregnancies? As indicated, together with the Department of National Health, DBE, and others, we are finalizing the strategy document, which will give us a very credible national action plan that is non-fragmented, that includes civil society, UN organizations. So we are going to report to the Honorable Committee about that particular progress in the first quarter of 25-26 financial year. And then coming to the issue of non-expenditure by provinces, which is a very serious matter. In the first instance, honorable members, in the quarterly Sanitary Dignity National Task Team, besides representation from national departments like DBE, DSD, Health, DTIC and DSPD. Also, National Treasury, the IGR section, the Intergovernmental Relations section of National Treasury, is represented as part of these quarterly engagements. That is why last year, a similar exercise like the one that is carried out by this August Portfolio Committee, also National Treasury convened these departments, all of them without exception, to actually account, and there were very strict recommendations on what should happen. And this is part of what we are going to monitor as DWIPT as to whether those recommendations from National Treasury were followed through. Perhaps it could be prudent for this committee to call that IGR section because it did make particular impressions about this particular matter. And then also the Northern Cape issue from Honorable Zodetse, which is very critical, that also I thought that perhaps the Northern Cape could really explain it, apart from the HR dynamic. But there's an issue where they've said that out of the budget that they have, which is 5 million some odds, they've spent 34%, and the current allocation is 0 because of financial constraints. It's an issue that we really have to seriously address, Honorable Chair, because that is earmarked funding coming directly from National Treasury. So it's not easy to comprehend how then does it now dissolve into a provincial budget, because as much as it is not what they call, what is that amount? What is that term? That is, although it is not a conditional grant, ring fence strictly, as would be the case in a conditional grant, but this is still called earmarked funding. Earmarked meaning for a particular program. How it disappears elsewhere, and now we're told that the total remaining is 0, is baffling, but I'm sure there's a reasonable feedback to that. And then on the issue of the Provincial Sanitary Dignity Committees, as the Honorable Shabangu has reflected, it is a concern that some provinces don't have functional provincial sanitary dignity committees, because if those committees were functional, half of the problems that we're talking about would be solved, because as we have said, it's located in the offices of premiers in provinces. Therefore, it should have early detection systems, a bird's eye view of what happens within those departments that actually constitute that Provincial Sanitary Dignity Committee. We will definitely follow that up. And then also the Honorable Megan Chauke spoke about the matrix of evaluation performance and who monitors that performance. Indeed, there are 3 legs to it, as I've indicated: us from a monitoring and evaluation perspective, but also the province itself through the implementing department, and also where functional, the Provincial Sanitary Dignity Committee. So this is a matter that we need to really look into. And then the Honorable Kondo spoke about wash facilities. I think this is a matter that we need to be very open about, that when it comes to water supply, sanitation, and hygiene in South African public school, there are instances where the situation is horrendous. But the light at the end of the tunnel is that the Department of Basic Education, through the minister and the DG last year, indicated that they are addressing sanitation backlogs. Also, the MEC for Education in Mpumalanga last year set aside 10 million to eradicate pit latrines. So this is a matter that we will be able to follow through. And also the Honorable Mkonto was concerned about the issue of pricing of sanitary pads, because the pricing is not standardized across provinces. It would obviously be difficult to standardize pricing in a decentralized environment, because this is not a transversal contract, but these are provincial contracts. But we have always indicated to provinces that the most important issue is that they need to avoid being exploited by service providers. And we have made it abundantly clear that in terms of the cost drivers, the budget should indicate that a bulk of the money has been used for the menstruator, for the girl child, vis-a-vis payment of service providers or administrative or logistical issues. And also in terms of assisting small, medium enterprises in reaching a point whereby they can also be credible manufacturers. The DTIC and DSBD are part of this national task team which DWIPD is working on. And as I'm speaking to you, DSBD has a document in which it is trying to come up with a business plan and a cluster model in which they will take on board all the local SMMEs, that put them into training in terms of quality management systems and also understanding the work of the regulatory authorities, where SAPC will be part of that. The South African Professional Health Regulatory Authority will be there, and other institutions, so that ultimately these local entrepreneurs are facilitated to the extent that they can also reach the level of multinationals. A typical example of that success story is Lindwe Pets, which is situated here in Tshwane, which is a local, credible institution which actually matches any of the multinationals in terms of the delivery of the product, a credible product for the learners. And towards the end, the Honorable Chauke Adonis as well, or before that, there was a question around how do we measure that sanitary pads have basically arrived in the school at the right time, in the right quality, and in the right quantity. When service providers arrive at a school, on school site, there's a school-based support team together with the district team that ensures that there is a form that is signed by recipients, which carries the names, the grades of the learners. Those forms are left at the school, in the district, as well as at provincial level in the offices of the implementing departments. So we use that. Also as DWIPD, because we can't be everywhere all the time, what we normally do is we do some random sampling, just simply ask for these forms from a particular province or from particular schools, just to have a sense that the process is working. And then towards the end, second last chair, with your indulgence, the Honorable Chauke Adonis spoke about consequence management. What is consequence management in the situation or in the scenario that provinces are not compliant? From where we sit, honorable members, is that we are regulated by the Intergovernmental Relations Framework. And as a Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we don't have a whip. We don't even have a smack. We can't even use the palm of our hands because of the nature of the intergovernmental relations relationship, because we cajole, we urge, we negotiate, we put sense and ethics and morals into reasons why a program like this is guided by policy, and that policy should be adhered to because it was approved by cabinet. It was also approved by your dear selves, honorable members. Therefore, it stands to reason that there shouldn't be a situation whereby province A has to be reminded about the policy injunctions of the Sanitary Dignity Implementation Framework and other accompanying legislation. So from our side, I think perhaps the minister and the DM are best suited to talk to that, because I'm just a practitioner. As a practitioner, when we talk consequence management, I will write letters and energetically write more letters for the signature of my DG to go to the DG of a particular province for redress or for mitigation. But I do not carry anything further than that. And then lastly, basically the Honorable Tito was raising that issue of the Northern Cape and that 34% budget that has been used, but now we're told that there's a 0%. I think, Chair, as I end, Honorable Chairperson, it is to say that the situation is not a bleak one from where we stand as practitioners. It could have been worse. But because of cooperation from provinces and from ourselves, the situation is incrementally getting better. But certainly, it needed not to be incremental, because the fact of the matter is that this program has a mandate, there's a policy framework. Also, it has a financial mandate, it has a budget, which therefore means that every rand and cent of the budget ought to be used so that we can then be able to say, where are the gaps? What is the extent of those gaps? How can we cost those gaps so that we have a clear line of sight of where the challenges are? Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am, and honorable members.
Thank you so much, Mr. Machoba. Dr. Sukraeli.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Chair and Honorable members, just to answer a few of the questions that can be answered by the DWYPD itself in terms of the exclusion of children with disabilities from the education system. As I indicated, in terms of the question with regard to the provinces that participated in the research, in the first part of the project where we had phase 1, we had a budget of 800,000 Rand to do a scoping and rapid evaluation. And we therefore focused on 5 provinces, and we had the Human Science Research Council to add credibility to the research in terms of our findings. And we, in that particular research, we had identified 5 provinces to participate. However, we only got 3, which were Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. Unfortunately, Northwest and Western Cape, we could not get permissions from those provinces to do the research with them in terms of our researchers and the permissions that were required. This is when we got the data and the findings from the scoping and rapid evaluation report. This is when we decided that we needed to spend at least another 800,000, which we had in terms of our budget. That was we had to do the scoping of our research within that particular budget limitation. And we then tried, what we were wanting to do was we wanted to amplify the voices of children, the parents, and the NGOs, but also do a survey on special schools and full service schools to give us an understanding of where they are, what are their challenges, so we could then see where operationally we were going, things were going wrong. Unfortunately, with this, again, we did not get permission from any of the provincial education departments to conduct the survey. We hired a service provider, we sent through DG to DG letters, and unfortunately, we needed to get permissions from the provinces themselves, which was not forthcoming within the time of the research. So what we did is we focused primarily on the voices of the parents, the children. We did interviews with the parents and the NGOs, and we had focus group discussions of participants, including educators at special schools, educators from mainstream schools, psychologists, social workers, to enrich the data that we had, academics, etc. And that is how we then got the recommendations for that research. And in that part, we had 5 provinces who participated just in terms of people and NGOs and parents, etc., which was the Western Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, Limpopo, and KZN. So that was insofar as the provinces. Insofar as the recommendations that came out of these reports, and naturally it was because of the evidence and the findings and the data that came out of the research that we had these recommendations. We took these reports, as I indicated, through the clusters to take it towards cabinet approval. And it went through the SPCHD, TWG, and to the DG's cluster. And we now are waiting. We agreed at the DG's meeting, it was agreed that there would be a meeting set up between DBE, DOH, DSD, including ourselves, and all other departments that are clearly relevant to help bring this holistic recommendations that were put forward in terms of operationalizing inclusive education and providing the supports and services across the various types of schools, settings, facilities, community-based centers, etc., that would be required. As I indicated, the meeting has not yet occurred, and it would be, we will need to really meet in earnest. And as the Honorable Chair indicated, it would be good if we could also be part of the ministerial task team, so that these recommendations, where we also have a theory of change that was developed in terms of how to implement recommendations and interventions going forward, can actually be implemented. Insofar as the country report, I wanted to say that we highlighted the strides and the various interventions and achievements that the DBE has made from 2018 to 2023. And at the same time, we also highlighted challenges that we do have. I mean, questions were asked specifically about Akwezi Lukusa special schools and other special schools, bearing in mind that the disability sector will provide shadow reports and will be consulted with in terms of all the media reports, in terms of the court cases that are against special schools, etc. And we acknowledged in the report, as much as we are trying our best and we're doing all of certain things, we also have challenges, and that we are going to put together strategies as a country, because this is a country report, to be able to overcome the challenges that we currently have in terms of our monitoring systems, in terms of our coordination across government itself, between our various departments who have different roles to play, and also then our coordinations with various stakeholders in the private sector, parents, our NGO sector who have a critical role to play, even our network providers who have also put in technology in the various special schools, etc. But working together, we need to be able to do this so that it's a coordinated approach. Otherwise, we have a situation where technology is put in this XYZ schools, but not knowing why they are put there and for what use it's going to be. It needs to be a concerted effort that we put together. So the aim is going to be for us, when we do have this meeting that we are waiting, to be able to set up these national committees that are cross-sectoral, including that filters down to province and then to district level, so that we can become more proactive, more responsive, also allow for some sort of complaints mechanisms for parents. We won't actually say complaints, but rather reporting mechanisms, so that they can actually indicate where they are having challenges if they can't enroll, or if their child is in school and they aren't able to get the supports that is needed, so that everyone on board, whether it's transport, whether it's health, whether it's higher education, whatever the case may be, DSD, all can come on board to be able to play our part, because it's a value chain. And this is where we currently are. And we are ready as DWYPD to provide the technical support in terms of what is required to help with the operational part of things, to make this 459,000 children that was highlighted by the Auditor General. And then you get the different stats by the Center for Child Law. And I think this is actually pointing to our ineffective, data systems as a country in itself, because even in our country report, there are various pieces of data and information that is required, which unfortunately we as a country do not have. And I think this is something that we really need to work towards strengthening our monitoring and evaluation, so that we can actually then have proper responsive planning and budgeting for our areas in terms of in disability across education, higher education skills, which obviously then will translate into employment and economic empowerment, etc. So that is insofar as what I can respond to Honorable Chair and members in terms of the presentation that was delivered by DWYPD in this area. I think DBE would be able to better also respond in terms of the operational side of things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sukraeli. Dr. Whittle, now is your opportunity to lead your team.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to invite the presenters to just respond briefly. And if there's anything that they've left behind, I'll come at the end. Mr. Bottoman?
Thank you, Dr. Whittle, and thank you, Chair.
It's really just a couple of things relating to the menstrual health and sanitary dignity presentation of TBE. I think the honorable members were making a point around water provision, which we agree with. I think part of what we need to do when we mobilize other sectors to be part of the engagement would be to look at how we can bring local government so that they bring their municipalities to be able to support the system. I think the honorable member is correct when she says that water will not go straight to the school, but it should go to a community in which the school is located. So that's probably what we need to look at. The honorable member also spoke about, commended the department for inviting other departments that would not ordinarily be part of the agenda or part of the engagement. And what we're going to do, Chair, if you allow us, that when because you see, we view that state indaba as Parliament's initiative, because it is Parliament that asked the department to work together to lead on something like this. And so it is important that not only the PC for basic education and higher education is invited in that state indaba, but also your PC, Honorable Chair, should be invited so that we're able to demonstrate that collaborative thinking and collaborative effort to resolve these issues. And the honorable member is stating the ideas of what they could do quite well. And so we want to, if you allow us, Honorable Chair, to then also include your PC on this, because it's also a matter of interest for your PC, and then the three PCs then would be co-leading that indaba, which would be which the dates and the logistics around that will be communicated as soon as possible. The issue around waste management, I think the reason why waste management in basic education is becoming a challenge is for a number of reasons, part of which has already been addressed by DDG Chabalala when she spoke about some of the what could be considered by others as superstition around blood management. And so as we think about ways and means of, putting in place waste management mechanisms for sanitary dignity, these are just some of the things that have got nothing to do with facilities, but a lot to do with the myths and the beliefs. And I think maybe in part of our curriculum delivery, we've got to look at those things as well, without invalidating the belief systems of children around blood management and so forth. But over and above that, Chair, you'd also then note that there is an issue around waste collection from our schools, even just on paper, even if we're not talking about sanitary pads that are used now, but even paper waste is a problem in our schools, especially in far-flung areas where waste management is generally a problem on its own. So these are issues that we're going to have to be thinking about very well. There are possibilities that are not so expensive that have been suggested to us around biodegradable solutions. These are the solutions that will allow the used sanitary pads to be thrown in a bin that will break it down chemically, so that then you don't need anyone to come and collect it, but chemically it will just dissolve by itself. So these are just some of the things that we're thinking about for our schools. And we've got, of course, as you know, we are government, so we've got to look for the most economical options when it comes to these issues. And the last issue was around accountability for reporting of sexual abuse and sexual harassment in schools. In the previous legislative dispensation, before we had, the amendment of legislation around domestic violence and GBV and all of those things, we always placed the accountability responsibility on the school principal. So in the event that there's a child who comes to school age 10 or age 11 and that child is pregnant, we used to say that, or that child is reporting that they've been sexually abused by a family member or whatever, we used to say that then in terms of the protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools, we used to place the ownership on the school principal. But the new laws that have come on board now are saying everybody who finds themselves in a position of coming into contact with children in their work, this includes teaching and non-teaching staff, they all have a responsibility to report sexual abuse and statutory rape in school. So it's not only on the principal, because we're trying to avoid becoming administrative about a child protection matter. And so going forward, the accountability really administratively, yes, it still lies with the school principal where the experiences of sexual abuse have been picked up. But in terms of the actual reporting, anyone is now given the responsibility to report. So it can be a learner support agent, it can be a child care worker at the school, it can even be a cleaner who picks up these issues at their school. It doesn't always have to be the school principal. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Mr. Botterman. And we accept the invitation to the Indaba, and we look forward to receiving the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Botterman. Thank you, Chair, and the Minister, and the DM, and honorable members. Chair, I'm not going to go through the questions one by one, but I will just provide answers that will cover a range of questions. That is how the response has been crafted. In terms of like the plans to ensure effective programming in reducing unplanned teenage pregnancy, Chair, I won't repeat the National Strategy and Action Plan on Teenage Pregnancy that DDG Chabalala and Mr. Machoba has alluded to. Just to add that as DBE, we are also in the process of strengthening the provision of sexuality education through the curriculum. As alluded, Chair, that in the high priority district, we have developed scripted lesson plans to assist teachers to ensure that the information that they provide to learners in terms of sexual reproductive health is accurate and age appropriate. But we are also in the process of finalizing open source textbooks that has got the strand of sexuality education to ensure that not only schools in high priority district, but all schools have the resources to be able to deliver the information. And in response to the criteria that we ensure that the information or education on SRHR is age appropriate, let me indicate, honorable members, that in education we have the curriculum assessment policy statement for life skills and life orientation, which dictates and prescribes the themes, topics, and also the content that goes in sexual reproductive health information that goes into the curriculum. So this, which is called the CAPS, which is the policy that guides to ensure that we provide the correct and age-appropriate. However, the department went a step further in 2009 when the International Technical Guidance on Sexuality Education were released, where we mapped the topics, because the International Technical Guidance are arranged by age, not by grade as we do. So we mapped and consolidated in terms of like the gaps that we have to ensure that whatever information is provided through our curriculum is age appropriate, but also informed by our own curriculum assessment policy statement. I think Mr. Botterman touched on the protocol in terms of like the pregnancies between 10 and 14, because any pregnancy below the age of consent in the department, we regard it as statutory rape, and the protocol are referenced in our policy in the prevention and management of learner pregnancy to say those are the steps that, Chair, we will take to ensure that there is proper reporting on underage pregnancy. And on the peer education, Chair, let me indicate that the department has developed guidelines for the provision of peer education programs in schools. So these guidelines, we have a number of peer education programs that are implemented. They vary from the Keeping Girls in School peer education program. we have the radical different species that is implemented in our schools. So we have a number of peer education programs, but in order to standardize and to ensure that the content and the peer education are addressing the actual issues, we have the peer education guidelines that our partners and the provinces are using when implementing peer education program. And this is what provinces also use to monitor the implementation of these programs and to ensure that the messaging is consistent with what is in the international technical guidance and CAPS, so that we don't have a different messaging in terms of like the programs that are implemented in schools. And in terms of like the involvement of caregivers and parents, we piloted the parent-child communication dialogues on comprehensive sexuality education in 4 provinces last year. And we are having a meeting with the Department of Social Development, who parallel to that were busy conducting the intergenerational dialogue. This is the collaboration to ensure that we have consistent messaging, and also to ensure that we collaborate, as I indicated, to say we provide these programs in schools, but the learner is a moving target. So to say, because they have the YOLO, they have the CHOMI peer education program, to say you also use and utilize the safe spaces to ensure that the learners, when they are not in school, but they are still, we have complementary and supplementary messaging on sexual reproductive health, so that we can keep the schedule and then pregnancy. Lastly, Chair, just to note, the request to further disaggregate the data on learner pregnancy, rural, as currently we focus on the quintile, to say quintile 1, quintile 2, and quintile 3 schools. And we hope, Chair, that as we reported or presented that we are working on the module for the reporting of pregnancy on MEs and the regulations that we are busy working on. They will help us to improve on our data collection and ensuring that there is mandatory reporting from our provinces, and we will work with MEs to ensure that we improve the disaggregation of the data as requested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndlovu.
Chair, that brings us to the last presenter, Mr. Ngobo.
Mr. Ngobo, over to you.
Mr. Ngobo, you must unmute. Chair may have stepped out or something. My apologies for that. And so he'll have to deal with a lot of the questions related to disability.
Yes.
So Chair, I'll pick up on some of the other issues, and hopefully I can ask one of the presenters, because I see Mr. Ngobo is in the meeting, Mr. Bottoman, perhaps, to just try and get hold of him and check whether there's a problem. So thank you very much to the 2 presenters who've addressed a lot of the issues. Just to say, Chair, on the ECD matter that some of the colleagues have raised, that's a matter that we'll have to perhaps provide a written response to the committee. Unfortunately, none of us in this meeting is currently working on ECD, and as you know, it's a fairly new function that has been allocated to us. But certainly we take note of the comments in that regard, and it's something that we will formally write to the committee on. The other issue that I just wanted to mention as well is the issue of SRHR, sexual reproductive health training, and CSE specifically for children with disability. Like Mr. Ndlovu said, it is a matter that we have identified as a gap in our own work, and it's something that we have started working on so that we can provide differentiated CSE to children with disabilities. We have been working with the Human Sciences Research Council and some of our partners led by the late Professor Finn Reagan, who has worked with us on developing and testing a material specifically for children with disability. And we do envisage, Chair, that during the course of the next financial year, we'll start rolling that out to our special schools. Chair, then the issue that you have raised on the safety issues pertaining to special schools is a matter that we have taken up as a department. We've specifically worked with that School of the Deaf in the Northwest that you've identified. We've been able to obtain funding support from Santam, the insurance company, and they've worked with us in terms of developing specific training programs for special schools. This involved issues of how you respond during a fire, how do you do safe evacuation, for example, if you're dealing with children that are either blind or visually impaired. And we have systematically been rolling this out to all the special schools. We also, working with Santam, we've developed an app that is used to train teachers and learners in those schools. Then the last issue, Chair, that I just wanted to mention is this issue of the training of teachers. This is, of course, a very difficult area of work for us. Probably 5-6 years ago, working with the British Council and the University of South Africa, UNISA, we developed a course that is called Respect for All. It's currently rolled out in 9 of our public universities, and we're working to add more universities to this program. And basically what it does is to train initial teachers in initial education, so student teachers, about how to work with children who have a range of disabilities, but it also works in terms of how do you, for example, promote the values of our Constitution, how do you teach for diversity, etc. And we're quite pleased that we've got 9 universities who've come on board. A few years ago, we did a formal evaluation of the program, which was quite positive, and we're constantly engaging other universities to come on board. Also, one of the members raised the issue of, I think it was Honorable Mkonto, who raised the issue of how we're working with the Department of Higher Education and Training. And just to say, working with them over the last few years, we've opened quite a few specialized centers at some of our public universities, and these centers train, I think it's Honorable Chauke Adonis, I think was raised the issue. And I mean, for example, we've got a center for neurodiversity at the University of Johannesburg. We've got a center for deaf studies at Wits Universities, at Wits University, and there are a few others, Chair, where we train initial teachers. Of course, it is important that we train the almost 400,000 teachers that are in the system. And that's a challenge that, of course, we take up and that we are constantly trying to get more and more in-service teachers to actually go through the training program. And we are busy in the Western Cape piloting a model where we can do teaching respect for all, but to do it with in-service teachers. The Winelands district in the Western Cape piloted this program last year, and we're planning this year to roll it out to parts of the Eastern Cape as well. Chair, let me pause there. I was hoping to do this at the end, but if Mr. Ngobo, if you are back, Mr. Botman, I'm not sure if you managed to get a hold of him. Otherwise, Chair, maybe we can move on to the provinces and Mr. Ngobo can come back maybe a little bit later.
Okay, I'm back, Doc. I couldn't unmute.
Okay, Mr. Ngobo, please proceed.
Yes, I think you've addressed like most of the issues. I think the issue that I can address is the issue around the training of teachers that are already in the system. We have an APP and an indicator in the annual performance plan on the training of teachers in specialized areas of inclusive education. We've already trained around 300,000 teachers in this regard since 2017. So it's the work that carries on. The other issue that was raised by Honorable Sotesi was the issue around the training of teachers in teaching in a differentiated way. As we speak, Limpopo is holding a workshop for the subject advisors, and the team at DPE is supporting the province in doing that. They have workshops for all their subject advisors up to mid-March. So with respect to dealing with the issue of differentiated teaching, that is what is happening in that regard. But we note the issues around infrastructure, the issues around accessibility and ramps. But what has happened with regards to accessibility is that all new schools that are built according to universal design standards. But the work of ensuring that all schools are accessible continues as part of the other programs of the department. Then there was an issue around the review of policies, especially Education White Paper 6, 2001. That is the white paper that I referred to in saying that the minister established a ministerial task team in this regard. The ministerial task team has already produced an initial draft report, but their work continues, and for this year, they are conducting consultations with key stakeholders, including disability associations. But I must also indicate that with regards to the involvement of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we don't know what is happening, but the letter was sent with all the letters that were sent. It was also recent when we heard that they didn't receive it, but we never had the response. But we will engage to see where the problem actually is. And the issue around the inclusive learning environments and the intervention strategies, Chair, I indicated that we were only requested to report on 3 areas. These are areas that we could cover if we are given a chance to deal with them. So there is a lot of interventions beyond what I mentioned in this meeting. The other issue that came up was the issue around the zero pass rate for the school. I think the Department of Basic Education deals with underperformance, which includes special schools in terms of section 58B. And these schools are identified and provided with targeted support as part of the interventions of the department. The other issue is around the exit strategy for learners with disabilities. All special schools are required to develop and implement exit strategies for their learners. I must indicate that last week we were in Limpopo, and this is part of what was discussed in respect of the learners in special schools. But I must also indicate that we have a collaboration in a project called Employment for Education for Employability. This is a collaborative project with DHET and the Department of Employment and Labor, and this work supports what what the exit strategies seek to do, because they work with these schools. But we also have work that we do with the Department of Employment and Labor, labeled Transition to Work Program, and where we've worked with the Department of Employment and Labor to link schools with the programs within the Department of Employment and Labor. The issues around mismanagement, abuse, and these are issues depending on their nature. Some of them are dealt with in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, but some of them are dealt with in terms of the Public Service Act and the Employment of Educators, and this involves largely HR, where these issues are labor-based issues. But where these issues are beyond that, they are dealt with in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act. We've got a quite number of those cases that have been dealt with in that way. The other issue that was raised was the issue around the misdiagnosis. We've noted that there is misalignment between Department of Basic Education and the Department of Health in how we assess. I must indicate that we've noted that as the two departments, and we've begun to collaborate to look at that. I think part of what we are doing, where we've started already, we've looked at the road to health chart for the Department of Health. As I'm speaking, that road to health chart, now we're collaborating with them to pilot it with the parents in different provinces. We can share the details in this regard. The aim is to make sure that we synergize our ways of working, so that there are no misalignments between the department, between the assessments done by the Department of Basic Education and those done by the Department of Health. In terms of the full service schools, we have 832 of them, and the challenges that were raised, I think there was one major challenge that was key, and that was a challenge of support. If you like, the last letter of S, this support. So that is why then you see the interventions like the one that I've referred to, in terms of what is happening in Limpopo, working with the subject advisors to ensure that learners are supported, learners that are identified and are experiencing barriers to learning are supported appropriately, and that work continues. The other one was the issue around ECD for children with disabilities. We continue to work in this regard. I think the work that we are doing with the Department of Health involve ourselves as inclusive education and early childhood development at DPE. So this is a collaborative activity where we are trying to improve access for learners with disabilities. But I must indicate that a challenge remains there. So it's work that we continue to do. The issue around dropout for children with disabilities, I think it's an issue that we need to investigate. We are not we don't have stats that show that there's an increase in this regard, but it's something that we are going to look at to see if we are really correct in saying that things are getting better there, because what has been happening with the numbers of learners with disabilities within the system is that the numbers have been increasing. They haven't really been decreasing. And the issue around the support of learners with disabilities in public ordinary schools, in terms of receiving therapeutic support, yes, they are receiving therapeutic support within the constraints that we have, while we work on an appropriate resourcing model to make sure that also schools that are also public ordinary schools can access resources for implementing inclusive education. The issue of waiting lists and yes, what we did was to focus on making sure that learners are in schools. But I must indicate that I want to link that with the 495,000. I think for me the issue around the 495,000, which is said to be in the AG's report. I think what the AG's report is is highlighting there is that there is a need for us. When I say us, I think the departments involved, including Stats SA, to look at the misalignments between what we report as our statistics. That was a major issue that came up, and that is the work that we're doing. We're already working with our MS to deal with these inconsistencies. But in terms of knowing how many learners are out of school, that is a responsibility of Stats SA, and we know that with Stats SA, because we've had meetings with them around this case, that there's no capacity to do that. But seeing that there is no capacity to do that within Stats SA, what we have done is to work with civil society organizations to mobilize, to make sure that we can identify learners. But what we are seeing is that we are seeing the results of that. I've just been off a conversation I think an hour ago with one of the organizations that a civil society organization, looking at what is it that is causing the numbers of learners in special care centers not to decrease. In other words, why is it that as we place the the special care centers are not closing, they continue to operate with learners? What we've picked up is that there are still some learners within communities. So as we place learners from special care centers into schools, other learners are enrolled in these special care centers with the hope that they're going to be placed. So what we're doing now is to try and institutionalize the access. In other words, make sure that there's clear access, that parents do not need to go through a special care center to get into a school. So we're working with civil society organizations, and in some cases we're also working with legal entities to do that. The Center for Child Law, I had a discussion with them yesterday around some of these issues. So in other words, in the absence of capacity within Stats SA, we are doing things to make sure that the learners who are supposed to be in schools are identified. DDG, I think let me stop there. I think I've covered some of the issues, but I think the issue that I'm making is that there is actually we're required to report on 3 areas, but there is actually a lot more. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Whittle. Thanks for those responses. Can I please now hand over to the provinces in the order that I had given earlier? We'll start with the Northwest, then go to KZN, Limpopo, Northern Cape and Free State, please.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Without wasting any time, let me actually welcome the concerns and the clarity-seeking questions posed by honorable members. I am affected by only 3 questions, I think. So the first response, Chair, it is in relation with the Human Rights Commission report regarding School for the Deaf incident. I must indicate before the portfolio committee in terms of progress registered so far. I must indicate that since the incidents, this is what we've done as the department. As the department, we have procured actually beds for our learners, which are vibrating once they detect smoking or whatsoever. And smoke detectors are being installed actually, which are connected to the lights. Once the lights detect smoke, they signal the learners by switching on and off. And I must indicate, Chair, that this process actually, it was to address the issue of sirens, as we know that we are talking about a school for the deaf. So also I must indicate that we've made sure consistently so that there is thorough monitoring over our fire extinguishers. And I must indicate that they are being serviced regularly. And in terms of security, because part of the report, there were issues of security and some recommendations regarding the issue of security in that particular school. I must indicate that in terms of security, not only in this particular school, but in all our special schools, we have strengthened our securities. That is why all our special schools they do have security guards and armed for that particular matter, Chair. So the other question or the other concern, it was in relation with the issue of the panel. I must indicate that the advantage about the specification of this panel is that all the 46 appointed service providers are using standard price. So there is no contestation or competition between all 46 appointed panelists. Therefore, in terms of the appointment, it means that all the panelists will be given equal opportunity to provide services to our department. And each and every quarter, the appointments will be rotational, meaning that at the end of each financial year, Chair, because it is for 3 years, for each and every financial year, expectation is that all the service providers appointed who are part of the panel, we must be able to give report to say that actually all of them, we have used them 46. So that is how the panel, that is how we are going to handle this issue of panel, in making sure that all of them, the 46 of them, they are being utilized, or they benefit actually from this panel. Then the last one, Chair, if there are other outstanding, I'll also refer them to the DDG also to assist in that regard. The other issue, it was a concern regarding Ratlo as one of our sub-districts having a high rate of teenage pregnancy. I must indicate, Chair, without hesitation, to indicate that actually this particular matter of Ratlo, where at one particular point there were some reports to say that there is a high number of close to 3,000 teenagers being pregnant in that particular area. I must indicate that the Department of Health, actually, they've contested that. But it does not mean necessarily that as a province, we are not affected by this high rate of teenage pregnancy. But what we have realized as the department, when we were doing our own assessment, especially in our schools where we are affected, as you all know that when it comes to Northwest, Northwest is one of the provinces that are predominantly rural. So we are experiencing challenges in these particular areas where actually generally the issue of unemployment also contribute to this high rate of teenage pregnancy generally in our province. And we have realized that in most areas, in most of our schools, especially learners who are affected by these issues of pregnancy, we have realized that one of the contributing factors to this high rate of teenage pregnancy is absent parents, where in many areas in the Northwest Province, we have realized that many of our learners are under care of their grandparents. Their parents actually, you'll have stories or you have reports to say that they went out to other provinces such as Gauteng and other provinces actually to seek employment and so on. But in most instances, they don't come back. They don't care even about the well-being of their children. So these are one of the factors that we have identified. And in most instances, we have realized that this high rate of teenage pregnancy is due to sexual abuse, mostly by close relatives, by close relatives for that particular matter, especially those who are regarded as breadwinners in different areas are the ones actually, when we are actually doing our own investigations and so on as the department, and also collaborating obviously with the Department of Social Development, you never actually end up actually having the culprits being arrested or whatsoever, because in most instances these learners, they don't even want to disclose the perpetrators. But in most instances, we realize that these uncles who happens to be breadwinners in their homes, actually they are the ones who are perpetrators. And when we are following up in this particular cases, Chair, it is very difficult because their mothers and their grandfathers and mothers, actually they are protecting the perpetrators. Hence, I've indicated for most of them, you'll find that they are close relatives who happens to be regarded as actually breadwinners in their respective homes. So actually those are there are only 3 questions that I've managed to capture, but I'll hand over to Dr. Mvola if there's any outstanding issue that I have not addressed, so that he is able to address or respond to such to that question, Chair, through you. Dr. Mvola.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. It's just 2 issues to clarify further on what the MEC has already touched on, to indicate that in the service providers that we have identified, in the first consignment, we utilized 17 of them. And then in the second consignment, we utilized 11. And by so doing, the province is trying that each and every service provider must be able to be in one of the districts and be able to be given an opportunity to assist. And lastly, just to indicate the Honorable MEC that all the 32 special schools in the province, the Department of Social Development has attached a social worker to each and every special school. Thank you so much, MEC. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, MEC. Thank you, Doc, for that. Can we move then to KwaZulu-Natal? Ms. Khadebe?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. We had 1 question and 1 proposal. The first one is the question around the districts, namely Uherigwala and Zululand, that do not have special schools. Let me correct that, Honorable Chairperson. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we don't have any districts that are without the special schools. For example, in Herigwala, we've got 3 special schools, and that is Daniel Mzamo Special School, a very beautiful special school. And we have Polela Special School in Herigwala, a beautiful one, newly built like a few years ago. And we've got Vulegani Special Schools, that are the 3rd one, which was renovated again in the past few years. So we don't have a district without. And then in Zululand, we've got 5 special schools. I think the honorable member indicated that we don't have special schools in Zululand. We've got 5 special schools. We've got Zamimpilo, Bawedise, Musa Special School, Inkaniso, and Siposet. So there is no district in the province that is operating without special schools. And then the last one was from the Honorable Chairperson, where we want to indicate that we note the proposal, Honorable Chairperson, that we have made with regards to the province relooking and reviewing the budgetary item on logistics in favor of additional sanitary pack per learner, as we have indicated, to say we are giving them 6, but we want to give them 12 at some point. So the Chairperson is proposing and advising that maybe the province should look at the logistic line and see whether we can't review that in favor. Also, look at that, Chair. I've spoken to the team to say let us look at that as we prepare for 25-26 financial year. Thank you so much. That will be all from the KZN, and then the rest of the questions have been responded to by DBE. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Khadebe. Can we now go to Limpopo, please? If Limpopo is not with us, let's move to the Northern Cape. Mrs. Sabia.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the questions that I could pick up, they were necessarily that were province specific from Honorable Tito. The 5 service providers, she wanted to know where they are located. 4 of those service providers are in the Northern Cape. Is only 1 that is outside the province, but this was a national tender, an open tender. So we have 4 of them being in the province and 1 outside the province. The contract of these service providers is ending on the 28th of February. And what is the plan? We are working on procurement modalities and specifications for the advertisement of the new tender. But at the moment, I mean, in the meantime, while the tender advertisement is running, we will utilize the quotation system so that we don't stop giving those indigent girls the necessary support, and the beneficiaries must still benefit out of this program. So we will utilize the quotation system. The special schools in Pixley, Kaseme, and ZFM districts, where are those learners accommodated? I think honorable members will remember that I indicated that we've got 26 full service schools across the province. So we are accommodating those learners in those 26 full service schools across the province. We are also accommodating them in the mainstream. And those with severe disabilities or learning barriers are accommodated at two of the Francis Bart special schools with hostels, because we can accommodate them in the hostels. That is NJ Haynes and Elizabeth Conradi in the Francis Bart district. So we also, we accommodating there. And the one in Namakwa district, the Kleinseer special school, has got a hostel also, and particularly for ZFM because it's closer to Namakwa. We accommodate those with severe disabilities or learning barriers in those two districts, Namakwa and Francis Park, those schools in particular that do have hostels. The human capacity on the implementation of the Sanitary Dignity Programme, that's the last question that I picked up. With the advertisement of the new tender, we will internally have a discussion on the inclusion of delivery and distribution in the contract of the service providers that we will appoint for the next 3 years, 36 months. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sabia. Can I hand over to the Free State? And my apologies to the delegation from the Free State that we did not flight your presentation, but members did read your presentation. So please, could you take the floor and just answer some of the questions that were posed to the Free State?
Thank you very much, Chair.
And then we'll go to...
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Advocate Malakwani, the HOD of the department. May I quickly tender the apology for MEC. She had to attend a meeting regarding the arrangements for the burial of one of the soldiers who demised in the DRC. She was with us for the longest time in the meeting. Chair, I also have prepared the presentations. I've given it to the Secretariat, as you have said, Chair. Chair, the critical issue that has been asked now is about giving the current situation of procurement of sanitary towels in the Free State. Chair, our problems that we started very well when the process started. Like you said, we're in between service providers. The problem arose when that procurement was audited. We got an adverse audit outcome of material irregularity by the AGSA. The main issue being that they wanted us to, we should have gone to the lowest bidder when we actually negotiated a fair value. They said the difference between the fair value and the lowest bidder could actually be regarded as a loss to the state. After protracted discussions, Chair, I must say that took long, they agreed with us, and they're now causing us a lot of wastage in terms of time management. Chair, what we then did, we went out on competitive bidding. Unfortunately, due to malfeasance and corruption on part of our officials who actually accepted tender documents as well as samples after the closing time of the tender. We had to charge and suspend them, and then in process of investigation ensued. One of the recommendations of the investigation was that we should actually start the tender afresh because the whole process seemed to have been tainted. We went in earnest, and on the 30th of August 2024, we went out on tender. Chair, we attracted 94 bids, and they were whittled down from 46 and to 15. And in terms of the PPPFA process, we were left with 5 bidders. These bidders are all female, and they are bidders that have been negotiated. We negotiated the same price to ensure that we actually I would say comply with the prescripts. They went to the price of the lowest bidder. And when I look at the cost price of this sanitary towels per province, I realize that we may be at the lowest, and that will unlock more money to cover more girls, as it were. So I can also confirm, Chair, during the process, we have got equitable share that we actually got, but we also transferring directly to schools, like my colleague from the Northwest said. So during that period, we ensured that we insulate our girl learners from the challenges that are always accompanied with non-provision of sanitary towels. So, Chair, I can say the 5 bidders were appointed, and on the 13th of February 2025, orders were placed last week, Friday, as well as on Monday. We believe that we should be in a position to receive the majority, if not all, of our sanitary towels by the 13th of February 2025. And that will cover almost 66,894 girl learners. I won't divulge the identity of the service providers, but they are in the pack. And then all the data that we amassed comes from EMIS, and all the sanitary towels are distributed by the service providers directly to districts. Then they are taken to schools, and SBST coordinators, they issue packs and keep the register, which is monitored by district and provincial officials. We had DBE officials in December. At that stage, we're at the evaluation stage. I'm pleased to say we've actually now appointed and even placed orders. And we believe that will make a meaningful dent on the current budget that we have. Having said that, Chair, I can take the committee into confidence that we seem to have turned the corner, and will ensure that we don't look back, and ensure that we protect our girl learners at all with anything that we have. Thank you very much, Chair. I think those were 2 questions that were asked by 2 members, but they related to the 2 processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for staying with us. Can I ask that we go back to Limpopo, if the Limpopo province is still with us? Okay. If not, then I will request that Limpopo please submit their answers to us in writing by Friday. I'm going to take this opportunity to ask our Honourable Minister, Honourable Shikunga, if she would just like to make some observations or closing remarks at this stage.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also greet the members of the Portfolio Committee, honourable members, also MECs from different provinces, as well as senior managers from different provinces, as well as from our department and other departments that have joined. I must apologize, Chairperson, that we had to join late. We were indeed attending the joint cabinet meeting. When it adjourned, then of course one had another commitment, and then we joined a little bit late, and therefore could not benefit from all the presentations. However, we've listened to presentations and responses by different provinces. We thank you, Chair, that as the Portfolio Committee, you have actually provided this forum where provinces come to account to the Portfolio Committee, as also we are listening to them as they are explaining their situations. We are juggling in between the 2 meetings, this one and of course the meeting that is taking place in Pretoria. You will know, Chairperson, that we are chairing the Empowerment of Women Working Group for the G20, and the first meeting is taking place. It started yesterday until today. We are presenting to them our issue note, which is terms of reference, and then of course our priorities over and above the priorities of the country, but the ones that we have set for the working group, which is care, economy, financial inclusion of and for women, and gender-based violence and femicide. What excites us about what is happening in Pretoria is the fact that we have 100% attendance of the G20 countries. And of course, we also have other invited countries that have joined. And then, of course, what disappoints us is the fact that we have not had any of the countries in the continent that have responded despite the invitations and actually follow-ups and so on. But when we checked, it's like it's happening in other working groups as well. And I think it's a matter that we're going to look into. However, we are happy that the AU is in attendance, including the EU, and they are making contributions. We have quite a number of academic institutions from the country that are also in attendance, making inputs and research institutions. So we're listening to that. We didn't have problems with the first two, which is care economy and financial inclusion. The meeting has just started because we're accommodating time zones, different time zones. So today we're focusing on gender-based violence and femicide. We're expecting that there might be contentious issues, particularly with the use of gender and the use of femicide concept, because other countries, particularly the Arab countries and other countries as well, tend to have issues around those. We think that we'll manage to make a case, but if we don't, we'll therefore revisit our priorities. It is our wish, Chair, that we are provided with the opportunity to brief the portfolio committee, but even to brief provinces that have direct interest in the work that pertains to women empowerment, both whether they are young women, women with disabilities, or women that we have. We will definitely be happy to brief them so that they too can make inputs in the work that we are doing. You did ask some questions that are very interesting. I will take advantage of this platform, Chair. One of the questions you asked was what the exit strategy is for learners with special needs. And I think we should actually also be talking about both public and private sector employing learners with disabilities. And we're not doing well as a country in that regard. We did write to different premiers and ministers to alert them to the fact that as public service, we are not providing that exit strategy, an exit point for our disability persons. We suppose at some stage for quite a long time, we're supposed to meet the employment equity of 2%, we're at 4% now. But as public service, we're at 0.9%. So we're below 1% when it comes to employment of persons with disabilities. Like I've said, we did write to different premiers, and in the near future, we'll therefore be compiling a cabinet memo to actually list the provinces and list the departments and list ministries that are not meeting this target. I must say, Chair, that ourselves were at 6%, and therefore it's possible to meet these targets. But I think the public service has tended not to apply and to want to achieve this target. I therefore am raising this issue with the premiers, in fact, with the MECs who are here, but also with the senior managers who are here from different provinces, that we are mandated, and it is an obligation on our side to meet this. Cabinet has now said this year we're supposed to be at 4%. So I'm raising that matter. I'm happy again that somebody was talking to collaborative thinking, and I was actually saying that should lead to collaborative execution of our programs as government. And I think that also is an important factor. I listened again as provinces were making presentations on the sanitary dignity, particularly budget. And I'm happy that many of them are reporting progress. I was actually I was happy to listen to the very last presentation that says when we're in the process, the procurement process, we found that the wrong things were happening and there was consequence management. We encourage that. And in fact, we think that then our people, in fact, managers are beginning to manage and actually to apply consequence management. Because if you talk about these issues, what we have actually been observing is that many of the tenders, they will collapse at the tail end, and we may not know the reasons. But what the last presenter was actually saying to us is that there might be reasons such as the ones that he was actually putting forward. But with others, we know for sure that it will be because the tender is going to a company that is not intended by whoever, particularly our officials in the supply chain management. So we're happy that there's consequence management, that is principles that is being applied. What we also have discovered, in fact, what is being raised by people out there, which we have no answer to right now on issues of procurement, is that as government, we are applying one-size-fits-all approach. So it will be myself as Cindy Chikunga, a minister, competing for the same tender with an ordinary somebody out there who has the know-how, but probably might not be as equipped as myself and have the advantage as myself. I'm just making the example about myself. We don't know how to deal with those issues, but I think it's a matter that we might have to look into to say, how do we ensure that we reach out to ordinary women, for instance, in the farm areas, in the rural areas, they too being given the opportunity of competing maybe among themselves. And we are looking forward to the implementation of the Public Procurement Act, which set aside 40%, set aside, I think, 7% for persons with disabilities, and then I think for young people as well. And we are busy with the regulations, in fact, the National Treasury, but it will have to adopt them in consultation with ourselves, and therefore we're participating in that area. We have agreed on the issue of learners with disabilities. We have agreed to meet with the Minister of Basic Education to discuss this matter, because indeed, good as all the efforts are being made, but there are quite a number of young people with disabilities who are sitting at home, who end up being given grants, and that is all. And we believe that we need to discuss this matter and see how best do we deal with them. Many of them, as it has been said, they get institutionalized and therefore somehow secluded from other community members and schools per se. We understand it will depend on the severity of those, but in those schools, you therefore find that there is nothing that makes it easy for them to meet with and to be part of their communities when they go back to their families. And it's all those things that we believe we should look into. But we appreciate the effort that is being made by the Department of Basic Education, both at provincial level, even at national level. But we believe that we can do better. Many of the schools are in bad conditions, particularly the special schools are in bad conditions. And our take was that we could actually look at even getting CEOs of companies and our sitters to adopt, because I think there are about 400 plus in the country, to adopt those schools so that the CSI budget can be used to ensure that those schools are in good shape. So yes, indeed, we are happy with the presentations. We are happy with what they are saying. We can do better. We can ensure that young persons also with disabilities are given the opportunity to contribute actively in the economy and social development of South Africa without themselves being put somewhere at the corner. But I really want to thank you, Chairperson, with this one. I don't want to talk about issues of sexual abuse. And I fully agree with, I think, the presenter who said anyone who sees, even on suspicion, when it comes to sexual abuse of young persons, even on suspicion, that should be reported by anyone, by any member of the community. The legislation is actually saying that if that is proven not to be true, but a person who was reporting can also show that it was innocent, that person cannot be taken into task. But if you see sexual abuse of an underage child and you keep quiet, in fact you are committing crime. And I think it's something that we have not reported. And the numbers that we have, for instance, for teenage pregnancies, underage pregnancies, I think there's a lot of statutory rape that is happening in South Africa, and those that are responsible for it are walking free. They don't face the full might of the law. And I think it is something that we have to work together to deal with, both with the Department of Health, because many of these children do attend antenatal care. And when they have to deliver, they have to go to hospitals because they can't deliver at home, they can't deliver at clinics, they are high risk, and their bodies are not ready to carry children. But most of them, the challenge again, Chairperson, is that they give birth to children with disabilities because their bodies are not ready to carry children. And therefore they have to raise, being children, they have to raise children with disabilities, which puts more pressure on them. And it's a matter that we believe we need to deal with as a country, as government, as private sector, as civil society, and everybody else, but of course our criminal justice system, so that those that are responsible can face the full might of the law. We take it that it should not be difficult for us to do that because there will be a child, and therefore the DNA can link the father of the child so that they too can face the full might of the law. But I thank you very much, Chairperson. I must say that I did not get all the presentations, and therefore I might just be covering a lot of things in context or out of context. But from what I heard right now, I think there is some improvement, Chair, and we'll definitely continue to do our work as the department, that of mainstreaming, that of advocating for the sectors that we're responsible for, that of monitoring, and that of evaluation, of evaluating the work that departments are doing. Of course, they too have a responsibility over the work that they are doing. Ministers, MECs, premiers, they have a responsibility to ensure that they do their work and they carry out their mandates. But of course, when it comes to the sectors that are responsible for those that government felt that they do need a department that will oversee that these sectors, the vulnerable sectors, do benefit, will continue to do that. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I really want to thank all the provinces for the presentations, but also the work that they're doing. We can do better, we can improve, but I think there's some work that is happening. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Thank you for those remarks. I also want to thank the Honourable Deputy Minister for being present. I want to thank all MECs that spent the whole day with us. Thank you to all the officials of both the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Basic Education Department. I know it was a very, very long session, but I think we will all agree that the issues that we dealt with this morning was so important that we really couldn't cut the presentations and we needed this full day engagement. I think as much as you are saying, Honourable Minister, that there is progress, and I agree with you, but I think also the presentations this morning have highlighted that there are critical issues that require our further intervention and focus as a portfolio committee. And I think to this end, further consultation with other key stakeholders within government, with Treasury, with civil society and academia will be necessary. And I think we can achieve this through a committee hearing. And I believe this will also help us to come up with more holistic solutions to some of the challenges that we face with regards to learner pregnancy, the Sanitary Dignity Programme, and the exclusion of learners with disabilities from the education system. That having been said, Honourable Minister, we as a portfolio committee and the 7th administration is fully committed to enhancing our oversight. We want to play our role and be proactive and effective. We also want to thank you, Honourable Minister, for the work that you are doing at the G20, and we wish you well in that regard. And we also thank you for the brief that you gave now in terms of ensuring that persons with disabilities are employed and that the various government departments meet their 4% target. That having been said, I wish everyone well. Honourable members, we will meet next week at S12A on Monday to start the process of appointing a new NYDA board. And let's hope that tomorrow's budget will deliver more funding for the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you very much to all, and have a good afternoon.
Long live the chair. Thank you so much,
Chair.
Chairperson.
Yeah, long live the chair.
Long
Long
live.
live Honorable Tsotsetse. I'm still not pronouncing it right. Next week, I'll try. Thank
Long
you,
live the
colleagues.
chair.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Recording stopped.